What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Friday, November 7th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, some things Texas needs to do to take down Georgia next weekend. We've got some injury updates for the Longhorns as well. We'll talk some Texas basketball. The Longhorns have their homo tomorrow against Lafayette. We will preview that game. Speaking of previews, big weekend of SEC and college football. Who do you need to root against as a Texas fan? We'll go over that. We'll talk a little NFL. We'll go around to the 40 acres. And Antonio Brown is in the news again for the wrong reasons. Again, lots to get into in the world of sports and beyond on a Football Friday edition of Bucky and BK. Happy Friday to each and every one of you out there. We appreciate y'all starting your weekends off with us. How are you this morning, my man?
I'm a little tired, but you know what? I got a lot of fresh air last night. I had a high school game, had Lake Travis final game over at House Park, historic House Park with the full moon, almost full moon, 98% full moon last night, and overlooking a beautiful skyline of Austin, Texas from House Park. Love the site there. Don't love that they're not finished construction on the new press box over there as I was outside. But you know what? It's been worse. I missed the first year when I did this. I've been doing it for 7 years. The first year, I guess they were at House Park. They were on the roof, on the back, on the I guess the home side. And that used to be scary. Guys were actually on the roof doing their games.
No way.
And that thing, if you fall off that, it's over. You're out in the street behind you there, you know? So it was okay. Lots of wind, very crowded in there. You know, it was senior night at Austin High. Lake Travis just trying to get their district champs, solo district champs, which they did. So it was okay. Had a nice dinner with Godbolt Paul down in Shoal Creek Saloon. So everything worked out. I found I weaseled my way to a good parking space. You know, I need to bring a cane with me. I can get away with, if I got a cane with me, you know, I can get away with a lot.
Yeah, go get you a handicap parking pass.
No, that's what those guys said. I won't do that yet. I'm not quite there yet.
Come on.
Although
Swallow some pride and get some better parking spots.
Yeah, although when I go to HEB and places, I'm like, hell, we don't have enough handicap here. Why are all these empty spaces? We need more handicap people. What's going on here?
Hey, I've got a 9-iron. I've got a 9-iron in my trunk if you want to become one.
I need to work on that. No, and come on. So
the way you walk, you could easily pass as a handicap.
I know. And it was okay, but walking up the stairs, no rails, you know, that's not fun going up that way to get to the press box anymore. I used to be able to get up there pretty quickly, but over the last couple of years, not so much. And dude, and you fall there, it's not like it's the most lit stadium. You fall there, you're rolling forever. You're going to roll into somebody's lap down the cement. But it's such a beautiful venue, you know, and they're not done with that press box. And I swear that bond was done like 5 years ago. I mean, what the hell are they doing?
So you called the game outside?
Yeah, just outside of the old other press box, not the one that's new. You can see right through it. You know, they still got the light bulb, the lights on. You know, where they're doing construction, you can see right through the front, out the back. It's not even close. I'm like, I think that bond went past BK. I swear about 4 years ago, and that's all they have done. And I'm like, what in the hell? So I did the game it was like outside. You know, it was a beautiful night though. It really was. It was gorgeous last night.
What happens if it rains out there?
I don't know how they do it. I don't know how the Maroons radio network or whatever the hell they do, the YouTube station that does their deal. I said, how do you guys do this? He goes, we didn't have any rain this year for any of the games. I'm like, wow. Because this overhang is not going to stop rain from coming in there, you know? Because that's all it is. It's like an overhang, and the wind will be blowing and whipping through there. It was okay. Lake Travis won. They're awaiting the winners of tonight's game where they'll be playing on a Thursday, I believe, in Dripping Springs, or a Friday in Round Rock or something like that. I can't pay attention to all that crap.
Shout out
show
to,
up to do the games.
Yeah, that's it. Shout out to Austin High. Shout out to House Park, man. I called games there for Austin
Isn't
High
that awesome?
for years. I love that place. I know it's old and it could use some renovations, so I'm glad they're getting some renovations, but it feels different at
I
that
know. I
stadium.
always thought, why didn't they just, why don't they? I know money is hard to come by, but if they pass a bond, why don't they make that so that you can have playoff games there? Surround that, brick that thing off, overlooking the city of Austin. How cool would that be?
It's
You
just there's
know?
not enough space, not enough parking. Is that why they don't?
Oh, there's not. People will find a place to park. People will find something. They'll give a guy $20. Can I come in here? Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Here's a 20. Just let me park over there. Sure, go ahead. Here, give me that 20.
The guy doesn't own that place at all. He's like, yeah, I'll take the 20. Sure, you can park there. I'm not going to be here if your car is booted or towed, but here, I'll take
Yeah,
your money. Thank you very much.
yeah. There's Waymos running all over the place down there.
Yeah,
It
man.
was cool. It's always cool. I mean, I just thought they could have done a better job with that field and made that into something special for high school football, around the area. But they
It
just,
doesn't.
there's, teams like Austin High, I think used to be that's where everybody went to school before, they were going to Westlake, I presume.
Yeah.
Everybody's taken off from that area and gone to Westlake High School and other places. But Austin High used to be, I guess the old Austin High used to be where ACC is located there. That's where the high school used to be, around that area somewhere. I don't know
Mm.
much about the history of it, but I just know it's a great venue that really needed to be upgraded and could have been upgraded even more. So it's like, like going out to Burger Center, but this one overlooks downtown Austin. It's cool.
It's
It
awesome.
really is. And it was senior night there, and the bands did a great job. The halftime performance by Austin High and Lake Travis was really cool. I enjoy watching the bands, do their thing at halftime. And Mr. Maru, the mascot or whatever his name is, Mr. Magoo or whatever it is, he was, senior night for him. He got to take his little mascot hat off and walk up with his mom and dad. That was neat. It was all the seniors, the cheerleaders got announced. A game started at 7:30, but the event started at like 7:15. That thing lasted. They played, I forget what the song was. It just kept going on a rotator over and over and over, the same song over and over. I mean, my head, and it was blasting too.
Yeah. I don't know what's worse, the homecoming ceremonies during a high school football game or the senior night ceremonies during a high school football game. And it's
Senior nights
obviously
are longer.
if you have a kid or a sibling involved, it's great. It's the greatest thing ever. You don't care how long it takes. But if you're there to call a game or if you're just there to watch a game, it's like, oh my God, really? We got to do 45 minutes of this? Seriously?
I don't know. I can't believe the mascot took his hat off. You're not supposed
Yeah,
to take that
what's
off.
the deal? You're not supposed to do that. You're scaring the kids.
Yeah, you're supposed to keep your hat. You're supposed to keep whatever that thing is supposed to be at Austin High. You're
Yeah.
supposed to keep that loofah on your head and walk with your mom and dad. Your dad there. His dad showed up. That's kind of cool, because I got a feeling my mom would have showed up, but my dad would have said, "Hey, I'm a little busy tonight."
Too embarrassed?
Do not say my last name.
Hey, keep your hat on, kid. You got a better chance of getting some tail after the game if you keep your mascot suit on, all right?
Oh, that is so cool. Senior night that is so cool. I mean, they don't miss a person. They don't miss a person or his cousin or his stepmom or his fourth mom. I mean, it's awesome. It's a great night.
Who's the most famous Austin High alum? Ben Crenshaw, the Bush twins, right?
Is that where
Barbara,
the Bush twins went?
Jenna. Yeah. Also the great Vern Lundquist, graduate of Austin High.
How about that?
Yeah, there's some good ones right there.
Yeah, their football program is suffering now. Everybody's gone. Everybody, like I said, that used to be the place, I guess, where you had to go if you were. I wonder if at any time, if you're on the east side, did you go there, since it's right, it's right off of First Street there?
It's off Lamar. And Cesar Chavez, I
And
guess.
Caesar, yeah, but you could get from the east side straight across if you came there to go to school.
Yeah, it's pretty
You have to
easy
go
to
through
get
town.
to.
I wonder if that was the high school to go to at one time.
I mean, it's still a huge high school. It's still a 6A school in the state of
Yeah, it
Texas.
is.
But I think it was. Yeah.
My guy Mike Rosenthal was the head coach there. So they're still playing that Notre Dame fight song. I mean, that is like, that's there if they score, if something good happens, they play that song. Like, yeah.
See, I got lucky because Rosie was still the coach, but also former Longhorn Charles Wright was the quarterback. And
Yeah.
he was obviously good enough to get a scholarship at Texas, ended up transferring, played some at Appalachian State. Great kid, great family. But they made the playoffs couple of years when I was calling games. So it was fortunate timing for me.
They will not be attending the playoffs this year.
Now, it looks like they won 2 games based on a quick search of the Google machine. That's it. How about this? Andy Roddick, great tennis player, went to Austin High. I didn't even know that.
Really?
I know he lives here now. I didn't realize he was from here and went there. Good stuff.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed doing those games. I mean, I always enjoyed even the teams. Like last week was Lake Travis and who was the game that they played? We played over at Dripping, one of those schools that you just get mauled. I mean, it's 48 Aikens. It was 48 to 35 nothing at half. Use a running clock. Coaches are fine with it. I mean, I'm fine with the sportsmanship. Guys are picking kids, they're picking each other up. They only have 32 kids on the team, but they're out there playing football. I mean, and they don't quit. You know, they're diving to make tackles, they're doing things, and kids could score 100 on them. But you know, these coaches find ways to make sure that everybody gets to play, but they don't embarrass the other kids. They make them still want to play the game of football, because if you punish a kid too much and they're on an opposing team, they're going to go, shit, why should I come back here next week and get beat? Somebody's going to put 80 points on me. That's embarrassing. I had to be around my friends, my neighbors. But those kids show up. Man, I admire those kids that show up with 22 players at Aikens last week. I was like, oh my God.
22 or 32?
No, it was supposed to be 32 on the sheet, on the lineup. I counted 22.
Oh my God.
And they battled and nobody got hurt, you know, and kids from Lake Travis was picking them up off the ground and patting them on the back, and they just kept coming at them. It was just football. And, you know, and you feel bad for but you got kids from Lake Travis that are playing from the freshman team playing in that game, you know, so that the score doesn't get run up. But you can't tell them don't play. You can't tell them to go fall down, because it's more embarrassing if you're taking knees and doing things like that. Now, you don't have to throw bombs on them, but, you know, if you're a 4-string guy playing out of position, you just play the game. You know, you've worked hard too. So I like the coaches that know how to do that. You know, Coach Carter gets to a certain amount of points, and then he says, "No, that's it. We're not doing it anymore." You know, and they ask coach about running clocks, and dude, they'll run that clock during time. I'll run that thing no matter what. I'm like, yeah, look at this baby go.
Yeah, I was about to say, there's nobody happier in the entire venue with the running clock than you are.
Oh my goodness.
Get me out of here.
It was fine. It was fine, though. It was a great night, great senior night. As I said, the bands were good. Pep teams were good. They played hard. They played loud. And it was fun. Like I said, I love House Park. Love that place. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so much for what you do. We do appreciate the work that you put out for us. And we appreciate your family sharing you with all of us. And do be safe out there.
Yes, indeed. A little high school football conversation to start off a Friday show. Appreciate y'all starting your Friday off with us. Let's bring it to the college kids, Buck.
Yes.
A few under-the-radar things that Texas did against Vanderbilt that I would really like for them to do against Georgia, Arkansas, and A&M. It would behoove the Longhorns to try to do these things again. Did I use that word correctly? Behoove. Do I have that one right?
Yes.
All right. It's the first time I've ever tried that. Might be the last as well. Some of these are like hidden stats. Some of these are kind of obvious, but just things that we saw Texas do against Vanderbilt that we haven't seen them do enough against other teams that would make life a hell of a lot easier down the stretch. Starting with first quarter success. How nice was that 17-0 lead after the first quarter?
Boy, as a fan, that took a lot of stress off of you.
Yeah. You talked about Texas needing to give the fans a reason to be excited.
Right.
You knew the fans were going to show up. It had been 42 days between home games at DKR. They were just excited to be watching their favorite team play.
But they don't need any angst because they've seen you play the last couple games on the road.
They did give them some angst down the stretch, but they didn't give them any at the beginning.
No.
Which
no,
was
not
great
at all.
to see. But not only was it 17-0, I mean, that's a season high for Texas in the opening quarter. That includes the 3 cupcake non-conference games, by the way. They only scored 14 in the first quarter in that 55-0 rout over Sam Houston. How about this? The Longhorns averaged 11.4 yards per play in the first quarter. Now, Helps when you have a 75-yard touchdown on play one. But they averaged 6.4 yards a carry. They averaged 18 yards per pass attempt. Positive plays. They stayed on schedule. That's the kind of stuff going to be a lot more difficult to do on the road in Athens. But, man, if you can just send a message next weekend that, hey, we know what y'all did to us last year, but this year's going to be a little bit different. If you could throw that first punch like they did here at DKR.
Well, dude, give me some second and fours. That'd be great.
Right. Yeah, obviously, you'd love a 75-yarder on play one, but if you can just methodically move the ball down the field and stay ahead of the chains early
Well, if
in
you
that
get away
game,
with that for a third game in a row, that'll be a miracle.
Yeah. Yeah.
I sure the hell would try it.
Well, hopefully you incorporate a lot of the same game plan from the fourth quarter and overtime against Mississippi State, and obviously all 4 quarters against Vanderbilt. It worked. Spread the ball a little bit, go a little bit more up tempo, less jumbo personnel. You don't need these tight ends aren't good enough for you to have 2 of them on the field.
No.
Hardly good enough for you to have 1 of them on the field. You sure as hell don't need 2 of them on the field. So there are things that you did that helped with that fast start. It's not just like, oh, you executed better. No, you made some conscious changes to your game plan that helped. What have
you done protection-wise? You got to stick with that. Because Georgia, Kirby Smart is looking at what have they done over the last – what did they do in 2 weeks to really shore that thing up the way they have? Yeah, they made some personnel changes, but they must have done some scheme changes too to help them out. I mean, are they going to be looking to say, well, here's what they're doing. They're starting to keep a back. Nobody's sliding out of the backfield. They want to make sure that their quarterback doesn't get hit. So we may not have to drop as many people. We can leave a lot of guys around the line of scrimmage. Are they going to get behind us? Well, they can't get behind us if we start bringing people. And the running backs, they're going to trust that their linebackers are not going to get picked up by Texas running backs. Kirby's going to say, you cannot one-on-one protect your guy. But that running back right there against my guy, he's going to feel like his guys, bone on bone, are going to be able to blitz you and come and put pressure on the quarterback. So your running back coach is going to be working his ass off next week about pass protection. If that's what you have to do in max protection to not get your quarterback hit, there's going to be a lot of physical play by the running backs next week at practice.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, but you keep hyping up this Georgia pass rush. You know how many sacks Georgia has this year in 10 weeks? Huh?
3.
Do you think they have 3 sacks in 8 games?
It is Georgia, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm going to say 7.
Okay, well, it's 8, which I maybe you've seen this stat. They rank 132nd in the country in sacks, Buck. I figured you were going to say like 20 or 30 because normally they're around. Texas has 34 right now. Georgia has 8.
Yeah, they're not.
When has that ever happened?
No, it's not the same group rushing the ball. I mean, when Kirby was crying early this season about not having those type of players, he really doesn't. But they seem to show up against the Longhorns.
Right. Well,
somebody shows up.
That was last year's. I mean, last year's team showed up against everybody. I mean, recently they've showed up against everybody, and they're still showing up. They're the number 5 team in the country. They have 1 loss this year. So
they just don't have an outstanding guy out there creating problems for everybody.
Right. It's not like that stat has completely killed them this year, but that is stunning. 8 sacks. They rank 132nd in the country in sacks this year. Georgia.
Yeah, we're talking about them like they have 6 losses or 4 losses. They're still pretty good.
Of course they're pretty good, but they haven't been good at that.
They generally have an outstanding pass rusher somewhere.
Right. Well, I mean, they've got talented players. C.J. Allen at linebacker, who does come off the edge. I mean, he's a first-round pick. They got a few high draft picks on that team, but they don't have like a Jalen Walker or a Michael Williams or even a Jordan Carter up
like
the middle.
Top 5 pick.
Yeah, like they just don't have that guy right now, which is good. Here's the concern, right? Like Texas has made some pretty bad defensive lines look like the 85 Bears defensive line this year. But, the hope is, okay, the Texas offensive line, maybe they figured some things out with the starting 5 that they rolled out against the Commodores. And, hey, Georgia's defensive line isn't as good as they normally are this year. So maybe that matchup won't be as bad as we probably thought 2-3 weeks ago?
No, I think we would still thought the same thing if they've escaped some games themselves, but I think for you, it's just that you've been battered in the head by those last two games last year, and it doesn't matter if Kirby said we don't have anybody and they're ranked where they are. You'd still be worried about playing in Athens. Period.
Sure, I think
they
you have to
They
be.
don't lose there.
They've lost 2 home games since 2017.
Yeah, they don't lose. They don't lose there. They find ways to overwhelm you, and we know once again they'll be there for 4 quarters. The Longhorns right now have been in games right now for 4 quarters. They have a lot of experience in these type of games now. But what can't happen is they can't have the snowball effect where Texas gets down a bunch and they have to be the ones coming back. That's the one I get afraid of when you're on the road, is when things start going wrong and they stay going wrong for more than a series or two. It seems like for a quarter and a half, things go wrong. That's the one they have to be careful of. And like you said, now you've been getting off to a decent start. Don't stop that now. It can't stop now. This can't be the game where all of a sudden you forgot how to score quickly or do some things in the first quarter that you haven't done all year.
Right. Well, the unfortunate, it's only been 1 game in a row where Texas has gotten off to a super fast start.
Make it 2.
They did score a touchdown on their first drive against Mississippi State. So if you want to count that, that's great, right? It was a 2-play touchdown drive, the bubble screen to Wingo, the arch rush touchdown. But after that,
it all counts to me. Those all count.
Texas offense did nothing. Like, you can't, a good start to me is not 1 drive and then you suck for the rest of the first half. Like, Texas, 10 of their first 12 drives in Starkville ended in 0 points. That's not good. That's not a good way to start the game. 1 drive does not constitute a good start for me.
But you know what it is? It's a start.
Stacking, it's a start. You got to build a little more on that, don't you?
Of course you do. But
2 minutes of a football game.
You have to keep momentum when you're on the road. But 3 and outs are terrible. I just think that they found a way to protect the quarterback. Well, because they haven't found a way to run the ball, but they found a way to protect the quarterback and do the things that they feel that he's comfortable with, and he looks comfortable.
Yeah, I think
it's always it's so much more comfortable when there's nobody standing in your face.
That definitely helps. Yeah, and you can tell there's a conscious effort to get the ball out of Arch Manning's hands quicker. But even when he didn't, right? Even when he had to go through his progressions and look at read number 2 and read number 3, he still had time. And it's like the offensive line realized that, okay, our quarterback has a concussion. If he takes another big hit, he might be out for the rest of the season. So
those dudes got to think that way from here on. He doesn't need to take another hit in the head. You got to your job, like we said last week, number 1 was to protect the quarterback. Well, that's job number 1 from this point on. He can't take another one, even though he's gone through a couple of weeks, and played in a game. Forget that. He still can't be shoved to the ground by somebody late and slam his head. That's going to be on everybody. That's everybody's job, and that's him to protect his own self too. I thought he did a good job of protecting himself last week.
Agreed. 100%. Yeah, I think you talk about the game plan switching up, but I also think Arch kind of changed his mindset. Like, I don't want to take a hit like that again. I don't want to go through the protocol for another week.
No.
Please.
No, he did a good job of protecting himself. You could see him protecting himself after throws and stuff like that. The quarterback's deal is they get pushed a lot and lose their balance and fall backwards. Well, dude, if you got a concussion, what you can't do is you can't fall backwards, because it didn't have to take much for anything for you to bang your head on the turf and then all of a sudden come up dazed and confused. So I thought he did a good job of the way he fell. He fell more to the side than he did with his head hitting the ground. Maybe he's going to my fall school, which, still in session.
Arch Manning
You've seen what the miracles I've done for Tua over the last. Well, he's still no good as a quarterback, but I've helped him out with his falling.
I watched the way Tua plays football, and I don't know if you helped him with anything. I also hear what that guy says at press conferences, and you didn't help him fast enough.
Does he seem a little concussed still?
Yeah, I think the 14 concussions he's had have gotten to him over the years. Yeah, that make a whole lot of sense. Yeah, Arch Manning, he had 1 carry last week. Season low. Like, by far, his previous low was 4. That was the Oklahoma game, another great game that Arch Manning has played. So his legs are a weapon, But now his arm is a weapon too. He can hit guys. And again, his accuracy was fantastic against Vanderbilt. So, maybe he's going to run. Odds are he's going to be running more than one time against Vanderbilt. Odds are he'll get sacked at least once against Georgia. But yeah, it's nice to know that, okay, you've got a quarterback who can stay back there in the pocket and win you a football game against a very good team. He doesn't have to rely on his legs to make him a difference maker.
Look at you feeling good on a Friday. There you go.
Yeah, I like what Arch Manning has done. I think he's matured a lot. And, I think Steve Sarkisian is trusting his quarterback a little bit more. To me.
Yeah, I'm trusting that the offensive line has found some, they've patched up some holes right now.
Yeah, I'm not trusting that as much, but I hope you're right.
I'm just hoping that they don't shit the bed on the road in Athens. That's what it is. Yeah. I hope that you don't, you've been places, but a lot of them have not started in the positions that they're in. And I worry about getting overwhelmed. That's why, for some reason, I'm still going to say you got to do something in this run game. You got to find 2 or 3 runs that you can lean on a little bit, find a weak link on their defense and get after them.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing with the offensive line. They're not out of position. Guys have been playing out of position all year. And finally, I don't know why it took 9 games for us to get here. And look, we don't see what happens in practice, but I don't give a crap about practice. None of us do. And the people who pay Steve Sarkisian's salary and all of those coaches' salaries, they also don't care about practice at all. But
yeah, they just want the results.
The offensive line that you put out there against Vanderbilt has 5 guys playing at the right position, and it's your 5 most experienced guys up front. It's not like, oh, let's just trot out like 2 freshmen, a redshirt sophomore, and 2 juniors, and maybe this will work. No, it's like you've got your most experienced left tackle. You've got your most experienced left guard. You've got your most experienced center. You've got your most experienced right guard, and you've got your best and I guess most experienced right tackle. It's like, why did it take so long for the most obvious combination, a combination that people have been asking for a long time? Why did it take so long for us to get here? Can't change the past. Now you're here. Hopefully you can build on it.
Well, once again, those are serious conversations that staff has had with the guy who calls the play and the guy who deals with the offensive line. I guarantee you they've had – I think this year has been a series of conversations between those 2 dudes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. And like I sure hope – look, I hope this offensive line plays great, but if they do, I hope that's not going to turn into Steve Sarkisian and Kyle Flood saying, see, we were right the whole time. We don't need portal O-linemen. We could just develop our –
Oh, no, they got to be smarter than that.
Yeah, that can't happen. That would be a negative side effect of this offensive line figuring it out.
I could see the offensive line coach going that direction, but the guy who gets the big money and helps pay those guys and keep their families happy, he's going to say, "Oh no, we're not doing this again."
No, God, no, that can't happen. But yeah, hopefully you're right. This offensive line coming off its best game of the year, and the Georgia defensive line, but they've been very good stopping the run, which obviously scares you because we know what this Texas run game is.
Can you survive without being able to run in Athens, though?
I don't know. Well, I mean, here's the thing, like, and this is last year's teams versus this year's team, so I don't know how much you can take, but Texas, the SEC championship game in Atlanta, not Athens, but in the state of Georgia, they ran it 28 times for 31 yards. If they had a kicker who didn't suck, they win that game. Like, they had ample opportunities to win, even though they couldn't run. So, yeah, it would sure as hell help you if you could run for more than 31 yards against those guys. Yeah. But, last year, one of the games, the first game, obviously, this was not the case. But the game in the SEC title, you ran at 31 yards. You still should have won. So, maybe you don't need to have a super explosive ground attack to win.
Jeez, that's like, I mean, you can pee longer than that.
31 yards?
Yeah, you can piss for more yards than that. My goodness.
We're doing to test that. I'll go to Louisiana this weekend and just I'm going to stand on this end of the bathroom and see
just
how far is that, 30 yards?
Go across the board in Louisiana and try that out.
Oh, man.
They do it every day.
Yeah, just bring out a yardstick. All right, let's see. Can I make it this far? 31 of these, please.
Yeah,
So yeah,
I got a feeling Trey Wiseman has to have his best game of the year. I mean, and these are going to be hard fought yards. I mean, hard fought yards, not, and maybe one of the guys from Georgia will slip trying to make a tackle. I mean, those are the things that you have to have go for you in a game like this. Somebody gets out of position, instead of getting their whole body in there, they try to make an arm tackle on that guy, and he goes for 37 yards. So, I mean, like the Oklahoma game, like a run to win a game like this against Georgia on the road.
Yeah, I agree. Georgia's defense, by the way, giving up 101.4 yards per game on the ground. That is 16th in the country. So not as good as Texas.
I'll take that today.
Yeah, not as good as Texas is, but oh my God, that'd be incredible. The problem is Texas hasn't been getting those averages, right? Like we've talked about Mississippi State's rush defense average. We talked about Vandy's rush defense average. Kentucky's, they're not getting close to those.
Yeah, like I said, I'll take that 101, 102 yards. I'll take that in a second. I'd take it on this day. I would take it and say if that's what's going to happen, they're in the game.
I think you said earlier in the week you'd take 75, and I tend to agree with you.
Yeah, 75 is more like I think they're going to be, but I feel if I can get over 100, I'm really right there.
God, I think,
and that's including Arch now. Remember, we're counting him.
Yeah. I think they're going to be like 50 to 60. Honestly, there's your pessimistic BK showing back up.
There, he just showed up again.
You thought I was overly optimistic today, but I'm going to
pick my offensive player, and that guy's going to have a hell of a game, and I'm going to go with him next Saturday. And I'm going to go deep, and it's going to be a running back, and I'm going big yards against Georgia.
Sign me up, please.
Because I ain't picking the tight end to do anything.
No. Tight end's coming off a decent game by his standards. But, God, it feels like Arch Manning doesn't like the tight end very much. I feel like every time Jack Andrews catches a pass, he is getting clocked.
He is. That dude is getting clocked in the blocking, the run blocking, and in the pass catching. He didn't come here for this. He is getting hammered.
Jack Andrews must have said something about Arch Manning's mama or something. I don't know, because he's getting some hospital balls this year, it feels like.
He throws more balls at Hammer Fingers than he does him.
Yeah, well, Hammer Fingers didn't play a lot against Vanderbilt, and I am not opposed to him not playing a lot against Georgia. I think he's going to be really good.
Seeing 4 or 5 of those guys that I don't even know their names, that's not fun either.
Stupid. No, it's stupid. Like, you have 4 receivers who can be difference makers. You have 1 tight end who can be. So why are you playing more tight ends and less receivers? Didn't make sense.
Get it.
You went way more 11 personnel against Vanderbilt. You averaged like more than 7 yards per play when you did that. When you went 12 personnel, you were barely over 3. The numbers, it's not just that game. It's all season long. Texas has been way better with less tight ends on the field. So stop putting a bunch of Jags. Again, Jordan Washington's a redshirt freshman. Amari Winston, freshman. Nick Townsend, freshman. These guys are going to be better. We're not trying to build for 2026 or 27 here.
No.
We're trying to make the playoff in 2025. So put your best players and the guys who can help you do that this year on the field. All right, we'll take your thoughts. More Texas football, a few more stats to dive into, some other things we'd like to see 8 days from now when the Longhorns take on Georgia between the hedges. But before we dive back into Texas, how about some sponsor shout-outs, Buck?
Folks, our good friends over Relax the Bag embrace a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based in 35 years of proven expertise. And my back, of course, could not be happier. Their motto is to live wellness. And right now, transform your routine of your life with these great savings over at Relax the Bag. Of course, adjustable mattress sets, Tempur-Pedic pillows, and mattress sets there. You can save all kinds of money right now at Relax the Bag on Humann scale, office chairs, desk, and accessories. And how about the zero gravity recliners? Got to get one of those, BK. I got to do one of those one of these years. I'm just afraid I'll be falling asleep in it. It's got to be so comfortable. I've never fallen asleep. I've never had a recliner, so I don't know what it's like. But every time I see somebody's old man in a recliner, their mouth is wide open and they're not watching anything. They're asleep. So I got to get one of those. But I'm not quite an old man yet. But they do have the accessories that relax the back that I need to help out my thoracic area, and of course, my shoulders, my hips, my lumbar area. And folks, you can heal and recover, work smarter, sleep reimagine, and live pain-free at Relax the Back, of course, in BK's at the Hill Country Galleria, across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin, at the Gateway Shopping Center right across the street from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck does sometimes at Relax the Back.
Yeah, my parents have one of those zero gravity chairs from Relax the Back.
And who sleeps in that?
That would
Anybody?
be me. That would be me.
Oh, you do?
Well, Thanksgiving coming up, going down to Houston in a couple of
boy.
weeks. I will be saying hello to my parents and my sisters, and I will be saying hello to the chair right after. The man in the chair. That is me. Shout out to Relax the Back. Also, shout out to Covert Bee Cave. Man, I can't help myself, Buck. I keep saying I don't need a new car. I don't need a new car. And then I just go to covertbeecave.com and spend like an hour looking at their giant inventory. It's bad. It is bad, but they are good. I look there for a reason. I'm not looking at a bunch of different websites. I'm going to go through the Coverts because, they're the best. They've been around for more than 100 years, and Covert Bee Cave has 42 acres of vehicles. So if you're not entirely sure what you're looking for, head over to covertbeecave.com or head out to Covert Bee Cave on Highway 71. Great inventory, unmatched service. The people there are fantastic. They've treated us like family from day one. They're going to do the same for you. What do they say about those Covert prices, Buck?
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
CovertBeecave.com for more info.
And our good friends over at Tony C's Pizza. Don't forget Tuesday, 2-for-1 pizza. Wednesday, Unwine Wednesday. That's half-price bottles of wine at Tony C's Pizza, Austin's original coal-fired pizza, serving that New York-style pizza. And, of course, that great Ciola family Italian food. Get yourself not only pizzas, how about some ravioli, some spaghetti there? I love Tony C's. I love Italian food. I am an Italian cuisine guy. I love it. I love raviolis. I don't do good with my own homemade meatballs, but boy, I love to get myself a nice big bowl of pasta, spaghetti, raviolis, shells, everything. You stuff it with all that good stuff, and I'm going to eat it. And you can get that at Tony C's, of course. They've been in that Bee Caves area for over 15 years. And as I said, get the 2-for-1 pizzas on Tuesday. I'm trying to get you to get over there and get yourself 2-for-1. Put one in the refrigerator, eat one that day, because you can't eat a whole pizza at a sitting by yourself, probably. That's kind of sad, but you can do that. I know you can.
Yeah.
Thus your round shoulders. So we love it. I love Mr. C, and I love Tony C's Pizza.
Yes, indeed. And we love centextickets.com as well. Texas basketball plays tomorrow at the Moody Center. Texas women's basketball plays tonight at the Moody Center. If you want to catch a Texas hoops game this weekend, get your tickets online at centextickets.com. Of course, Longhorn football games, home and away. If you want to be at any or all of the final 3 regular season games, Centex Tickets has you covered. Don't forget to use our exclusive promo code, Centex10. You type that in at checkout, boom, 10% off instantly any ticket purchase from our great friends at centextickets.com.
Well, I started out this morning, folks, by waking up, whatever I hear on my 70s channel, which I hear 37 times a day over and over. I listen to the top 40, of course, with Casey Kasem. And, dude, I woke up to singing Delta Dawn. What's that flower you have on? My wife almost was going to punch me in the head. She hates that song. I'm like, how can you hate Delta Dawn? What's that flower you have on? She said, I hate that song, and I hate that Mimi Ripperton song that she screams. I can't even hit those notes. Now I heard my voice, but I can't do it. But she hates Delta Dawn. I'm like, how can you hate that song?
Does she hate the song, or does she hate you singing the song?
She hates the song. She hated it as a kid growing up. I always thought it was kind of catchy. And, when I hear those songs, they stay with me all day long. So then I wake up singing it, when I'm in the bathroom, and she's like, hey, stop it now. I'm like, what did I do? I mean, I didn't stink up the bathroom or anything. I'm just singing that song. She hated that song. I know some of the olds out there love it, though.
She's trying to just wake up and ease into her day, and now she's got to hear you do your best Minnie Ripperton impersonations.
Oh, no, I can't do that one. That hurt my voice there.
Who's Delta Dawn? We said Helen Reddy?
Helen Reddy, yes.
Helen Reddy, that's you.
Helen Reddy had a series of 70s hits that were okay.
Helen Godbolt.
Her and Anne Murray. Great Canadian.
Murray. Who's that?
Great Canadian Anne Murray.
I don't know if I know much Anne Murray. What's she sing?
Oh, God.
Oh, boy. Sorry to put you on.
Come on, CB, help me out.
Oh, you think CB's going to know this?
CB knows some of the old stuff.
CB also knows everything, so I guess
Well, his dad would have been listening to that music.
Interesting. Yeah. Well, good for you. Thanks for trying to hit that high note on the show a few moments ago. That was
Sorry
impressive.
about that, but I do listen to Casey Kasem, the weekly top 40.
Is that show still on?
Casey's, I think, way dead, but yeah, they still bring that thing to life on channel 70 XM.
Yeah, it appears Casey Kasem's show died in 2014 when he died.
Come on, it's still playing.
Probably died a few years before that, but
they start at BK. They start that top 40 on Friday, and it plays straight through the weekend all the way to Sunday, just over and over. It's just like, and I hear, and I go from 40 all the way to the number one song in the nation. And damn it, if the damn Bee Gees didn't. I didn't realize the Bee Gees just strung so many together in the 70s. I know you weren't a disco guy, so you wouldn't understand that.
I wasn't really alive in the 70s, so I didn't have a choice.
You were discoing in the womb, or you were discoing out in space somewhere?
Maybe my parents were discoing like in high school or something, but not me.
Yeah, I was a Saturday Night Fever. Yeah, I did all those moves.
Now the top 40, I mean, it's the current top 40, right? They're not doing like reruns of, hey, here's the top 40 from 1972. Are they?
Yeah, they do it. That's what plays on the 70s channel. That's all the music. You listen to 70s music.
Oh, I do, but I don't listen to the 70s channel. I guess I don't hear them do countdowns from 50 years ago. I'm not.
Oh, yeah, they do the countdown, the top 40 songs from 1972 and 73. I mean, they do it all.
What channel is that on?
It's on XM 70.
Oh.
They go by and I can tell when I hit the button and it accidentally goes to the 80s music, I'm going, man, this is crap.
Oh, you don't like any 80s music, huh?
I'm like, I don't like this music. No, I stick right with the 70s all day long.
Let me introduce you to the 90s. If you think the 80s music sucked, check out the 90s.
Is that bad? If I'm going to hit the 90s station, am I going to hear some bad stuff?
Yeah. I mean, you'll hear some like, oh, I remember this song. And then you'll be like, why was this popular? What were we doing?
How did that happen?
I mean, there's some great songs. Every decade's got some great songs. But, yeah, give me the 70s and the 80s over the 90s every day of the week and twice on Sundays. Question.
Yeah, I used to, somebody said, listen to Delilah. Yeah, I used to listen to Delilah. I used to have her, too. She'd come on late in the evenings. I'd be listening to her.
What about, what was that sex doctor who would come on?
Dr. Laura?
Was that her name, Dr. Laura?
Yeah, I didn't listen to her. I didn't need any. I went to high school. I knew all the guys in high school taught me all that stuff. I didn't need her. I got it right from the good doctors. I got it from the doctors themselves.
Yeah, the STD doctors around town. That's who you were going to see.
Boy.
They all knew you on the streets.
One time, brother. Just one time. One time in a lifetime ain't bad.
Oh, my God. All right. Well, there's some music talk for you on Friday.
It's not experimental anymore. It's like drugs. There's no experimenting anymore. Just say no.
What, for sex?
Unsafe sex, yes. Things like that. Just
say no to safe sex.
Just say no. There'll be a time and a place for all of that.
Huh.
But I said just say no to drugs. Say no. No experiment.
Dr. Ruth, that's who I was thinking of.
Dr. Ruth.
Laura. I don't know who Dr. Laura is.
Dr. Ruth, yeah. She was a little tiny little lady.
Yeah.
She's about Kyler Murray size.
Oh, boy.
Oh, yeah.
So your height.
No, I'm way taller than Dr. Laura.
Okay.
She's about 4'7".
Dr. Ruth, again, is her name, I think.
Oh, yeah, Dr. Ruth, yeah. What am I thinking of Dr. Laura?
It might be like a doctor you actually have. I have no idea.
Maybe my doctor.
Oh, my God. All right. Well, talking about this Texas running game a little bit, another thing that I would really like the Longhorns to work on during the bye, you've got to find a number 2 running back. And
can you find a number 1 first?
Well, you have a number 1. Trey Wisner's your number 1. I mean, is he elite? No, but he's the best running back that you have. There's no question about that. But like Trey Wisner can't do it all. Like he can't. I know there have been some games in his Texas career where you've been able to give him the ball 25, 30 times and just ride him to a victory, and that's great. But I don't think that should be your strategy when you're playing teams like Georgia and Texas A&M down the stretch.
Yeah, well, when you have some success and you're having a game where you're in the 90s and it's the third quarter and you want to run them 25 times, that's great. He feels good. But when you're just getting your face battered at the line of scrimmage and you're giving it to him, 12 times, you're looking, I can't do this to him again. Even the head coach is going, I don't think that's going to be quite fair to do to this dude.
No, I mean, these games are going to be extremely physical, right? I mean, Georgia and A&M, they're physical teams. A&M's a rivalry game. I mean, they're going to feel like playoff games. Like Sark's going to call every game a playoff game, but these are like playoff caliber matchups with Texas, Georgia, Texas A&M. They're going to be incredibly physical. I don't know if you could have a running back who's already been dealing with a couple of injuries this year, just taking that many hits and expect the effectiveness to be there. Like, I think it can get up every time. I'm not saying he's guaranteed to get hurt, but like, I don't know if the effectiveness is going to be there in quarter number 4 if he's carrying the ball 100%.
You need somebody to spell him, not just to spell him, but they have to be decent.
That's the thing. CJ Baxter hasn't been decent. It sucks.
No.
I love him. Great kid. We all want him to be great. Maybe next year he will be, the further he gets removed from that ACL injury. Maybe he'll just get hurt every time he plays football. I don't know. But right now, he's not it. So I'm looking to James Simon. I'm looking to Simon and Godbolt.
I think we saw a little bit of a flash early in the season that by this time of the year, that guy should have been a contributor in the run game somehow. To spell somebody for a series or two. If you're good enough, if you're good enough, my deal. If you're good enough, you're old enough. There's no reason why a freshman that comes to the University of Texas as a running back can't be playing as a freshman. That old days of, he can't pass protect, then fire the running back coach. That's the excuse for that. If the running back can't block for, if he's getting run over by guys and he's not good in protection, fire the coach. Go get another running back coach. So
hey, you've got 2 weeks to work on that. If that hasn't been a strong suit for James Simon, all right, what are you doing these 2 weeks? Make him better at that.
Yeah, I mean, that can't be – is that – we haven't heard that, though. But generally that's the excuse that a lot of coaches will come up with, the head coach, about running backs. They're too young. They really can't protect our quarterback. He doesn't understand pass protection. And that's where I still say, if he came to the university, got a scholarship here, by this time in his career, these many months, this many games, then you made a mistake on the guy you hired to coach him.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, maybe if you don't do that in high school, that's one thing. But the guy's been, James Simon was an early enrollee, so he's been here since January. It's now November.
Oh, no, I'd have had his ass ready to go by the fall. He'd
Right.
have been by the springtime, he'd have been a pro at that.
And I don't know, you talk about if he's good enough, he's old enough, or whatever ditty line you like to say. But I don't know if James Simon's good enough. I just know what you're getting with CJ Baxter is not good.
I honestly don't know either, BK. I just saw a little flash, a couple little quick steps and quick moves to tell me he's got a little something in him, but we never got a chance to see very much of it because they were spending time with the guy who comes off an Achilles tear that they thought was going to be somebody. They kept giving him the ball and giving him opportunities when that other cat should have probably got the opportunities.
Yeah. James Simon has played in 3 games this year. 17 carries for 67 yards against UTEP. He had 9 carries for 50 yards against Sam Houston. And then he played a little bit against Oklahoma, 3 carries for 5 yards. But he hasn't played since October 11th. The next game is November 15th. So he's fresh.
Yeah, when the people see it and the coach doesn't see it, the coach is the position, and he hadn't figured that out with the head coach and told him this guy needs to be doing it. That scares you about a situation. You know it, I know it, the American people know it, that kid should be carrying the ball a little bit more. He's got better flash than the guy that they were pushing on it, and they wanted to have something happen. And maybe that guy's year will be next year, or the more he gets into coming off of his injury, sort of like CJ Baxter. I just know right now, for me, CJ Baxter is such a straight liner because I don't think he can move on the hamstring, the knee, or whatever. He doesn't have that flash or that explosion. He's just a fullback. Yeah. And you already got rid of a fullback. You already sent one to Florida A&M. You already sent one guy packing back to Florida A&M. So if this is what this dude is going to be like, I know you love him. That's great. Put your arm around him. Give him some NIL money, some candy, or whatever you do. But that guy, he's got to be able to produce for you. And at this school, in running backs, there should never be a year that you don't come up with a great one from somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah. I wrote down a list of a few players that Texas needs more from down the stretch. And I just wrote down running back 2, whoever it is. If it's
Yeah.
CJ Baxter, who's going to continue to get the number 2 carries, or if it's James Simon, or if it's Christian Clark. I don't expect it to be Christian Clark right now. That's the guy you're talking about.
Right.
But one of those 2 guys, Baxter or Simon, has to step up and just take some snaps away from Trey Wisner.
When I saw CJ in the game last game, I thought, I'm like, man, this is going to be the game that he just proves me wrong, that he is back to being the guy. He's just got to prove me wrong. Then I saw him kind of lean into a couple, runs. I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
It's just not there for it. And folks, really, that's to be. It's not trying to prove myself right or whatever. It's just you have to expect that on a guy coming off a type of injury. Like, everybody doesn't come off that injury the same, and sometimes it takes them a year or 2 to get that one going before they become themselves again. And sometimes it just doesn't happen.
Right. Agreed. And CJ Baxter averaged, I think, 1.4 yards after contact per carry last week against Vanderbilt. Trey Wisner was like 3.5. So
yeah,
it feels like CJ Baxter is getting tackled by the first guy who touches him. And that's,
and the velocity isn't there where he runs through that stuff right now.
No, you're right. And again, I think it has a lot to do with the injury, but we're focusing on right now. Okay, who gives us the best chance to win right now? And I don't think it's CJ Baxter, but I don't know if it's not CJ Baxter because we haven't seen James Simon hardly at all since SEC play.
And you don't have the type of line that you can be a straight liner and go straight downhill and get yourself 4 or 5 yards. That's not that type of offensive line. They're not going to move people enough there. You're going to have, as you said, you're going to have to make somebody miss in the hole, or sometimes several people standing in the hole to get 4 yards, in your run game. So it's not a straight line kind of deal. Now, if this is one of those big, powerful offensive lines that just came downhill at you, it'd be different to run that way. But it's not. You got to make people miss.
Yeah, agreed. Another name I wrote down for players that Texas needs more from in these final 3 games, Jalen Gilbo, the cornerback opposite Manny Muhammad. He's been fine, but at times he's looked out of place. He's had some missed tackle problems. He's played some very soft coverage, and guys have gotten stuff underneath. Like, I don't think he's been as good as I thought he would be. And I don't think he's been as good as Texas thought he would be. And it'd be nice for him to step up his game a little bit because, teams aren't going to go after Manny Muhammad that much, right? It's almost like last year where no one went after Jahdae Barron because they knew how good he was. So teams would go after Manny Muhammad on the other side of the field. Manny Muhammad this year is not as good as Jahdae Barron last year, but he's clearly the best corner on the team. So it's like teams are going away from that guy. So Jalen Gilbo is going to get a lot of action like he already has. I would like to see him up his game a little bit down the stretch.
Yeah, and I'll say this for the run game, BK. If they know that your runners aren't explosive right now, you talk about a group that tees off. The guys on the other side of the ball, they tee off when it comes to getting towards your running backs and your offensive line. And Georgia will tee off. They may not have great ones, but they got good ones, very good ones. That.
I mean, I see the stats, but I'm still programmed to believe that Georgia has an elite defense, and they still have a bunch of NFL players up front. And look, I mean, they're going to bring it. It's a Saturday night game.
You're going to find out who your weak link is, and they're going to attack that, whether it's your running back or your offensive line men. Whoever the weak link is in that particular game against them, they're going after them, and they won't stop.
No, that's their last SEC home game. It's under the lights. It's a huge matchup. Odds are Georgia beats Mississippi State tomorrow. So, they're going to be a top 5 team still playing for SEC title hopes and college football playoff hopes.
Sure.
So, yeah, they're going to bring it. They're going to be ready to roll. They're going to be amped up. Texas always gets everybody's best shot, and it's going to be no exception when they're playing Georgia next weekend. So,
there's no doubt that's a playoff game, and it's got playoff implications. It's a playoff game. You have to be ready immediately. You can't, as you said, you may not get a fast start, but you gotta start. You got to start somewhere. You can't be a 3 and out. You got to move the ball. Field position will be important. Your defense is really good. You got to let your defense do things. You can't hurt them on the offensive side the way you've played over the last couple of weeks. You've been good. You cannot now retreat. This is not the time to retreat offensively.
No, it's not. And it is time for the defense to retreat back to what it was before these last 2 weeks, because especially the secondary, I mean, they've been really, really
Sure.
bad. So it's like, it'd be the worst. This would be the worst thing ever. The worst thing ever. The Texas offense finally figures it out. After like 3 months of the season, they finally get it in gear. And it's like, yes, that's what we've been waiting for. Here it is. And then the defense gets bad. Like, all we've been waiting for is, like, all right, the defense is elite. Can we just get the offense? Can we just get the offense? The offense arrives, and all of a sudden the defense takes a step back. That would be the most frustrating thing ever. And, the last 2 games have not been great for the defense. The run defense, more than fine. They're still top 5 in the country. Hell, the pass rush, more than fine. Top 1 in the country. But the secondary,
they're going to need that pass rush, Sarah. They're going to need to have Stockton run around a little bit. He's going to have to get him off of his spot. He's becoming pretty good on the run and in the pocket. They protected him pretty well. That's where Texas is going to make their way. They got to force him to be the guy to make mistakes, and this offense then has to take advantage when they get a turnover.
Before you even do that, Texas isn't getting a lot of turnovers lately because their secondary is playing so shitty. So, like, you've got to, the pass rush, you force Gunnar Stockton into, like, you want him to roll out, but right now quarterbacks have been able to, okay, there's pressure coming. Oh, here's a guy wide open. I'll just go ahead and throw it right there. You got to cover.
That's the one. That guy sitting down there at 18 yards wide open is the one that kills you.
And how about this stat, man? Like, if you don't think Michael Taft is valuable, if you don't think Michael Taft is like an All-American, how about these numbers right here? With Michael Taft on the field this year, Texas has allowed 3 passing touchdowns, and they have 5 interceptions. Without Michael Taft, they've allowed 8 passing touchdowns, and they have 0 interceptions.
No, they need to get the ball back. He needs to be healthy next week.
It's crazy. The yards per attempt stat are vastly different too. I mean, just every statistic with and without Michael Taft. By the way, Michael Taft has played more games than he's missed, so more opportunities for teams to have touchdowns against Texas. But without him, this secondary has just fallen off a cliff.
Yeah, that's tough. That they can't do. I mean, they got too many talented guys back there that should be coached up. If one guy's missing, you can't fall apart like that.
Now, I think the biggest key to the Texas defense, maybe to the entire Texas team for these last 3 games, Michael Taft and Jelani McDonald stay healthy. Because unfortunately, like Xavier Filsme and Derek Williams Jr., they're just not it right now. And it's shocking how bad they were against Vanderbilt.
And the guys on the defensive line are playing so well right now, and the rushers are playing well. You can't waste this now. This is not the time to waste it.
You've had a crap ton of sacks, and you've given up 31 and 38 points the last 2 games.
I know.
Like and you've stopped the run. So it's like, it's not like, oh, they're gouging you with the run. No, it's all over the top. Blake Shapen, 380 yards, 4 touchdowns, no picks. Diego Pavia, 350-something yards, 3 touchdowns, no picks. It's like, what are we doing here, guys? This isn't, Ty Simpson and Gunnar Stockton here, 2 best quarterbacks in the SEC, whoever you want to throw in there. Like this, Blake Shapen we're talking about. That guy's an insurance salesman. At least that's what he's about to be in 3 months.
Getting it done.
You can't let him get it done against you. So that's a key. Another thing, by the way, I mean, the Texas run defense, you've talked a lot about the Texas rushing offense. Texas run defense has to be good too. They passed the test against Vandy. Vandy came in averaging more than 200 yards a game on the ground. Against the mighty Longhorns, just 58. So Texas gives up 78.2 per game. That's 4th in the country. Georgia averages 184 per game. That's like 40th in the country. Not elite, but the point is the number needs to be closer to 78 than 180.
Yes. I will take giving up 100 and be okay with it.
Sure. Yeah. Like if you're pushing 2 bills, if they're at like that 185, 190 number, then
that's not good.
You're losing. But if it's closer to 100, like, it could be 100, 110.
Sure.
Fine. If it's right around there, then you've got a shot.
That's why you have to offset it with your run game. Your run game can't be 46, 38.
Yeah. I mean, you're right, but I'm scared when you say that. It's like,
my guy Trey Wiseman's about to have a game.
Come on. He
He's about
usually
to have
plays his best in big
Hey,
games.
he's got a week. He got a week off. He's about to have a game. They're about to find ways to put the ball in his hands too.
Yeah.
He's probably sick of seeing Wingo have all this success and him coming up with 70 yards. And that guy was having 150-yard games last year in big games. He's got to. This has got to be the one for him. This has got to be his game against this particular team to get that voodoo, hoodoo, you knew off your back, because you need to get that. You need to get rid of that over Georgia. It's going to be a long couple years, or it could be even a long season seeing them again. So we need to get that off. We need to get that one gone.
I'll say it right here. I would love to see Georgia again. However this game goes, because that means Texas is either in the SEC title game or they're in the playoff. So, yeah, I'll take 2 games against the Dogs this year. But you got to win this one to help.
Trey Wisner got to be healthy by now. BK, he's had 2. This really is a couple of weeks where, he hadn't gotten really punished, and he's come out of the games healthy. And then you get another week as a running back. He's got to be good. Yeah. He's got to be healthy and explosive next week.
Trey Wisner's total numbers. These are rushes and receptions. Trey Wisner against Vanderbilt, 20 touches for 103 yards. You take that against Georgia, don't you?
No? Yes. Yeah, I guess. I'll take that. That's in both. That's just in touches alone. Yes.
Well, he had 18 carries for 75 yards and a touchdown on the ground, and then 2 catches.
Yeah, that's fine.
2 catches for 28 yards. So that got him over the century mark as a whole.
Yeah, I think in this particular game, they'll throw the ball to him a little bit more too. I think he'll get about 4 or 5 catches in this game where he sneaks out, because they unless they're doing max protection. Once again, they do max protection. Wow.
Was it the Georgia game where, God, Trey Wisner had that big drop on the screen over the middle?
Yeah.
Like Texas had so little going for them, and Sark finally dialed up a play, and it would have been a great one, at least like 30, 40 yards, maybe a touchdown. And I think, just hit Trey Wisner in the hands and just hit the ground. You can't, okay, Ryan Wingo's going to play next week. Can't drop. 3 drops against Mississippi State. No, you can't have that.
Got a dislocated thumb.
He didn't have one against Mississippi State, and he still dropped them.
Well, he was using his feet again then.
Well, maybe it's people are speculating that Arch is better post-concussion. That was a good thing for Arch. Maybe.
Well, we kept saying he maybe should hit his head up against the stadium before he runs out.
Yeah, maybe the dislocated thumb will be a good thing for Ryan Wingo. Oh, he can catch now.
I'm going to say that doesn't help the guy who can't catch. That's going to hinder the guy who needs to be able to catch the ball. It's quick screen, yes. Down the field, coming across the middle with traffic, yow.
Odds are you were right about that.
Well, get that. The freshman, is he hurt too? One of those freshman superstars that don't play?
Dalen McCutcheon, the receiver?
Yeah, is he okay?
Yeah, I think he's okay. He left the game against Vandy, but came back in, but he left the facility in a sling last weekend. But I still think, it sounds like from the insiders that he's going to be okay.
That's one of those dudes I'd be trying to get involved. If he's your,
they won't.
I know.
I don't disagree with your take. Sorry to shut you down. I
know what you're saying. I mean, hell, they're just as well to put another tight end that I don't know his name in the game.
Well, no, the thing is, McCutcheon only played last week because Wingo got hurt, right? So I think they clearly trust their top 4 receivers with Wingo, Mosley, Moore, and Livingston. And you're playing Georgia. This is not a game where let's see if this guy is ready for this moment. That's just not what the Texas coaches do.
Yeah, as soon as the first ball hits Wingo in the hands and he shakes his thumb, you're going to be Yeah, that guy better be getting some snaps in practice, though.
The only way, you know how loyal Sark is. It's not just a quarterback thing. If Wingo's healthy, he's going to leave him out there, even if he drops a couple.
Dude, if he can't catch, he can't help you.
Just saying.
If he's dropping 2 or 3 balls in that game, you're going to lose, because every one of those balls is going to matter. Once again, I don't care if he's going in motion. You hand it to him 3 times. That's okay with me.
Yeah, I agree. Ball's going to matter. He needs to catch him.
And he still has to protect the ball with whatever hand he's going to use.
He needs to catch him and protect him. You're right. Fumbling hasn't been a big issue. It's just catching has been the issue. for Wingo. We got a couple of texts asking about Ryan Niblett as a running back. Buck, you as the running backs coach, we know that's his primary position right now. We know they're trying to incorporate him more and more into the offense. Do you trust Ryan Niblett as a true running back to get some actual carries?
No.
Okay.
I can trust him, but he's not going to do anything with it.
It's not big enough, not strong enough.
No, he's not going to make the type of moves you need to have inside the tackles that a running back who does it all the time. Okay, now if you get him outside on a sweep or something and he's just running like he's doing a punt return, that's fine because he's got that kind of speed and he's got the ability to make one guy out in open space miss. But in between the tackles where there's arms and legs and people tripping you and, and you're falling all over feet, I don't see that kind of movement in him. I see him as a one-cut guy and maybe fall forward. You got enough of those guys. Hell, you can use C.J. Baxter for one cut and with 230 pounds, pile drive forward for a little bit. You got one of those. Leave that dude right where he is. I'm not wasting snaps. Like I said, I'll get the freshman ready to play. Christian Clark by now, if he's that guy that they talked about, he should have been that guy, but he's not. So he's still got some healing to do. Trey Wiseman's getting 30 carries, 30 touches next week.
Oh, so no RB2. It's just all Trey.
I don't give a shit about RB2.
Okay. All right.
And RB1 would tell you he don't give a shit about RB2 either. He's going to be on the sideline going, yeah, I'm ready to go. Unless he gets hit in the head or needs a blow because of something that is hurting on his body, he's going to say, I'm ready to go, coach. Let's go.
Ryan Niblett, by the way, listed at 5'10", 187. He has 5 carries for 15 yards, 8 catches for 60 yards. Those are the offensive numbers for Niblett this year. And I don't know. I could see him getting some carries next week because
they do that. They bring him in anyway, and the defense, they will all go to him.
Well, it goes to that point of like trying to not make it like, okay, you bring Ryan Niblett in, it feels like it's going to be a screen pass to him. Like you got to keep the defense honest. Maybe you hand it off to him one time. Maybe you go a different direction. Like Sark did a good job of that last week. Niblett was a decoy at times, and it opened up.
Before that, he was just getting the ball every time.
Well, exactly. But now, okay, you got 2 weeks.
Kirby Smart is not that dumb. He's a pretty good defensive coach.
So make him dumb. Then don't do the obvious shit where you like.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's what I say. Make him look dumb.
So if you have Niblett as a part of your offense and you have him in the backfield as a lone running back, it can't be. There's no way they're going to hand this guy the ball in between the tackles. You might have to give him one of those just to keep them honest. No?
Yeah. I mean, anything for me with him to get him outside, BK, is fine. You can swing screen him again, but they're going to know when he swings out there, guess who's coming? All 11.
Right. Well, that's the thing. That's why you can't just do that. That's my point. You can't do that on every single play where it's like, oh, yeah, Niblett's in the backfield. That means he's going out for a screen or they're throwing him on a wheel route or something. Like you got to at least have the wrinkle of, oh, they might. I just don't see him as a runner. I just don't see him as a runner in there. Now, he may get lucky. Once again, if somebody falls on the Georgia defense and somebody's not in the right place, you got to make them pay for doing that. He's the guy that can make them pay because if he gets loose, it's going to be hard to catch him. Right.
And but I'm not going to spend my time. Like I said, I'll be spending my time with that freshman that's got a little shake to him and get him prepared to play in the game. But once again, they won't. They don't trust him enough. By now, if he's not in there, they don't. The running back coach, the head coach, the offensive line coach are like, no, we don't want to do this. We'd rather do it with a guy who's a punt returner, who's not a running back. That let's just do that. Because what I don't want to screw him up is as punt returner. Hell, if he's got his mind set on being that guy, I'll keep his mind set on that. Do a great job of that. Feel the ball. Don't let it bounce. You've been very productive in that. You got running backs. It's Texas. You got running backs. They're supposed to be able to get into games and play.
Do you?
Well, they're supposed to.
Right. Well, you don't right now. So you need this, like you're trying to find ways to get more out of the running back position, and you're not getting enough of it with the guys that you have trotted out there. So that's, I think, why so many fans are pushing the Niblett experience. It's like, we know he's a playmaker. You're not getting a lot of plays being made by your running back room right now. Can we fuse these together and make something happen?
It's different than a punt returner. Sure. You got some open spaces than when you're between the tackles. If you're really not used to that, and you haven't grown up doing that, it's not easy to just take a handoff off tackle and say, okay, here's your decision. Here's where I want you to go. But if it's not there, you got to use some real natural ability. I just don't see him as that guy. I see him more and a little bit more. People say punt returning, that's not open. It's tight in there. Yeah, that guy makes one cut a lot of times in the punt return. And if there's a crease, the damn crease is like 7 or 8 yards before you see anybody else. And that's when he gets going. In between the tackles, a little bit different. Yeah. But as you said, if you put him in the game, you can't give it to him every time, or you're going to take a chance and give him and handing the ball off to him. That's okay, I guess. But no, my number 2 is going to be a running back that needs to get going.
Well, ESPN agrees with you because they still have Ryan Niblett listed as a defensive back.
Yeah, he's played every position on the field.
Season stats, 1 tackle, probably on special teams.
You know what he needs to do? If he plays defensive back, stay deeper than the deepest. You are the deepest player. He won't let anybody get behind him.
Yeah, maybe better than some of the safeties we saw last week. Good night. All right, we'll take your thoughts. We'll get back into this. Good conversation. Y'all's comments are great. Keep the text coming on the CODA text line, 512-222-9328. Of course, the YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. Before we dive back into some Longhorn football, and we got to preview some of the other big games in college football this weekend, let's get another round of sponsor shout-outs.
Hello, Jay and the gang over at Sue Patrick, the incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel, collectibles, accessories. They've got tons of Texas-themed gifts and items, including books there for you, a wide variety of men's and women's clothing in all the sizes that you're looking for, all the caps. They've got volleyball gear. They've got Longhorn football gear. You may need that, as we get ready. By the time Arkansas gets here, BK, should be a little cooler. Should be ready for some long sleeves. And Jay and the gang over at Sue Patrick, they've got that right there for you at 5222 Burnett Road. Orders over $59 or more, free online shipping, free curbside pickup, and tons of space when it's ready to go park. Please, you don't have to walk 4 or 5 blocks to get to Sue Patrick. They have a parking facility right there in front of them and plenty of space just for you. For more information, go to SuePatrick.com. Yes, my book is still here, and it hasn't moved since I've talked about it. Yeah. But it will this weekend if I got to deal with YouTube. I may sit on the couch, not watch any of the games, and sit right there and read this book.
No. I'm going to hold you to something you told the people earlier this week. You said if YouTube TV is not back by this weekend, you are going to make the change. We need you, man. We need you watching these games to talk about these games on Monday. We need you on that wall.
That's one of those bills that my wife kind of takes care of, and she doesn't like. I'm going right after this. I'm going right down and demand. I am the king of my castle.
It benefits her too. Doesn't she want to watch like ABC?
She doesn't watch TV, man. She doesn't do that.
Oh, well, then you have to take the charge here. You're the one who cares about this.
If she doesn't like it, I'll be starting to sing Delta Dawn on the way down the steps, see if she likes that.
Well, here's the thing. They've got all these specials, right? When you're a new customer, they'll give you like discounted rates. So you could tell her, hey, the price is cheaper if we do this. So
if we go to 7-day trial, right?
You can do a 7-day trial if you want.
But don't forget your credit card after 7 days. They're going to jack with that credit card.
Well, they're going to charge you. They'll
charge you for a year.
They'll probably charge you for a month, but I don't know why you would stick with YouTube TV, because if this is happening now, it's not the only time it's going to happen. So they might get this figured out. It's been what, a week? I think last Friday.
Once they figure it out, somebody's up in the price.
Yeah. All right. So you keep dunking on YouTube TV. You're going to stick with it? I am on the spectrum, Buck. Come join me on the spectrum.
I used to be with the Spectrum. Or was it Spectrum Direct TV? What was the thing with the little thing on top, the thing that kept blowing in the wind and then it would just get all fuzzed out and screwed up? Was that Direct TV?
That was Direct TV. Or
that
Dish
was a part
Network.
of this. The Dish Network. Was that a part of Spectrum?
No, those are different things.
Totally different? I have to go back to that.
Spectrum's just a box. You don't have to worry about a dish.
Yeah, I don't want anything that the wind up here on this hill will blow off.
There you go. Spectrum. Not a dish. Just a box that goes inside your house and plugs into your TV. Or just get Hulu or Fubo. Get a different streaming service if that's what you want to do.
I can still use Spectrum as my internet service.
You can't just read on a college football Saturday, dude. That is so sorry. I feel bad for you. I'm going to send you a fruit basket because I feel like you've lost something.
I'll be at Jack Allen's outside again,
There you
sitting
go.
outside watching.
Then you're going to stay there. You're going to stay there for 12 hours to watch all the football?
Hell no.
All right. Well, there's a lot of good games tomorrow, and they're spread out across the
day. If I've stayed there for 12 hours, believe me, I'm going to waste the 25 years that I have spent not drinking. That's for sure.
So your options are you switch TV providers or you waste your 25 years of sobriety.
Yeah. Who's the man of this house anyway?
Your wife.
Who's wearing the pants in this family?
Your wife. But she can be convinced. Tell her it's a job thing. It's a work thing.
I'm going to. I will do this.
You can write this off. You can write it off.
I know. It's just that I'm not the one to deal with the people. She's going to have to be the one dealing with the people because I refuse to deal with Martha from Venezuela. I don't want to deal with her on the phone.
You do hate the Venezuelans. You do hate all Latin folks.
No, I just don't want to deal with her.
And South American folks.
Give me the Krispy Kreme lady from New Jersey. Put her on. Let me talk to her.
Dude, I will. You give me your information. I'm dead serious about this. This is how much I care about you. You send me your information. I will make an account. I will set the whole damn thing up for it. Just like
I'm getting that done. That may have to happen today. We may have some Friday Maction or something on tonight.
Yeah, you do have. Well, you've already missed Maction this week, by the way.
On Tuesday, yes.
Sorry to let you down. I think there is Northwestern USC tonight.
There you go.
USC's ranked in the top 25.
I almost feel like I got my fill with football last night with Mr. Maru and his senior day.
Well, hopefully you didn't watch, and I guess you didn't because you were at a high school game. That Thursday night football game in the NFL was one of the worst football games I've ever seen in my entire life.
Did I see a score of 10-7?
You did, and you lost 50,000 units on that one.
How is that possible with Denver?
It was horrible. I mean, Bo Nix looked awful. I don't know what the game plan was. It's like Sean Payton just didn't trust Bo Nix to throw the ball down the field. Receivers were dropping passes left and right. And then Geno Smith on the other side's awful. And he got hurt late in the game. So, yeah, I think you had get
Kyler Murray ready for the Raiders.
It could happen. It absolutely could happen. But, yeah, you did not miss anything by missing that game. And it sucks because that was an Amazon game. So it's like, all right, well, I still have my Amazon subscription. I can't watch
I could have watched that, yes.
But it's like that's the football you got to see if you don't have YouTube or if you don't have ESPN, I guess. If you do have
I got Amazon downstairs. I can't do anything with that for these other games?
You can get – no, Amazon doesn't do college football. I mean, if you have Peacock, you could get like one Big Ten game. If you have Fox – you can get a few games. You can get a few college games tomorrow, but yeah, I mean, the SEC is on ABC. That's their bid. They're ESPN. So all of the SEC games tomorrow are going to be blocked if you have YouTube TV, which is why you got to change.
And I'm not getting Feinbaum and those characters during the week either, which pisses me off too.
Yeah, you are a Feinbaum guy for some reason.
Dude, did you I saw a picture yesterday of Stephen A., an AI generated deal where he was throwing Jerry Jones off the stadium from the press box, throwing him out. Have you seen that?
No.
You will die.
If I had, we'd be playing it on the show here.
Let me tell you something. I can't believe that hasn't found you yet, where he picks him up and throws him out of the press box. It is too much. You have got to find it, BK. I was like, no, it looks so real.
Yeah.
And landing into the seats down below.
You could get ESPN Unlimited, by the way, which is ESPN streaming service. But that's like $30 a month, and you would pay that on top of the YouTube TV that you pay for.
Wow.
That's another option. If you love YouTube TV and all the other channels that it gives you, including your court TV,
yes,
you could get ESPN Unlimited. Just have that a la carte. If you want, just use the ESPN app to watch all of your games. But
I'll just say this, Court TV has made me strange. You know, I was strange before. It's made me stranger. I need to get back to some Westerns.
Okay. I don't know. I don't know where to find those. You probably have to go back to cable for that.
Oh,
Get back on the spectrum with me.
yeah. My wife enjoyed me coming up in there as I would be watching a Western. Yeah, I need to get that. That made my life a little bit better. Court TV makes me frightened and afraid that there are people really out there like that.
Yeah, there are a lot of them out there.
Wow.
Maybe Antonio Brown's going to be on Core TV
Oh
soon.
my. Oh, for sure, he'd make the list.
That guy
Where did they pick up that dude at? Was he in like Venezuela? Where didn't they pick him up overseas somewhere
he was in
around the
Dubai.
sea?
Dubai?
Huh? Dubai?
Dubai, yeah. Yeah, big story that came out last night. Former NFL star Antonio Brown arrested on an attempted murder charge.
That doesn't surprise anyone.
Stemming from a May shooting after a celebrity boxing event in Miami. He was taken into custody by U.S. Marshals in Dubai and flown to New Jersey, where he is being held pending extradition to Miami.
Wow.
Yeah, he's accused of grabbing a handgun from a security staffer after the celebrity boxing match and firing 2 shots at a man he had been in a fist fight with earlier.
Here, I didn't bring my gun, but give me yours right now. Let me take this off of you.
Yeah, the man told investigators that one of the bullets grazed his neck, so nobody died in this incident. But, yeah, you fire 2 shots at somebody, that is an attempted murder right there.
I think so.
And, yeah, we will see.
Is there a jail where he just goes and we just don't see him anymore? We don't hear from him?
Maybe the best at this point. Innocent till proven guilty. We'll see what happens here. But yeah, it's sad to watch the demise of Antonio Brown. Like, he was obviously a great football player, but he also was a seemingly pretty normal human being for a while.
It's been a slow melt right now.
And, you know, everyone thinks CTE is playing a big part of this. And, you know, I don't know if you could prove that while somebody is living, but it's just, yeah, he's fallen off the rails. I don't know what it is, but it's sad to see. And now it's affecting other people too. So big problem there. Yeah, that was your big. So yeah, look for Antonio Brown's episode coming up on Court TV in the not too distant future. All right, there. Well, some of the big college football games. Obviously, no Texas game tomorrow, but I can tell you who you should be rooting against if you're a Texas fan.
Okay,
You know,
who am I rooting against tomorrow if I'm watching games?
This is pretty easy for you. Root against Notre Dame tomorrow.
Always.
Now, it's even easier than usual to root against Notre Dame because they are playing the Naval Academy.
Oh, you know me, I'm about to service people.
So support our troops. Navy 7-1 on the year. Their only loss was to a North Texas team that might make the playoff this season as the G5 representative. So Navy's all right, but Notre Dame is a 25.5-point home favorite tomorrow night.
Wow.
So we're going to need a minor miracle for the midshipmen to pull off an upset.
Anywhere in here I need to be rooting for Rutgers so we get some more of their coaches?
I don't know if Rutgers has any bearing on the college football playoff. Like, this is all about
you lose that many coaches. It's got to be tough.
Yeah, this is all about hating on teams that could keep Texas out of the CFP. And again, we'll say it every time we talk about the playoff. Texas runs the table. They go 10-2. They're going to make it. So nothing else matters. But if they don't, if they slip up somewhere, they can still make it, but they're going to need a little bit of chaos from around the nation to get in. So you want teams ranked ahead of you and just right below you to start losing. Notre Dame, God, if you could just get Notre Dame out of there, because they play nobody. Their toughest game left is against Pitt. And the fact that Notre Dame is ahead of Texas right now is infuriating to me. They don't deserve to be at all.
Are we rooting for Texas Tech?
No, we're rooting for BYU.
Okay.
Because BYU right now is undefeated. Texas Tech has 1 loss. I have a very difficult time thinking a 2-loss Big 12 team that doesn't win the Big 12 is going to get into the field. So if Texas Tech loses tomorrow, maybe they still somehow get to Arlington, and if they win, they'll be in. But assuming they don't, they're going to be out. That's 1 less team you have to worry about. If Texas Tech wins, that means you have 2 1-loss teams in the Big 12. And, you know, that gives them a better chance of getting 2 bids. You want the Big 12 to be a 1-bid league, to use a college basketball term, Big 12 and ACC, you want them to be one bid leagues to give as many SEC teams, Texas, I don't really give a crap about the other SEC teams, to give Texas the biggest chance to make it.
Okay.
Texas Tech, are you texting right now? You good over there?
I'm looking at somebody rooting for Penn State to beat Indiana.
Sure.
Nah, it ain't going to happen. I can be rooting for that, but that's not happening.
No, it ain't happening. How crazy. If I would have told you before the year, Buck, that Indiana is going to be a 14.5-point favorite at Penn State, what would you have told me?
I would have said, I'm 99% sure you're wrong on that. That's not going to happen.
Yeah, you and Antonio Brown have the same level of CTE. That's probably what you would have said.
Wow, that's nuts.
Yeah, Indiana, a 14. That doesn't feel like enough. Indiana's
good.
No.
That's one of my locks of the week.
Okay, yeah, we'll get to those.
Oh, my goodness. Kidding me?
Penn State 0-5, and they still haven't won a Big Ten game. They started 3-0. They're 0-5 in the Big Ten. And we'll beat Oregon in overtime.
So whoever the interim is there, he ain't getting that job either.
No, I don't even know who it is, but no, that thing is falling apart after Franklin left. I mean, it started falling apart with Franklin there. But, yeah, root for BYU tomorrow. Texas Tech's an 11.5-point home favorite there. Game day's there. There's students who have been camping out in Raiderville for a week for that game. It's the biggest home football game Texas Tech has played in a long time. I won't say the year because it's a bad memory.
Obviously, root for Mississippi State.
So that's an interesting one there, right? Like, you want a potential win in Athens to look as good as possible.
I don't want them pissed.
And maybe you don't want them pissed either.
No.
But also, Georgia loses a second game. That means they're still going to be an SEC title and playoff contention. They've got to lose 3 to get left out.
No, I don't want them mad. Let's just keep winning so you can play them when they have one loss. Forget it. Don't have them mad that they lost to Mississippi State. Texas could get bludgeoned then. They'll be so pissed.
That's the tough one. Like, you're rooting for just about every team ahead of you to lose, but Georgia, A&M even, Ohio State, like, you probably want Ohio State to stay unbeaten, so your loss to them looks as good as it possibly can.
Yeah, I don't want A&M losing to Missouri. Don't screw it up now, Aggies.
I know. That, like, I think we're probably supposed to root for –
that would be so like them to lose, though, wouldn't it?
Well, okay. The best case scenario for me is A&M loses to Mizzou, South Carolina, and Texas to where all of a sudden they're out of the playoff altogether. That'd be awesome. I don't care about resumes. Like, I want A&M somehow, some way. They have like a 99% chance to make the playoff right now. I want that 1% to hit more than I want world peace. Sorry about that, world peace. You got to sit this one out. All right. But if that's not going to happen, then yeah, it's one of those things where it's like the way for that win on Black Friday to look the best is if A&M rolls into Austin at 11-0.
Yes, indeed. It'll make my year.
I know it will. It'll be fun when it happens, but I'd still rather them lose to Missouri. I can't root for A&M. Give me M-I-Z.
Oh my God!
Don't you spell Missouri with an S? Why do they have Z's? Can't even spell.
I don't know. What is wrong with those people?
Yeah, and then you'd love for LSU to go into Tuscaloosa and beat Alabama tomorrow. Like the dead cat bounce. Just fired their coach. Florida almost beat Georgia in the same situation. Fired their coach going into a bye. Nearly pulled off the upset. Georgia got
This is not going to be a tight ball game. LSU's about to get just gut punch. You're talking about getting kidney punch, donkey punch. You're about to get it right here.
I tend to agree with you there, but you're rooting against Alabama. You're also rooting against Ole Miss. Do you know who Ole Miss plays this weekend?
The Citadel.
The Citadel.
Another one after one of our military places. They're after the Citadel. Why?
Easy to root for the Citadel then.
Because it's week 11 in the SEC. That wonderful weekend in the SEC where they really show you what they got.
This is early. It's usually like the next 2 weeks where you get these games. Like the second to last week before the year, you've got Bama playing Eastern Illinois, Auburn playing Mercer, Georgia playing Charlotte, LSU playing Western Kentucky, South Carolina playing Coastal, A&M playing Samford.
Yeah, that's just so they can feed the families at those schools in those states. That's all. They send them some extra money for Thanksgiving and Christmas. That's all.
Ole Miss doing it early, playing the Citadel. So, yeah, that'd be a historic upset. It ain't happening, but you root for it to happen. And then I guess you're rooting against the ACC. There's no ACC team currently ranked ahead of Texas, and you're going to have to get one of them in. But you want to make sure. Like Georgia Tech and Miami losing last weekend was so great because you want to make sure, again, the ACC only gets one team in to the field. So
you got to hope a team like Wake Forest can beat Virginia.
Yeah. If Wake Forest beats Virginia, if Cal beats Louisville, like that helps your chances. I'm not super worried about the ACC. The committee has basically told us that they're ass and they're not going to get more than one team in. But just to ensure that that is actually the reality.
Ensured by Virginia getting beat. For sure, Wake Forest beating Virginia will do it for them.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, either of those teams loses again.
Yeah, don't count on Cal beating Louisville.
I'm not counting on Cal to do anything.
And we hate rooting for Louisville too. So
yeah. All right. Well, there's your Texas Sports Unfiltered hate watch guide, if you will. Teams that you need to be rooting against tomorrow. Even though Texas isn't playing, you're still going to be watching college football, and there are some teams that you should be cheering against.
Let me ask you this. Florida State, Clemson, loser of that, maybe losing his gig too, possibly.
Dude, I didn't even know that game was happening. That's how irrelevant it is.
And that's
tomorrow. That's tomorrow?
That is Saturday, yes.
Where is it?
I think it's at Clemson.
The problem with both of those situations, the buyouts are massive. And it's a tougher problem with Clemson because Dabo's won 2 national championships. There's the best coach that school's ever had by a mile.
And he'll tell you so.
So that he'll tell you so. So that muddies the situation a little bit. But yeah, Norvell and Dabo, aren't they both like over $50 million buyouts? Which I think they can both afford it, but they would really prefer not to afford it.
I think the rhetoric coming from Dabo has calmed down a little bit more about how I used to be. I think he's kind of quieted down. He had another loss in there, so he hadn't said very much. He's not getting to the podium and just going off. He's been kind of calm, but that only takes one game like this to do it.
Dude, they're 3-5. They're 2 losses away from missing a bowl game.
I know.
Yeah, this is a team that a lot of people thought was going to win the national title this year. They still have
you wouldn't even let me keep him as a sleeper. I had to get rid of him.
Yeah, couldn't even have him. I mean, they were a top 5 team in the country, top 6 maybe, something like that. And they still have Florida State at Louisville and at South Carolina. They could easily lose all 3 of those games.
Wow.
MSA bowl game. Hell, they only need to lose 2 of them to have a losing.
No, dude, that he could be gone because he's eventually going to say something.
Yeah. He got fined for dunking on the refs, and I'm proud of him because Dabo on Monday, so he got fined for what he said in his post game on Saturday after they lost to the Dukies. But on Monday, he's like, there's no accountability with the refs. Like he said, he went on like a 2-minute rant, basically like everybody else faces accountability. When we lose, I'm accountable. When we lose, our players are accountable. Like when the refs screw up, they are not accountable at all. So we send in all of these plays, and the conference just says, "Oh, they got these wrong," and that's it. Like there's nothing else there. So I think it's a joke that college football, like major college football, doesn't have full-time refs. The NFL doesn't have full-time refs. It makes no sense to me. There's enough money in these leagues to where you can pay these referees enough for this is their full-time job to where they don't have to go work a 9 to 5 during the week. Like they could just practice all week long on how to be a better official.
They could practice making bad calls all week.
Well, maybe they would, but I think they'd be better, right? More you practice, the better you're going to be. So he went on a rant about that, and he's right. I don't agree with a lot of what Dabo Swinney says, but like officiating's not good enough in this sport right now. Everybody knows that. And there's too much money in this to where you can just let it go. And it's like, the refs will be refs. Like, come on, you got to try to make them better at least. And it doesn't feel like anything's being done by any conference.
Yeah, I guarantee you there's a bunch of them that love for this to be their full-time job, and they sit around watching film
Yeah.
getting out on the field and making calls and checking out their steps to mark off 5-yard penalties. That'd be fun. I'd
Right.
like to make about 200 grand doing that.
Right.
I can
Yeah.
get
I
out
mean,
there. I can get out there with my walker and do that.
there you go. That'd be something to see. A ref with a walker on the field.
I wouldn't be able to get out of the way very quickly,
I was
though.
about to say, some of those refs get knocked down. What's going to happen
Oh,
when that happens to you?
I've done that before because I always ran the 2-minute drill wherever I was. I
Mm,
was the guy who blew the whistle and set the ball. He stood behind the linebackers. Dude, that's kind of horrifying to be there. That's not a fun place if you're not nimble. I mean, there's not a chance in the world in 20 years ago that I could be doing that stuff again there. It is fast paced. It's moving. Guys are moving by you. Legs are flying. Somebody's getting knocked into you.
right.
I did that. The 2-minute drill at all the practices on Thursdays. It was crazy.
Yeah. It comes at you fast, too.
And you know what really comes at you? When the quarterback zips the ball in the middle of the field and that's you coming at you. And there's a guy behind you and you need to duck.
Was that the umpire who's that ref right
Oh,
there?
yeah. Oh, yeah.
I think it was last night. One of the games, midweek games this week, I saw a referee just get absolutely clocked by a defender who was trying to make a tackle over the middle.
Dude, they don't even try to let up to miss you. They go through you like shit through a goose. They just go.
Right. Yeah. I mean, everyone's watching the ball. The ref's watching like the guy with the ball. And, the defender's like looking this way also. And the ref's right here. And he just, boom, there's a collision.
I don't know
I'm
how many
surprised it
times I
doesn't
got
happen
hit.
more, honestly. It's pretty
I probably got
incredible.
hit about 10 times in that deal. Boy, but I got clocked one time with a helmet to the chest on one of those deals. And I'm like, dude, hey, you're a good enough athlete that you can slow up. I'm a freaking old man. He goes, get the hell out of the way. I'm like, okay.
Oh, that is great. All right.
Get a graduate assistant to run the drill, old man, if you can't do it.
We've gone to ref talk here on a Friday show. I hate bye weeks. We got to get the Bucks Gold Star locks of the week. We'll do that in a second. Plus some Texas basketball conversation as the Longhorns will open up their home schedule tomorrow afternoon against Lafayette. A couple of things that we'd like to see from Texas coming off that season opening loss to Duke. But before we get to either of those, how about some sponsor shout outs?
Slate, our good friends, of course, at, if you're looking for that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, please contact the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, speaking of referees, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement, speaking of referees. Dr. Danny, Dr. Stockton are dedicated orthopedic surgeons there, folks. And their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you deserve. They are the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, indeed. How about some beer for the weekend, huh?
Heck yeah.
They messed up. They let us get to another Friday. Can't believe they did that. But the weekend is here.
I'm glad they did.
No better way to ring in the weekend than with some ice cold Altstadt beer. And hey, if you're looking for something to do, it is a bye week after all. How about a trip down to the Altstadt Brewery in Fredericksburg, just a short drive away, right in the heart of the beautiful Central Texas Hill Country. They've got happy hour from 3 to 6. You could take a tour of the brewery. They've got a great restaurant serving up all sorts of European-style cuisine, an outdoor beer garden, live music, an indoor area, a tractor museum. There's so much going on at the Altstadt Brewery. I'm probably forgetting 3 or 4 things too. It's so much fun. If you've been thinking about that trip to Fredericksburg, make sure you add the Altstadt Brewery to your list of things to do and places to go. And if you're not going to make your way down there, that's all right. You can still enjoy the Altstadt beer. You don't have to drive to Fredericksburg to consume the Altstadt. I'll be drinking it. A lot of football to watch. I'll be up in Dallas, actually, drinking some Altstadt beer this weekend. Another wedding. Nice planning during a Texas bye week. We appreciate that. But love the Altstadt beer. Whatever you have going on, watching football, hanging out with friends and family, your good times are made better with a great beer. My choice is Altstadt. It should be yours as well. It's Altstadt beer. No impurities, no regrets.
And so our friends over at Woods Comfort Systems, of course, for close to 70 years in Central Texas, they have been getting it done. Next week, couple cold days next week, next Tuesday, maybe 35, 40 degrees. We'll make sure when that heater pops on, that there's not smoke bellowing out of your heater, of course, and it won't if you call our friends at Woods Comfort Systems. They've been doing heating, air conditioning, and plumbing, of course. Now they're doing plumbing. They've been to my house twice already. Everything is ready, BK. If it gets cold, I'm winterized and ready to go.
Yeah.
I don't want to see it. I want it to be 100 degrees every day. And you may get close today. It's supposed to be made close to 90 degrees today. It's going to get warm. So, yes, your air conditioning is going to pop on, but you want the temperature to be just right. Call Woods Comfort Systems because we're not kind of out of the woods. I'm saying we're not going to get a lot of 90s, but hell, even some of the high 80s is going to be hot for you. So you want your air conditioning working properly. The folks at Wood Comfort Systems can get that done. Their technicians are A-OK, and nobody does it better than Woods Comfort Systems.
WoodsComfortSystems.com, and nobody does it better than AV Consultations either.
Yes.
They've been designing and installing audio-visual automation systems in Central Texas since 1988. We talk about our TV setups all of the time. I mean, Tom and his crew has hooked up all of the TSU crew. They could do the same for you. It's not just us. Thousands of Central Texans have elevated their TV experience at home with AV Consultation. Stop spending all of your time and money driving around every weekend to watch your favorite teams play. You want to be on your couch watching the games. AV Consultations can do that. If you want the multi-screen man cave like I have, if you want the 85-incher like the Buck, if you want the home theater room, if you want the patio setup for this fall weather, AV Consultations can do all of those things. Plus the speakers. We don't talk about the Sonos surround sound equipment enough. Sounds so good. I need to get one of those. My parents have one of those Sonos sound bars from Tom. Incredible. Also, they can put like speakers in your ceiling. You can play music.
I got those.
Kids sleeping on a Friday. They don't want to go to school today. You start blaring some Slipknot. Hey, get out of bed, kid. You could do that from your phone. Control everything from your phone. Everything looks great, works great. It's awesome. avconsultations.com. Give them a call, 512-255-8678.
I got that on my screened-in patio out back. When I just sliding glass door, I want to get out there. I got the sound right there out of the speakers in the up in the ceiling. I love it.
There you go. Love AV Consultations. All right, Buck. Let's get to your Gold Star locks of the week. Then we'll get to some Longhorn basketball talk. You did lose 50,000 units on Denver. They were
dropping the bucket for me.
Minus 8.5. Well, now you're down 300,000 units on the season. So
let's get it all back this weekend.
All right, what you got?
I got University of Houston minus 1.5 to University of Central Florida. Let's go 100,000 units there.
Okay,
and then let's go
12. All right,
and then let's go University of Memphis minus 4.5 against Tulane. Yeah, okay, I'll take Memphis right there for another 100,000 unit play.
Okay.
And you know what else I'll take? I'll take the round-shouldered little quarterback that was in town. I'll take the little prince that turned back into a frog, but he becomes a prince again this week against Auburn. Auburn's done. They're shot. They're minus 6.5. I think that game is at Auburn.
No, at Vandy.
It's at Vandy. Oh, for sure. I'll take another 100,000 unit play there.
Okay.
My big play for 250,000 units.
Whoa.
Oh, by God, West Virginia against Colorado. West Virginia at home.
Oh, my God.
6.5 point favorite
this
over
is
the Buffs.
This is the sisters of the poor against the brothers of the
damned. Let me tell you something. Deion needs to give that ship up, get his porta potty and limp on out of that place.
250,000 units on West Virginia football?
Yes. West Virginia over Colorado. Yes.
Okay, I'm seeing 6.5. Is that what you see?
6.5, yes.
Oh, my God. All right.
Another 100,000 unit play, University of Indiana. Not enough for Penn State. That dude right there will show you he loves to pour it on teams. And if he gets a chance to pour it on Penn State, he is going to.
Yeah, 14.5 is that number. And I tend to agree with you on that. That doesn't feel like enough.
All right, we'll go to some NFL football. I'll take the Carolina Panthers for 50,000 units over the Saints. Anybody playing the Saints? It's only 5.5. Why is that?
Because it's the Panthers.
Yeah, I guess.
They are pretty good. They're 5-4 right now. You're going 50,000 on Carolina?
Yeah, and I'm back on the Detroit bandwagon for 50,000, 7.5 over the Commanders. Okay,
in DC, rematch of the NFC title game from last year.
Yeah, and I wrote one down. I don't know what that. I'm back to my Vikings. I'm up 50,000 units on my Vikings. I'm back on the bandwagon.
Who are you guys even playing? Baltimore.
Yeah, the Ravens. That's 4.5. And I think the Ravens are favored. I'll take those points. That's in Minnesota. Thank you very much.
Wow.
I'll take those points. You're thinking about that one right now with your cousin even.
Ravens 4.5-point road favorites in Minnesota.
I like that.
Lamar Jackson obviously back.
JJ's back.
Yeah. All right. That's it. That's all you got?
That's all I need.
It's pretty light week. Well. Only 8 games?
Yes. I need to come down. 13 and 14 is too many games.
You better win your 250,000 unit game. Nothing else.
Yeah, that's a big one. That's a walk in the park right there. I'll be calling my cousin for that one.
You might be the only person outside of the states of West Virginia and Colorado watching that game.
Dude, have you seen that Colorado? West Virginia beat Houston last week. Don't forget.
I know. Dude, Colorado beat Iowa State. That's why we love football. Like, Colorado has looked awful against everybody. They beat a quality Iowa State team. West Virginia's looked awful against everybody. They beat Pitt and they beat.
Oh, it's the upcoming of, we're just before Thanksgiving, so all the moonshine stills in West Virginia will be cranked up. They're having some pre-Thanksgiving sales on moonshine in Morgantown. It's a big weekend there.
Yeah, you got some family here. Have them send that down to me, please.
Yeah, that's the real potent stuff, BK.
That's what we're looking for. All right. Trying to have a good time.
That's the kind of stuff you take to the wedding with you in a flash.
I'm going to a Sunday night wedding. I'll be doing the show at a hotel in Denton, Texas, Monday morning. The wedding is in Aubrey, Texas. You know where that is?
No, I've never even heard of that before.
Me neither. It is like 30 to 40 minutes northeast of Denton. So like,
is that dry county or something? Do they still have dry counties up there?
Probably. I would hope it's not a dry county. I think it's an open bar at this wedding. So I'm not going to be going.
I remember when I came to Texas and recruited up there, they had like dry counties up in that area. I'm like, what's that mean? And like, you can't buy any liquor? I mean, yeah. There's no bars?
That's exactly what that means.
Because I wasn't dry at the time and I needed some stop-offs.
No stores, no bars, no restaurants that sell alcohol.
You got to bring your own, huh?
I don't even think they let you do that either.
What was that all about? Was that the Mormons? Who was doing all that stuff up there?
I don't know. It's a bad bit.
That wasn't Jerry Jones's people.
You think Jerry Jones is promoting dry anything?
No, that's what I'm saying. It wasn't his people. It wasn't his folks.
It's all about the wet. We know that.
Oh, what about Sunday night?
What about it?
You're going to check that out, right?
Carrie Underwood? I would love for Carrie Underwood to be at this wedding I'm attending. That would be phenomenal. I can't imagine she's going to be in Aubrey, Texas on Sunday. She's going to be in L.A. singing for the Chargers and the Steelers.
There you go.
That's how it works. She's got to be there. She sings those live every week. Little do people know.
Tell me how many people say 6'7" to you while you're there.
Hopefully not a ton. The couple who's getting married is my age, so I'd like to think they're above that. But we'll see. Maybe the priest or whoever's officiating the wedding will make a 6'7" joke.
We're not doing rabbi this week?
No, non-Jewish wedding.
We're doing some Catholicism this weekend.
I don't think religion's going to be a big part of this one.
Oh no, from the people that you know, religion's not involved here.
It's one of my good buddies from high school, and not a guy I keep in touch with a ton, but like we talk.
He's non-denominational. He's just like whoever will do it for the cheapest amount.
I could tell you'd be a pretty big 180 if that guy was super religious right now.
He doesn't have any religious affiliation, huh? Right now,
yeah, he's a Christian. He's a proud Christian. He goes to church maybe on Christmas and Easter.
There you go. Sounds like the Buck.
Yeah, he has a good time. He has a good time as well. All right, Texas basketball. First home game of the year. Tomorrow afternoon, 2:00 against Lafayette.
Wow.
Should be an easy win for Texas. Lafayette 1-1 on the year. They lost to a D1 team. They beat a D2 team. Texas obviously 0-1 coming off of that Tuesday night season opening loss to Duke in Charlotte. We saw some good things for Texas for a while, and things got a bit out of hand in the final 10 minutes of the game. Longhorns ultimately lose by 15. Anything in particular? I wrote down a few things that I would like to see, but anything in particular that you would like to see?
I like to see the aggressive play that they have on the boards again, to continue that. And they out rebounded. Duke is Duke. They can't play around with Lafayette. They need to just totally dominate them on the boards. Would be fun to see.
Yeah, I like that thought, right? If you can out-rebound Duke, you should have no problems out-rebounding a team like Lafayette.
Which you should have some putbacks at the rim that you actually put in the hole.
Yeah, maybe more made layups.
Yes.
I wouldn't hate to see that.
And I think you'll see that in game 2 no matter who they'd be playing, you know?
Yeah, I hope so. Just some first game jitters and back in the friendly confines of the mood and playing a team like this. We should see a lot of good things tomorrow. I want to see a new starting lineup. And Sean Miller told us the other day that his starting lineup is fluid and there's no guarantee it's going to be the same 5 guys every week. I did not agree with Sean Miller's starting lineup against Duke. It was Tremont Mark. It was Kendall Weaver, Dalen Swain, Nick Cody, Matas Vokatitis.
Give me Kendall Weaver coming off the bench anytime.
I agree. Like you have 3 guys there who can't shoot. Like Matas, big guy, not a great shooter. Kendall Weaver, not a great shooter. Nick Cody, he's been working on it. That might be a part of his game, but not a reliable shooter. Like you hamper your offense way too much. I get a little nervous when you have 2 guys on the court at the same time who can't shoot.
That's true.
You have 3 guys on the floor at any time who just can't shoot, then it makes life very, very difficult for your half-court offense to get baskets. So Jordan Pope played more minutes than Kendall Weaver. Jordan Pope started most games last year for Texas. I would make that simple swap. Yeah, Weaver comes off the bench. We know he's good there. He could be a spark plug for your second unit. Jordan Pope starts, so you have a little bit more instant offense. That's a very easy change to make. I think Sean Miller is going to make it, honestly. I don't think he was happy with what his starting lineup looked like the other night. So I know it's Lafayette. It shouldn't matter, but I would like to see a new look first 5.
Yeah, if it's not a big guy, I always like Kendall Weaver coming off and having to play defense against a guy who's thinking he's hot early in the game. You know what I mean? And then he comes off the bench and he cools him down, and then he does his aggressive play without me worrying about him taking jump shots. So when he takes a jump shot, I automatically say ball going down the other end, you know?
Right. Yeah, I agree with you there. I also would like to see more assists and less turnovers. I mean, Texas had 16 turnovers against Duke, 12 in the first half. Even when they were up at halftime, like 12 turnovers. If they just protected the ball a little bit more, that could have been a 7, 8, 10-point lead, and then maybe Texas wins. But way too many giveaways and only 6 assists. Like, credit Duke for some of that, but you got to be having a little more ball.
Well, they're going to give Mark another chance at guard before he starts making the decision. So he'll be out there. He needs to perform. I mean, if he doesn't perform against Lafayette, look out.
That might be the number one thing. Like, Tremont Mark has to show up. The season did not start for him on Tuesday. So the season hopefully starts for him tomorrow. Because, he's too important. I mean, he's a 6-year player, Buck.
Yeah, he told me he's like 26.
I think he's 24. He's 24 years old. He's born in 2001. Like, he's 2 points, 3 rebounds, 1 assist. Guy's supposed to be maybe your best player on your team, and he gives you that.
Be playing in the NBA or in Europe or something, and he's on your team. He's not doing anything.
He doesn't have an NBA future. He won't have a Europe future if that's the kind of stuff he's playing.
That's interesting, yeah.
So I think he can be a professional basketball player, but 2 point. There were a lot of scouts watching that game, mainly for Duke players.
Down in Charlotte, hell yeah.
It's like, hey, all right, Tremont, you could show him a little something here. Like Dalen Swain showed some NBA people a little something in that game. Dalen Swain's an NBA player. I would have said that before, but if he keeps playing like that, he's got 2 years of eligibility left. He might not need 2 of them at Texas. Tremont Mark, there ain't going to be a lot of NBA people watching this one tomorrow, but I'll be watching. So do something. Give me a little something there.
You're right.
Also, defend without fouling, please. I can't watch Lafayette shoot more than 30 free throws tomorrow.
No, that's the one. And that's the one that they even last year. Too many hacks. Quit hacking, guys.
Too many hacks.
Stay in front of them and quit hacking them.
Yeah, you shouldn't have to worry about that. Lafayette not as big or mobile as Duke, obviously. I'd like to see them get out and transition a little bit more. Some turnovers.
Yeah, you did. You wanted to see that in the first game, yeah.
Yeah, only 5 fast break points against Duke. You're going to have way more than that tomorrow. I think that's obvious. And then I would like to, Buck. I would like to. This is not an opponent-adjusted thing. This is just something that would really help this Texas team this year. I'd love Kendall Weaver to make a couple of threes, man.
What?
I know.
That guy doesn't even think about it. He just he won't shoot that ball out there.
Well, he shot a couple the other day. I think he shot 3 the other day and missed them all.
I just like to see him go to the hoop and jam it or get a putback and jam it in. That's fine with me.
That's fine too. But God, if that guy can develop a shot, I know we said that 2 years ago. I know we said that last year, and here we are, year 3, talking about it. But like that would just open up so much for him. That would open up so much for the offense. Like just, I want teams to have to respect it. I don't need them to be Ray Allen or Reggie Miller out there. Just like teams have to respect it so they can't sag on him. So it just opens up a lot for the other 4 guys on the court. It'd be nice.
Yeah, good luck with that one.
I know. It might be a pipe dream, and God, he had a really bad miss. I mean, Dickie, Brick City, that was Brick City, USA. I could have done it. Like, damn, dude. All right, Dick. Don't be a dick. All right. We don't need that.
Brick City, baby.
Brick City, USA, baby. Get this guy an apartment there. He's the mayor of Bricktown.
Oh my God, Bricktown, everything.
I mean, it was kind of deserved, sadly.
Yeah, and that makes him not want to shoot, which is scary. He's got to shoot that.
I know. And look, it's going to get to a point where if he starts the year 0 for 10, then he's going to get discouraged.
I don't even say when he's out there and he's alone, I don't even say shoot it. I should drive to the hoop, get around him. You can get around him.
I know. And you feel like that, he's one of the best athletes in the country. He's got the athleticism to run with just about anybody. But again, there's no defensive 3-second call in college basketball, right? Like there is in the NBA. So if there are guys on the court who just can't shoot a 3, then you could just, all right, well, I'm going to go ahead and sag. I'm going to make sure the big guy's doubled, and hey, good luck. Try us. Shoot the 3. We would love for you to take this shot because you ain't making it. I don't want that.
No, I agree. I agree with you. He's got to do more shooty shoot.
He was working on it so much this offseason, and I hope it pays off for him. I don't see a line.
That's why you got to go to the playground and just shooty shoot. You can't be in the gym. You can't be in clothes in the gym. You need to be outside in the rain, in the cold. You just got to keep doing it. That's all you can do.
I love shooty shoot, by the way. That's
shooty shoot's a good one. Shooty shoot. Catch is the best.
What's the baseball one? Pitchy pitch?
Could be.
Pitchy pitch for the pitchers.
Pitchy pitch or pitchy hit. Yeah, I mean you gotta. Yeah, I'm still worried about Wingo and that thumb, dude. I'm telling you, for a guy who's dislocated them all except for the thumb, and I know how difficult that is, and for a guy who can't catch, who's not a consistent catcher, that has got to be like. And he hasn't done very much with it this week. I mean, that thing was totally out of the socket, turned sideways, popped back in, and the swelling in that and the pain in that, BK. And then your hands aren't that great anyway. Boy, that's a lot next week. I'd love to know what the kind of deal that they put on that. I'd like to find out from a orthopedic person, what do you do to prevent that thing from popping out? Because as I said, it wasn't like the ball hit it. He hit it on the jersey of the guy as he went by that pulled that thumb out. So there's still a lot of jerseys out there while you're playing,
Yeah, that was such a freak accident.
Oh, it was. It was.
I don't know how that happened the way that it did. And it's not like Ryan Wingo is a super injury-prone guy where it's like, it's Wingo. If that happened to C.J. Baxter, it'd be like, of course.
Well, you can understand that.
But yeah, let me ask you this. You said you haven't dislocated your thumb, but you've dislocated other fingers. I mean, how long did it take you to feel like you were back to where you were before?
Well, once you dislocate those fingers, very seldom do you ever leave those fingers not wrapped with another finger. You just go to putting the little one with this one with this one, but there's nothing to put the thumb with. You know what I'm saying?
For the whole season or just a game?
No. I got used to doing it. I had my little finger because my little fingers are jacked up as it is. You can see them, they're all sideways now with all the scar tissue. But what I didn't do is once I got them to the point, I would have both of these taped around here, and my right and left hand. So they were always, it was like having 4 fingers instead of 5. I just don't know what you can do with the thumb. You got to have that one, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. And you've been called little finger by a lot of women in your life for a long
Oh,
time.
no,
so.
I've been called big hands, big feet, okay, big chest. Yeah.
Yeah, they're thinking it's like, oh, he's got big hands, he's got big feet, but why is he little finger? What's the deal?
No, my fingers are long. I got long fingers, big hands.
You're not Matt Collier. Did you hear this story?
No.
Remember the name Matt Collier?
Oh, yeah.
Longtime offensive lineman, very good offensive lineman in
Yes.
the NFL. His ex-wife is a model.
She did not out him. She didn't out that dude.
She outed him because it was too big. She said, quote, dead ass for our whole marriage, dead ass. Well, I was going to try it all. We tried it all. Therapists, doctors, not even lying. We looked up lipo type stuff. That's the biggest factor. Love him, but we've tried. It's impossible unless you're trying to be in tears type shit.
Oh, like putting a quarter in a dime slot?
Like putting a quarter in a dime slot.
Wow.
So that's why they got divorced. It was too big. Normally it's like, yeah, you don't want your ex going out on the record and saying a bunch of stuff about you, because usually it's going to be pretty bad. This one's like, too big for me. I couldn't handle it. I needed some loving. We had to break it off.
Wow.
That's sad, but good for Matt Khalil. But yeah, I've never heard that story about you, so that ain't happening.
Oh, that ain't happening. I'm about to go there and start singing Delta Dawn as I walk down the steps.
And you're also about to change the Hulu.
Yes.
Fubo. That is a directive.
Yes, about to get that done today.
Get that done today. All right.
Rodney, Delta Dawn, what's that flower you have on?
Tanya Tucker. Can't be.
Is that the original? Really?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I thought it was.
I think both of them sang it. I don't know who had the original, whether it was Helen Reddy or Tanya Tucker. I don't know.
Oh, maybe so. I just go to Tanya Tucker because that's, it's my country stuff.
There you go.
Love that voice she had. Good raspy voice.
Well, I tried to sing it this morning to my wife, and she told me she was going to punch me in the head.
Oh, Lord, man.
Wow.
Yeah, she was going to get physical if I kept singing Delta Dawn. I heard it on my 70s channel, and I couldn't get it out of my head. So I woke up singing it, and I thought the bathroom was the perfect place to sing. She didn't think so.
It echoes in there. Actually, my bathroom doesn't echo thanks to Mike McCall and his team.
There you go.
I go in there. It's like when you used to go to the mall and record a song, man. It's a recording studio in my bathroom.
Right? What are you talking about?
When was that?
They used to have, I think it was at the North Cross Mall. You would go in there and you could
the Black Mall?
No, not the Black Mall. I think this was probably the middle white class mall, North Cross Mall, because it wasn't Barton Creek, it wasn't Hyla Mall. But you'd go in there, it was called like Recording Something USA, and you went in there and you sang, and they gave you a cassette or a CD or whatever it was. Yeah, true story, man.
North Cross Mall. God, that must be before I got to Austin. I've never even heard of that.
You never heard of that, really? You go by it all the time.
Yeah, well,
I know where North Cross is. Like off of Anderson, like North Cross Street or Road.
Yeah.
There used to be like an indoor mall there.
On the other side from Cover 3. You know where Cover 3 is there?
Cover 3, Jack Allen's, Tony Cedar, all of our spots are right around there.
Yeah, that was on the other side over there.
Hooters right in front of it for a while. We'd go watch Monday Night Football at Hooters back in the day.
Wow.
Yeah,
I didn't realize there used to be an indoor mall at that place.
When I just got to Austin, it was the yogurt shop murders. I always got freaked out by going by that place.
Yeah.
Right there in that corner, because I used to go there. I used to go by there a lot, and I get weirded out by going by there even now. That's when I first got here. That stuff happened, and the Lubies shooting up in
Killeen.
In Killeen, yeah. Those are the two things that happened when I came to town.
Yeah. And then remember the cult Davidians over there in Waco, Bucky?
Oh, yeah. They were doing their thing, but I was at the golf course when they were blowing up stuff over there, the FBI and the David Koresh. I was following that, but I was on the golf course in the summertime at that time.
Speaking of old school stuff, Bucky, I thought of you this morning. I don't mean that in a creepy way, but look at this. The 2026 Farmer's Almanac will be the final one.
What?
Going out of beeswax. Well, maybe
this
it's
is
going to be online.
glorious. Yes, this is awesome. What a great day for America. Wow.
This
Awesome.
sucks.
Get rid of this crap.
Is this because of the tariffs or something?
Should have been gone years ago. Get rid of this piece of shit.
How's America going to survive? America can't survive without the almanac.
Yeah, because the weather guessers aren't going to tell us anything. I mean, they're wrong. I know the forecast a year ahead.
I'm going to help everybody out now.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah, you two are the only people who read this thing. That's why it's going out of business. Nobody else does.
Buck, you know what we need to do? Let's start a petition. Let's start a petition to sign the Farmer's Almanac.
I would say yes. You know what? We need to collect all of those because those will be collector's items. You know, we'll be gone, Rodney, but they'll be around for kids to have as collector's items.
That's right.
Man, I got a hunch they're just George Strating this thing. They're acting like it's their last one so they can sell a few more copies to suckers like you, and then they're going to be like, oh, never mind. We're back for 2020 due to popular demand.
You're right. It's going back. It's going to come back.
We're going to get Cracker Barreled.
They're going to get Cracker Barreled. Exactly. Speaking of cracker, what's up, Wags?
Hey, it's the barrel part of the cracker coming in. What's good, amigos?
Oh, man. Any thoughts on the Farmer's Almanac?
I thought it was Fromers.
What?
Huh?
Is it not Fromers?
No, it's farmers. Like you're a freaking farmer. Not
no,
Fromers.
I know. Look, this is kind of like one of those Austin things, like Guadalupe and Guadalupe. Like, I thought is there not a Fromers Almanac?
Yeah, every time you have 5 shots of Jack, that's what it turns into.
I'm not made. There is a Fromer out there that tells. It's like an advisor on where you're going. Oh no, never mind. Fuck. Sorry, that's a tour guide.
That's like
it's Fromer's tour guide. My bad.
Oh, you're like thinking of Duck Boat. Are you thinking of like the Duck Boat tours or something?
No, like Fromer says, if you've seen European Vacation, right? Or not European, Euro Trip, where the one guy that he makes out with his sister, he's all about Fromers. What?
BK, like, sometimes you get sometimes you pick the good mushrooms and sometimes you get the bad mushrooms.
Well, let me tell you something. I've often had those mushrooms that grow on cow shit. So
there you go.
Yeah, I'm looking for the bad mushrooms, as you like to call them. Give me some more of those, please.
Don't insult our almanac like that.
Yeah, that's true. I mean,
standards.
Yeah, come on.
You know, we've done bad enough by changing the time zones and stuff, and now are we sticking to this one now for good? Or are we going to be changing again in the spring?
Oh, we're changing again. I don't know why. It makes no sense. Daylight savings time is a joke. Go back to one time.
I'm putting in a petition to end all time zones, and everybody around the world is on one time.
It's 2 petitions we got going on.
Zulu time. It'll never work, but we're all about experiments these days.
Yeah. I don't hate that either, honestly. Just hey, 2 in the morning here, it means 2 in the morning. Like, it's a different meaning, but it's the same time all over the world. I don't hate that either.
Yeah, that makes good sense.
Earth time is brutal.
I don't like change. I don't like all that change.
I don't either.
The spring forward, fall back bit.
Yeah.
So now I got to go. Now I can go to Home Depot or Lowe's and say, "Hey, where's my farmers?" I need to go buy as many of those as I can. I got to make sure I have some of those for later on. I'll just go back to the same one and do it all over again.
That's what I'm talking about.
Fromer. What the hell is a Fromer?
Write your own.
Yeah.
By the way, daylight savings time. Fall back on these nuts.
Hey, did you run outside naked, Bucky? Didn't we just have the full moon yesterday? Or
last night? I was doing a game. I was doing a high school game. I couldn't go naked. I was at House Park, and it was beautiful. House Park in downtown Austin looked beautiful, except for they did that bond hearing where they were supposed to redo everything. That bond hearing was like 5 years ago, and they barely got the press box done. I mean, when the Bond Act happens, they don't start for 5 years after the Bond Act, I guess.
Well, he's out killing bad guys, dude. He can't be fixing stadiums all the time. He's doing stuff. What is that?
The Wheel of Fortune?
By the way, The moon
What are you
last
drinking
night.
beer? Double R, gulping that stuff down.
No, that's OLIPOP. No, I can't. I got to drive later. I can't start drinking yet.
Oh, like that's ever stopped you before.
Oh, that's
Mr.
right.
Double R with the roadie.
That's right.
I got a roadie.
I do pre-games with BK before. That's right.
Oh, God. The moon last night was nuts, by the way. I normally don't pay
Beautiful.
attention. I was like driving north on Mopac to go get dinner last night. And I'm like, what is this like orange sign? Like someone like flashing a Batman symbol. Like there's no way this is I keep driving. I'm like, this has to be something different. This can't be the moon like this low, this close to us, this bright. It's insane.
Was it a neon moon?
It was a little Brooks and Dunny.
My
Called
God.
It's called the fever. I believe it's called the fever
To have
moon.
that recall just like that, to know what I'm talking about.
Is that the fever moon, Ronnie? I think it's called the fever moon.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, is that Saturday Night Fever? What makes you want to dance?
You're undefeated.
Makes it the fever moon was out last night. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Looked beautiful downtown. It looked gorgeous.
Yeah, it was nice.
That's a great venue for football. I mean, say what you want to say about it. It's a bitch calling games there, but it and that's putting it nicely. Climbing up the BK, remember over there on the visitor side, trying to get up the damn narrow ass stairway.
Oh my God!
Best
And
backdrop
at one time, those people were on the roof there.
Oh yeah, man.
Bucky, I'm sure you've seen almost every venue a few times, right? Is that the best scene, the best backdrop, the best venue to call a game in?
It truly is. I mean, I've been at really nicer stadiums and stuff, but there was something I think that they could have really done to make that a really special place. I always thought of that place. You know, I know, you know, Q2 Stadium is a beautiful place, but I always thought that would be a great place for a soccer venue downtown Austin at night there. But there's just no, and BK is saying there's just no place to park.
Parking, right?
Yeah, it's tight quarters.
Yeah.
Plus, I like to go to Shoal Creek before a game, have me some of that good food before I go over, and not be able to get to a bathroom up there.
There's a ghost up there. There's a ghost up in that top thing. We did a ghost tour, and they took us to the Shoal Creek Saloon. There's like a ghost up in that conference room or whatever it is.
What?
Yeah, it's haunted by a ghost.
Why would you do that? Are you talking about the tavern? Are you talking about
that's
the tavern?
tavern? That's the tavern.
That's
Right.
Yeah, okay.
That's right.
I've never heard that about Shoal Creek. You didn't need to do that to me.
Oh,
Only thing
okay.
down there
I'm
is-
seeing. I see ghosts at Shoal Creek Saloon after a while, I guess.
Oh, yeah. But
There's ghosts at
is
the
place that
tavern?
the ghosts are supposed to be at the tavern.
It's
Where
upstairs.
are they hanging out?
At the bar?
Upstairs in that upper area where you used to be able to play like foosball and stuff. I think they live up there. Or I think
there used to be a piano up there, and that's where the guy died.
Yeah.
They used to play the piano up there. I remember that's the guy hung himself.
Well, didn't Bob Cole burn it down and they probably killed the ghost of the ghost?
They tried to get the spirits out of there, but it rekindled with the ashes.
Wow.
What in the hell? I haven't been in there in years, and now I'm not going back.
Well,
I'm kidding, Buck. I'll go with you.
I don't play those games.
I think they said word on the street is like when the ghost comes out, Bob Cole's in the closet over there, and he's got a joystick like this, controlling the ghost.
He's got some matches. He's got some matches and
like
kerosene.
Scooby-Doo.
Yeah, the Wizard of Oz or Scooby Doo or something. It's just
Oh,
Bob
my
Cole
White
doing
sheep
the.
there, good.
All right, boys. Listen, have a great weekend, and y'all be careful, please.
See y'all later, boys.
Welcome, boys. One of the greatest, being able to pull Brooks and Dunn off of one line. Not even a line, just a little hint.
You like Brooks and Dunn? You like Brooks and Dunn?
I mean, I listen to old school country. So in the Marines, you have multiple roommates, right?
Yeah.
I had a roommate for the first couple of years that was from Peru. So I got me into the Premier League. Like he was into soccer, so we started watching a lot of Premier League, right? Saturday mornings and Sunday mornings before football came on. Then, got into some crazy music, listened to some crazy music there with him. And then I had a guy that was from Missouri who listened to a lot. I mean, it just country, just, oh God, there was one song that this kid just would not, God, I can't, when I think of it, I'll bring it to you, but it was in my head. He never stopped playing it over and over. It was White. My roommate White. Jamie White just would always play this damn song. You should have seen it in color. You should have seen it in color.
That's Jamie
and
Johnson.
it was
Jamie Johnson, right?
and it was just like we were done. And I mean, my God, as many times I should know the words verbatim because of how and it was on repeat double R. I'm just like, I looked over at him, I was like, Jamie, how good is this fucking song to where we got to listen to it almost towards putting you in tears, bro.
Yeah. It's like this song makes me so happy that it makes me cry all the time.
What the hell you think? It makes me reminisce, man. Well, fucking reminisce in your truck.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, get the hell out of the room, dude.
Yeah. You know, there were like when my kid was little, you know, there were songs that would play that would like upset me, you know, thinking of when she was a baby, you know, when she was growing up. And it's like, you change the channel or you turn it off. It's like, I don't want to make myself sad. I'm sad enough as it is.
And to me, to my point, that's to me, a lot of country growing up was depressing and sad, but there are some songs that kind of got into my vault from my roommates in the Marines that kind of stuck and resonated with, like some poppy stuff. Like, you know, I grew up. It's no secret. I grew up on British pop, synth pop, so I like the upbeat stuff. I drink a frou-frou drink at the beach. I don't go for the whiskey. Everybody knows that. You know, give me my little orange. What do they call it? The orange dreamsicle. Huh?
Oh yeah,
give me that with an umbrella. I'll take your umbrella. How about that?
There it is. And that's, you know, I grew up on like 70s country, and I mean those songs were, you know, the 70s songs were about having affairs, going to jail, drinking beer, drinking whiskey, cheating. I mean, it's like I play some of these, like when like Bucky talks about the 70s on 7. I'll play some classic country, and I'm talking about classic country in the 70s and shit. And Tracy's listening to this and she's like, oh my God, that's horrible. You know, it's like a dude talking about banging his best friend's wife. And I'm like, I love this song. And she's like,
it's hard to get in, like, especially if you listen to the lyrics, it's hard to get into, right? But then of course, like, and once I got out of the military and we started, you know, I started working at the Horn, and you're right down the hall from Coke Radio. It's really hard to not be a country fan, right? Especially when they're bringing in all that new age talent that's coming in too. You're just like, oh, right, this is a different sound, right? It's got some upbeat to it right here, man. That's where I got turned on to Sturgill Simpson. Was when I first that's where BK turned me on to Kendrick. He put me on Kendrick Lamar. I didn't even know who Kendrick Lamar was until I got to the Horn.
They play him on Coke,
and I had already graduated from UT, but that's like, I didn't step outside of my vault ever until you meet new people.
Well, and that's what I do like about this Texas Red Dirt, you know, whatever it's called, like the stuff they play on.
Is that the classification of the country, Texas Red Dirt country?
Texas Red Dirt country, because it kind of has a little bit of that feel of the old stuff to where it's not quite as poppy. And you know, there are some artists now, you know, where they do with the,
like Steve Smith and the Saints from all, like, I love Steve Smith and the Saints.
Shane Smith.
Shane Smith. I'm thinking of Steve Smith Senior, son.
Oh, here we go.
Ryan Bingham's a good jam. Like, he's got a good sound too. Kind of like that outlaw country, I guess.
That's it. And that's what I like when I want to hear that stuff. I want it to feel country. I don't want it to feel like, you know, poppy and all that, because country has gone. And like Nashville, and that's the whole thing where I think Texas is so cool, because like Nashville's the, you know, the Grand Ole Opry, everything there, but Nashville has definitely gone away from the traditional country route. I think they're trying to dig back in. I've been to the Bluebird Cafe and listened to a couple of different people, and that's like, I'm like, okay, there's still hope. But when it comes to country, I think it's more here than there.
Yeah, I don't know that different type of, my ear's not that good or trained as yours to where I can't really pick up on a Nashville country sound or an Austin country sound, right? To me, man, if it sounds good, I'm going to listen to it, right? If it's got a beat, and if it's up, like, I prefer like Waylon Jennings and you know, Johnny Cash and that sound, that vibe over all the other, I guess, you know, cried a tear in my beer and shit, then yeah, 100%. But you know, I can get down with some of the new age stuff, especially Sturgill Simpson. That's a guy that, you know, I enjoy listening to a lot.
I think what a lot of people have done to where it was like, I remember being a kid and we would like talk in school, and it's like, okay, what kind of music do you listen to? And somebody would say country, you know, the other would say metal, you know, rock. It was like very defined to what you listen to. And I think now with Spotify and all these different things, you just listen to whatever comes on.
I did have a metal influence growing up. I was really into Tool. Like James Maynard Keenan, I thought was one hell of a vocalist, and the way that just the shit that he would put down on paper back in the day, man, would just really like, oh my God, where is this dude at? Like listening to Opiate. Like that is just, I mean, I could honestly break that song down and we could go into an hour or an actual podcast into this. But like Tool songs, oh my God, or H, Prison Sex, Sober, or just go into this dude's head. Like he's incredibly talented, but not to mention that he can carry a tune in and he can scream. But I had some metal influence.
Oh, dude, I remember, vividly, going like to the back room and all these places like here in Austin, and we'd go watch like Kevin Fowler, the great country. I remember when that dude was in a rock band.
Yeah.
And we go watch that dude, and it was like the back room. You'd get out there Wednesday, Thursday, Friday nights, and you saw all this amazing talent. And every now and then somebody would pop in, a big act. And it's like, shit. Pat Green, I love the Pat Green reference there, because to me, Pat Green is one of the guys that kind of revolutionized shit around here, to where it's like Pat Green, and then he did Wave on Wave, and I remember people are like, what in the hell is that shit? And it hit the real country chart, if you want to call it that, and the rest is history. Yeah. Great.
All right, you want to get to some sports? Good little music conversation there, huh?
Tejano Ranch. Oh my God, CB. Lots of nights there, man. I had, I would do the 40. I'd do the South 40. I would do Dance Across. We did Tejano Ranch. We go to Club Carnival. Man, I hit all those places. Back.
You know where I just went to for the first time?
The new Panda Express.
No, during Game 7 of the World Series too.
Oh.
I was watching it on my phone because there wasn't a TV there. But I was, Rodney, I'm buying in. You know what I mean? Like I'm doing the whole return on investment here,
okay,
right? Like I'm investing. You know what I'm talking about? Like
yeah.
Going out on a Saturday during a Game 7. I never really missed a Game 7 in my own.
You like went out?
Oh yeah,
in public.
Oh, in public.
Holy shit!
Dancing.
Wow. Okay.
Where do you think we're talking country, and I went dancing. No TVs. Downtown Austin.
Oh, downtown. I was going to say the only place that I would go dancing around here is Partners over on 79. It's a dive bar. That's the only place I'd go.
This was not a dive bar.
So you went
not a dive bar.
Did you go to Coyote Ugly?
No, I went to the Broken Spoke.
Oh, you went to the Spoke. Oh, dude.
Yeah.
There you go.
For the first time in my life, and I had my phone watching Game 7 there while everybody was taking the dance lessons. I don't need dance lessons. They might need some new hardwood floors in there or some linoleum after my boots were in there cutting everything up. So
yeah. You left tread marks in there. Now the broken spoke, and that's another one too, where it's like it's really so cool that a lot of it. Like, and again, this is like we old Texan, old Austin people. We've been around for so long, and to us, it was just kind of a place. And now to see the folks that come in out of town, and it's like the Broken Spoke, and it's like, yeah, we used to have a shitload of those around. Club 21 in Humann was an amazing dance hall. It mysteriously burned down too. But it was, man,
mysteriously, huh? All these mysteriously burned down stuff. Speaking of burning down stuff, what are we getting into this week? Steer the wheel here, baby. Where are we going?
I guess you and I called it yesterday about that Thursday night game, right? Fireworks.
One hell of a that man. Can I call? Can we pick them or what? Huh? Take the over, guys. Take the over. It's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be an absolute effing barn burner of a Thursday night football game.
My God, that was
J.K. Dobbins
painful.
is going to run. J.K. Dobbins is going to run wild. Bo Nix is going to have himself a night. Sutton's going to eat. My exact words. Sutton's going to eat.
2.30 points I got from him on a fantasy league last night. Thanks a lot, Cortland.
Oh, and I bought in on Bowers too. I took Bowers on a nice little prop. One catch last night for Bowers.
Yeah.
Not good, guys. It just was not good.
That was, dude, you want to talk about, to me, that was like the NFL took 20 years backwards. I'm like, what in the hell? And I mean, full disclosure, So I was actually supposed to be out of town last night. I was going to be doing the show remote today, but then for whatever reason, I was here, and so I had a show that I was watching with the wife, and then I was watching the college football game, and then I had the NFL game. College football game sucked, and I kept waiting for the NFL game to get better, and I'm jumping back and forth, and I'm like, okay, am I in delay here? How is it still 10-7? I'm like, I'm like wearing out the pause button. I'm like, shit, I got to get in real time.
T-Money on cue, like he did, like he said, this is going to be a stinker, guys. I think it's going to be a lot closer than you guys think it's going to be. We were calling blowout, and he was calling stinker. So,
well, it was close. It was
but he was talking about like stinker in production.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't going to. Like we were saying, take the over. He said what probably wasn't going to be that much productivity on the field last night.
Yeah,
good call.
Well, you know what it all comes down to. I mean, it's the thing here with our Longhorns and every other damn team and whatever brand of football you're watching, just win games. I mean, here's Denver.
Yeah, I was going up against Genty last night, and I was hoping that Bowers would have a night, right? It would be kind of a Bowers night, and then I just kept seeing, and it wasn't like he was crushing it with points, but it just kept trickling up. And then once he got over the 10 mark, which was honestly kind of early, I was just like, shit, let's just kind of keep it below 20. And thankfully he landed, I think he went for like 15.2 in my league or whatever. But yeah, like that's anytime that you can keep a running back like that, under 20 points, you should be in a pretty decent shape, depending on what the other opposition has. So,
and I couldn't help but think last night, I mean, to where it's like, okay, with Denver, I'm kind of like we said, you can't displace Kansas City until somebody actually beats them and knocks them off the mantle. But, I'm kind of there. I'm like, okay, maybe Denver's there. And I know they have, a 2-game lead. I think it's a 2-game lead over the Chiefs yet still. But now you're seeing Kansas City come to life. They still have to play twice, I think. I don't think they've played yet. So I'm like, and then I see last night, and I'm like, okay, maybe Denver's not ready yet.
And that's just it. So
beat them.
So producer Jake kind of hits it on the head here too, right? I've been wrong about Bo Nix, or I've been right at times, right? But there's times where he's also made me look pretty wrong about him. Like, and Jake comes in. Bo Nix is about a top 25 QB in the league, and that's really all I can say about him. And that's kind of it, because he makes throws that are just like eye-opening, and wow, like this guy is going to be like one of the next franchise quarterbacks that the torch gets passed to, right? The mantle gets passed to. And then he comes out and he has just bonehead plays, just mistake plays. I think what gives Bo Nix some hope, or I guess why I think Bo Nix has a beacon of talent around him, is just because of his ability to escape pressure, right, and his ability to kind of get through progressions quickly, right? Yeah. He's got a lot of reps. He's been around a lot.
He's old.
He's for a young quarterback in this league, he's got a lot of experience with him. I think being paired up with Sean Payton is a good thing. I just think this needs to mature and kind of populate a little bit.
You know what Bo Nix kind of reminds me of, the more that I watch him, and just kind of the way that it's hot and cold, and then the surrounding cast and everything that's around him. He kind of reminds me of early career Dak Prescott, to where it's like, just when you're thinking, oh man, this dude right here, and then like you said, he throws a ball. I'm like, dude, what are you doing?
Yeah, I didn't see Dak, right? I kind of saw like a kind of. Well, I was going to say Brett Favre, and Steve Young, but everybody struggles, right? But yeah, and the only reason I was going to say that just because of their wheels. But I mean, I guess Dak did kind of have mobility, or a lot more mobility when he was a rookie. I would say more of like the Brett Favre type of deal, just because he can scramble and he's kind of like a gunslinger.
Mm-hmm.
But still, like I thought he was going to be more like Drake May. Like Drake May's playing top ball right now. But yeah, this is kind of like the projection that I thought Bo Nix would, because Bo Nix has played games where you're just like, okay, this dude can take the Broncos here. You give him a couple more pieces, especially with a formidable run game. You're talking about another championship run for the Denver Broncos here, especially with a rookie quarterback contract. But I mean, here's the other thing too that's kind of not aligning. How the stars aren't aligning for the Broncos here I think that trend also only goes with a one-time coach, right? Like a first year coach. Not too many coaches have one, or hell, I think there's only 2, right, that have Super Bowls with 2 different teams, 2 different franchises. I got to check. That might not be correct at all. I got to check that.
The ones that I think of are, of course, well, Switzer. Well, did he win his first? No, he didn't. George Seifert. I mean, some of these guys. But it's like, what I like about Denver is that they've really gone in and they've built him a nice system. But the more that I watch him, I'm like, okay, I just don't think that, like we keep talking about the Chiefs, I just don't think they're ready yet. So, and that's where the 2 games are going to be so important. And I guess they do play each other next. So there's your measuring stick on both of them. And then the Chargers are sitting there, and I'm like, okay, what are you going to get with them? I mean, that's where that West is just so, it's gotten even more.
Well, how do you feel about the Chargers?
Kind of a lot like I feel about Denver, to where it's like, okay, I think I can buy in, but still, then you have some quarterback play. Now Herbert's quarterback play has gotten a hell of a lot more consistent. It seems like to me. I don't think either one of them is going to beat Kansas City. I know it's 2.5 games back, Kansas City. I still think they're going to win the West, dude. I still think they're going to win the West.
All right. Yeah, not too much of a showing last night. Kind of a dud, kind of a downer, a Debbie downer, a Denver downer, if you will. 10-7, the outcome last night. The Broncos on top from a ferocious Vegas Raiders.
Well, then Gino got hurt. What are they going to do now? I don't know the extent of his injury. I mean, it's
I've
not
seen
like
another question. Are they
franchise.
missing Myers? Not having Myers. And look, I know Myers isn't a marquee name. Like, he's not a top tier wide receiver. Probably not even a top or a tier 2 wide receiver, right? But still, he was consistent, and he gave them, it was an outlet. In Lockett, you'd think him coupled with Lockett would be something to kind of string together from the wide receiver room, and then Bowers, underneath with that tight end, and then Genti, out of the backfield. It on paper looks like it could have been somewhat of a productive offense, right? But it's just, again, like I don't think bringing, even if you brought Myers back on the team, or if he was even retained, that this offense would be firing. Like right now, it's just sputtering. Like it's not just a wide receiver away. It's not working. It's not even computing. It's not firing on all cylinders, man.
Well, there was a reason he wanted to leave.
Firing on 2 cylinders.
No, yeah, that's a V8 that's firing on a cylinder and a half. I mean, you need to replace every piston in there. But I mean, you got Ashton Genti, and I mean, there's a reason that dude wanted to get out of Vegas. And here's the other part of it. I don't know who the quarterback will be next week, but yeah, look what defense is next for the Raiders next week. Although it is the Cowboys, and
can you call it a get right game? I mean, I guess that will be a true test to see if the Raiders do have any weapons. Will they shine against Dallas, right? Like, will we see any type of potential, come about from Vegas's offense, against Dallas?
Hold
on, we got to put the brakes on that, because some moves were just made, right?
Some moves.
I mean, giving up names. I didn't ask you about that. Having Maisie Smith go. Yeah. And yeah, but still, it wasn't just that. It was the first and the second. Didn't you lose that?
Yeah, you did lose that. But I'm gonna be very forthright with all of you guys. Wags, I'm gonna take it easy on the Cowboys here for
you weren't a Maisie Smith fan?
No. But the bigger loss was yesterday. To me, that was okay. So I'm going to kind of take it easy on the Cowboys this week. I'm not going to tell you that the Cowboys are going to do what they always do. I'm hoping for an inspired performance, because there's a lot of hurt going on over there right now, and that was just tragic. Oh my God, I was glued to Dallas TV yesterday, because it was like anything that involves the Cowboys, especially when something like that, it's like breaking news. And I sat there and I'm watching all that yesterday, and it's like, oh shit. So
yeah, I'm
trying to take it easy on Dallas.
I was trying to give you a smile and be, give you some tongue in cheek stuff to smile at, but
yeah, well,
we don't have to keep going back there. You always bring it back there.
No. But I had planned to say,
You're like the most awkward conversationalist in the world.
Wags. That's why I could never get a date when I was a young dude.
Yeah, I can fucking tell.
Yeah, I'd start
talking about Debbie Downer. You are a Debbie Downer.
I know, man. I would start talking to a girl, and then I'd just go this different direction, and she's like, I got to head out. Her pager would go off.
Friends?
No, you and about 3 other people are my friends that I actually like interface with.
No, I was saying the girl. I was saying the girl's probably asking if you got any friends.
Yeah, she's like,
I'm kidding.
Put you out of your misery here, buddy. You know, her pager would go off, and it's like, oh, I got to take a call, and she'd never come back. Did you have a pager when you were young? I always had a pager. Had to have that.
No,
pager.
I never. No, I did not have it. If somebody wanted to call me, they could call my house and leave a message. And I didn't even have an answering machine either. You know what I mean? If my grandma wasn't around to pass me the message and I didn't see your number on the caller ID, I didn't call you back. So
yeah, it's like Dr. Ronnie back in the day. You know, had the pager.
That's what a lot of people used to just stop by the house, right?
Yeah,
and I'm glad that shit doesn't happen anymore. Like, you just walk up into my room. Like, what the hell? Come on, dude. Like, I'm in the middle of something here. You know, I'm tugging on Tommy here.
My wife has friends that just stop by to talk to her, and I'm like, did you know they were coming? No, I'm like,
it's funny. Coincidental here, double R. A lot of people have been stopping since the pool's been going in. A lot of my neighbors have gotten a lot more friendly.
Yeah, you're about to be the most popular guy in the neighborhood.
I never talked to any of these dudes over.
You're gonna be the HOA president by the time this shit's over with.
I mean, everybody's getting a little chummy, around my yard.
Yeah, everybody's gonna want to come over, especially. So, dude, I got to tell you, I thought
before you get into that, you want to talk about people coming over. You need to have Tom McKay over bright and early in the morning. All right. I know we're going to talk about, commercials
bright
here
and early
in just a second, but I'm serious. There's just something like it's infectious, right? When Tom McKay is in your morning, you're motivated as hell. There's a smile on your face. And here's another thing too, like just the stories that he tells you too, just about what's going on in his world. Tom's a leader of the community, right? What I mean by that is he takes not risk, like he invests in people. He really does. Like even people that might have gotten off track before, right? He sees the best in everyone. And believe it or not, he really he talks a hard game, and he does. He runs a hard game too, but he does see the best in absolutely everyone. And to that reason, man, he changes people's life, bro. Like and I'm speaking about, some behind the scenes shit, but like when people invest in their communities, usually that is the embodiment of a good fucking leader. It just is, man. And that's what Tom McKay is. That's all.
I happen to think that I'm a very lucky dude that, at this point in my life that I have, 2 guys on the Tom McKay for one, because he is, he sends me inspirational shit. Or I wake up in the morning and I'm like, some of it's meant to be humorous, but again, it has
most of it is, but a lot of it's good word.
Yeah. And then Bucky Godbolt. That's another dude right there to where it's like that's just a good dude that cares about people. And it's like, I need to be like those guys and my dad, more than I am other things. So
yeah, since we're talking about audiovisual consultations, you guys know, man, they set the standard here. Another person that sets the standard is our guy Ryan Hecht at the Hecht Law Firm. When the storm hits, you got to give Ryan Hurricane Hecht a call. He's your go-to personal injury attorney right here in our Fairburg of Austin, Texas. Proud Texas Longhorn fighting for fellow Texans, and he's going to fight like hell to make it right. He brings that same fire and pride to the courtroom, and again, if it's any type of personal injury, just give him a call. He's been fighting for justice and big results for over a decade now, and you don't pay unless you win. No fees unless the green gets in your pocket. Aggressive in the courtroom, compassionate with his clients. He knows what you're going through, and he's going to fight like hell to make it right. Texas Fight. Austin-based, Texas proud, supporting local sports, local businesses, local families, and you. Friend of the show, went to school with BK, fighter of the people, fighter for the people. Don't let insurance companies push you around. Let him blow the doors wide open. Let him blow the case doors wide open. Ryan Hurricane Hecht, give him a call. 512-938-8929. Again, lottery number 512-938-8929. Email Ryan at HECHTlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHTlawfirm.com. Tell him the crew from TSU sent you.
And talking about AV consultations, I know the YouTube thing's still going on. I think we're going into another weekend of that debacle, that controversy. I seriously thought it was fixed, like I said yesterday. And then because I've been using the Julio, and I went to YouTube TV, and it's like ABC's still not there. I think y'all know what I was looking for, morning traffic. But anyway, AV consultations, no matter what you're watching, whether you're streaming, whether you're on wired cable, whether you're got the satellite on the roof, it's AV consultations. They'll take care of you during football.
Field goal, end zone, interception.
What's up, kid?
Just trying to write a new commercial for audiovisual consultations. You know, football season is about to start.
Okay, so what have you got so far?
Roses are red, violets are blue. Football is awesome. Our installations are too.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting what I want.
Okay, how about my football lies over the ocean?
Boy.
Yeah, I guess I just don't really understand this sport. Like, think about hockey, a sport played by real men. Fights, no TV timeouts, and no flopping.
Yeah, that's why Audiovisual installs systems so that every customer feels like they're right there on the field.
People's love for football might be hard to understand, but ABC can tackle any residential or home improvement to get you ready for the big game.
Now you're getting it.
Ready for the halftime show?
What?
Hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Just call us at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678.
Absolutely. AVconsultations.com. Check them out today. They will get you hooked up. And it doesn't say in there, but we talk about it, whether it's indoor or outdoor, because that outdoor space is something that you want to do. Be weather aware. It's going to get very, very cool when we're on the air here on Monday morning. It's probably going to be 30-something out there, not quite freezing, but it's going to be cool. And this is where you can take these local services that we talk about that have been doing this forever, combine them. You've got the AV consultation set up if you want to do that outside or inside. Then if you want to renovate that indoor space or renovate the outdoor space, it's McCall Custom Homes. Be sure and give our good friend Mike McCall a call at 512-633-9580. Again, same thing. Be sure and mention Texas Sports Unfiltered. That is a free estimate for TSU listeners and viewers. You can check out the gallery of projects at McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. It matters not. That outdoor stuff, if you've got a patio that needs renovation and you want to sturdy that thing back up and you want to make it ready to go for 10 or 20 more years, they can do that. If you have a space outdoors, you have an outdoor area that you want to build that new space, they can build that new space for you as well. Indoor, no problem. Living space, kitchen space, primary bathroom, primary bath, anything. And it does not matter if you want flooring, you need sheetrock done, drywall, whatever it is, they're going to go in there. If you want to go all the way down to the bare bones of the property, they can go in there and take care of that for you, because they've been doing it for over 4 decades. A father-son team for over 40 years, taking care of Central Texans just like me and just like all of you. Again, McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. 512-633-9580. Check them out today. It is McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home. So coming up on another football weekend, we can kind of go over some of the NFL stuff. But as Wags gets set to join us back in, again, a Texas bye week for us. So that's the cool thing about it, where it's a Texas bye week. We can kind of just like relax and watch everybody else, and I think right now it's so imperative, because so much of what needs to happen with this team, with our team, Wags, with the Longhorns, is reliant on a lot of other people. So it's, again, you got to take care of your own shit, like we talk about. But here we are in another weekend where there's some games. Anything jumping off at you that you're
okay, here's that's a good question. Like, I know you're we are critically watching teams too, but are you watching any games from like just as a casual fan, right?
I've talked about to where I know we're not a member of the Big 12 anymore, but I don't know what
there's a huge game in the Big 12.
BYU and Tech to me is like that one.
That does have implications, right? Like,
sure,
one team's bouncing back, and we're the team like us or Oklahoma's bouncing up. So
yeah, because I really do think that there's a good possibility that, I know where these teams are ranked, but just the way that everything lays out and the way that people are beating each other up, to where there could just be one Big 12 team in the playoff. and I would assume it would be the winner of this one. But yeah, to me, that actually is the one that I have circled, and I'm glad it's at 11 a.m. I'm going to be on the road, but at that time, I'll be able to watch that. That's the biggest one jumping out at me at this point.
One that I had it doesn't have any type of luster anymore, but I had this fucking circled forever, like Bama and LSU this year. Like I was really anticipating this, and now, man, it's just another game. Like I don't even know what the line is. That's the shit. That's how disappointing this is, right? Like I don't even know the line.
Yeah.
This.
And it's
hold on, let me look this up.
And here's the funny thing about it, to where this is the way everything works right now. To when you look at that matchup, that's a 5-3.
Bama's favored 9 1/2.
Oh shit! This is a 5-3 LSU team that just ran the dude out of town and bought him out, taking on a 7-1 Alabama with huge expectations. And this is where does the program rally around the interim head coach? I mean, there's opportunities there for really good stories. It's hard to not be focused in on SEC stuff, even on a bye week, because the SEC is just so fucking good. I mean, I'm sorry, where it's like, well, SEC's falling off. I said that the other day. No, it hadn't. The A&M Missouri game to me is huge. And
here's the thing, like, and I'm seeing some of this, like producer Jake hits this right on, like 7 versus 8 at noon is sad. No, I get that, right? But it's on ABC, so there's no. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys. There's not a flex for college games just because it's so hard to coordinate and liaison stuff, right?
And I am curious, how is that on ABC?
Rodney, ask me or answer my question, please. Like, there's no flex?
No, I mean, not that I know of.
Everything is set in stone, right? It is concrete, right? It is chiseled.
I think everything's verified like a week before.
Okay.
Like a week before.
When you're looking at this, like, and you're seeing LSU and Alabama, right? During, for this week, you're just like, okay, well, this week gets this game in the prime time because it's Bama and LSU. We didn't know that this was going to be a shit week of a game, right? Like this from season, or from the beginning of the season, this looked like it had, implications of who's going to be going to the SEC championship, in my opinion. Like I did not think that LSU was going to be as lame as they are, right? But no, Tigers came up with a thorn in the paw or some shit like that. Take an analogy that you want, but I don't know. It sucks, man.
And how seriously, how is that? I'm surprised that that's on ABC, because I thought a Big 12 game would have been on Fox, but I guess for Fox they have their big noon game of the week or whatever you want to call it. I don't know who that is. Indiana, I guess. Indiana and Penn State. Talk about losing out if you're Fox. I think I'd rather have Tech and BYU than Indiana and Penn State. But again, it doesn't flex. There's that 18-day window, I think, that Jake is talking about. But
well, still, even if it is an 18-day window, you would like to have you would think some of the foresight or some of the planning ability to sit here and say, well, LSU and Bama probably isn't going to be as a banger of a game that we thought it was going to be, right? Like, can we do some adjusting of the schedule, some coordinating, and maybe third parties or other shit just didn't align to where they couldn't flex the game or move the game into another spot. But yeah, absolutely, like 7 and 8, like that's kind of a catastrophe, almost like sacrilegious for college football fans, right?
Yeah.
You can't even get lubricated a little bit, man. You can't even get lubed up and tuned up. But I don't know. I guess that's why you just get cloudy and not.
Okay. Well, I mean, you would think you could, if there was like a way to flex, that you would flex those two games, put LSU, Alabama, and Tuscaloosa in the morning, and have that game, and then move that one, especially as impactful as it is, with the Big 12. I think there's so much on the line for the Big 12 in this ball game. And yeah, 11 o'clock, but hey, Big 12 is what the Big 12 is, and the SEC is what it is. And I mean, we're poo-pooing on it, but maybe LSU answers here, dude.
We're not breaking that big of news. This is a really big game for the Big 12. It's going to propel the national, or not the national champion. It's going to propel the Big 12 champion here.
Yeah, man, I think this is really one of those games to where, again, and that's where I'm glad that this playoff bracket and the playoff rankings come out when they do, that we're not doing this shit in week 4 to where it's all this back and forth. And I mean, here we are where things are really settled, and now you have these matchups that are coming up that are really going to set the table for what's about to happen. So I'm
thinking any upsets this week?
I'm telling you, dude. And again, it's just not. It's not
Could
to
Wake
shit on.
Forest get Virginia? Could Wake Forest get Virginia? Have you been watching any ACC football at all? Have you
Not
been
much.
watching any
Man.
Wake?
I'll
Wake
be
played
honest.
Georgia Tech pretty tough.
Yeah.
I think. Hold on. That might have been last year. My memory's not serving.
The Iowa game.
They did play Georgia Tech tough. They lost by one point.
Yeah. The Iowa game could be a good game. The Oregon Iowa game that could be a good game. That's on the road for Oregon. That may be one. And I'm here to tell you, man. I don't know. I have this sneaking gut feeling, not to shit on little brother, but I think Missouri's going to get A&M on the ropes a little bit, man. They may not beat them, but I think they're going to scare them. I think they're going to scare them pretty good. And that's where it's a good time to watch it in the Texas bye week, figure out what they're going to do and try to capitalize on some of that shit to slow them down.
Fuck it. I'll call it 6.5 is the hook. Wrong team favored. I'm going with Missouri. Missouri at home.
I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. I don't know
you
what
just
it
said
is.
you just said you don't think they'll win. You said they'll play.
No. I'm telling you, I don't know what it is that makes me think that Missouri's going to win.
You just said you don't think they're going to win. Now you're flipping.
No, I'm saying they're going to win.
Okay. Well, you just said that they were going to play them tough, but they weren't going to win.
I said they may not beat them, but they'll play them tough. But I truly think they're going to win. I mean, I do think they're going to win, Wags. I think I said that yesterday. They're going to win.
Okay.
Go Tigers.
Where you want to go next? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm with Jason Myers here.
And here's the other thing: if they don't beat them and they don't lose to them, they might tie them. So there's that. I give you all three options right here.
I'm gonna say Hardy runs wild. It's gonna be one hell of a day for Hardy. Maybe even something to give the highlights and eye openers for a Heisman Trophy campaign. Maybe it's never going to a running back. We know this, guys. Going to your quarterbacks, but still, I think he's gonna have a big day. Could be running away with this thing to kind of put A&M on the ropes. So we're gonna see what A&M's defense. A&M's gonna be tested. A&M's defense gonna be tested. All right, partner. Anything else you want to hit up on?
I think we probably do need to keep our eyes on Georgia. Again, that's your next opponent. I mean, everybody's keeping up with Georgia. Everybody's always keeping up with Georgia. There's Mississippi State, obviously, took Texas to the top rope, but any snowball chance in hell in an 11 o'clock game in Stark Vegas that Mississippi State can do that to Georgia, in your opinion?
I don't think so. I think Georgia's going to roll. Georgia usually takes care of business. It looked like we struggled a little bit up front, right, with Mississippi State, and it looks like Georgia doesn't have those types of deficiencies. I think Georgia steamrolls. Yeah.
I think you're right. I wish you weren't, but I think you're right. I wish you're right.
Right. NFL, let's get to the pro landscape here. Treated to a dandy last night with some Thursday night football. Let's go around the horn, man. How about a little bit of Packers Giants here? Well, I guess that would be next week, but excuse me. Yeah. Giants and Bears, my bad. Giants and Bears.
Packers got the Eagles this week on Monday night. So, I mean, there you go.
That's a nice NFC preview here. And it's maybe a potential NFC conference championship here preview. Are the Packers back in, I guess, the conversation for NFC contention?
I don't think that I can put them there, Wags. They're just very inconsistent, it seems like. It's very hot or cold. Jordan Love, I see a lot of folks, is Jordan Love the next in that, trilogy, or I guess you have to add Bart Starr of amazing quarterbacks in Green Bay Packer history because he's not consistent enough. But I don't think that I can roll the Packers into the hierarchy right now of Eagles, Rams, Lions. To me, is who's at the top of the NFC. I can't slot them in there. This is a game at home. So I think
Jordan Love's been playing pretty damn good. I mean, remember he got banged up too, so he was out for a couple of weeks. But I mean, he I don't know if he's at the top of the pantheon like you're talking about, but I can't sit here and say that he's playing shitty football.
Yeah, and I think that when people
only 33 picks, double R.
Yeah, when people want to judge Jordan Love that quick, I think one thing is he doesn't have to be like, he's a part of the offense. He's obviously a part of the offense, but he doesn't have to be like, Jared Goff and Matt Stafford to where that dude is solely what you're going to have, where if he can have a bad day, the offense is still going to be productive. I think so much of where these guys are going to lean on is the defense, and to see if the defense I hope they stop the tush push. That's the one thing I want out of the Monday night game. I'm tired of hearing about that shit. I don't care if the Eagles line up off sides. Just stop the tush push. Please do that, Michael Parsons. That's all I ask of you on Monday night.
Okay.
Stop it twice.
Besides the tush push on Philly, what do you think else is, that they're deadly with?
Their quarterback. I mean, Jalen Hurts is. He and Jordan Love, kind of the same thing, where if you get a good Jordan Love, you get a good Jalen Hurts, that's going to totally dictate what your offense is going to do. I mean, because you can get Hurts where he's so dangerous with his wheels. I mean, this dude gets on the outside, he starts doing shit, then other stuff opens up. So this is where I go back to the Packers defense, to where if they can close the box down a little bit, don't let him get to the Hurts, get to the perimeter and try to shut him down with that. I think that's going to utilize so much more of what they're going to want to do in the secondary and in that second level.
So I think Hurts is a good call, but honestly, like, what haven't we seen from Philly this year? What's some weaponry that Philly really has that just hasn't unloaded yet?
Dude in the backfield?
The guy in the backfield.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And when you got a nasty edge rusher like Micah Parsons that can really just wreck your passing game, and especially when Parsons travels, right? Like Parsons just doesn't stay on one side of the field. Like Parsons goes to the weak side. Am I correct?
Mm-hmm. That dude is going to move around. Yep.
Right.
Absolutely.
So, no matter where, Jordan Love, could scramble to, Parsons could be getting to his backside there, which could kind of disrupt the game, can kind of disrupt the flow. Right. The way to kind of isolate the edge rusher, or just the ferocious edge rusher and pass rusher is to run right at him. Right. Just take the ball, run the rock right up their gut, or, right up the cock, as we like to say. And
nice.
Yeah, dude, it kind of neutralizes somewhat of that defensive pass rush, right? Or a lot of people like to say, when a blitz is coming, throw into the blitz, right? You throw into the blitz, you find the natural hole, natural progression of the hole kind of opens up and widens up there. Just find those natural holes that open up and then take advantage of that. I think Barkley running directly at Micah Parsons will be a common theme moving forward in this game on Sunday.
Yeah. If you can block Micah Parsons, whatever side he's on, and just push him to the outside, that's a good call. I mean, just go right up the gut, because what does Philadelphia have? A really damn good offensive line. So yeah, but Barkley, 369 yards, averaging 3.3 a clip this year, definitely quite the fall off from last year.
Right, but I mean, the season that you had last year, it's very hard to reproduce that type of season in back-to-back years, right? Like that's come on, man. We're talking about NFL record-setting seasons. Come on.
Yeah, because you know what the defense is going to key on. I mean, what are they going to do? They watch the same film that we do. They're going to try to neutralize that, and I don't think Philadelphia has actually really tried to go to that yet. So maybe at some point that opens up for them, and they can do that, and it may be against this Green Bay defense. So yeah, big one on Monday night. Very important NFC game on Monday night.
Since we hit our picks so well for Thursday Night Football, let me give you the Friday fruitions pick for fantasy here, okay? And this isn't breaking news, all right? I'm just going with trends, all right? It's a numbers game, baby. I'm trying to give you numbers. I'm trying to give you some numbers here, okay? Caleb Williams was the top quarterback in fantasy, top point getter in fantasy sports. Actually, I need to walk that back. That might not be true. It might just be the top quarterback. I don't think he was the actual top point getter. But yeah, one hell of a show last week, okay? Playing the Giants this week. All right. Now I know Burns can get after it, and he's the sack leader right now. But the Giants defense is just awful. All right. The Giants defense is atrocious. Like they have some moments where they can get after it and be feisty, but usually they're gonna give you a lot of yards, right? They're gonna give up some points. Okay. If you have any type of stock in Caleb Williams, and you've been debating on and this isn't breaking news, right? Like, you've been debating on if you need to start Caleb. This is the week to absolutely start Caleb Williams. In fact, if you're looking at like underdog fantasy or something like that, go ahead and get a prop on Caleb Williams now while it's hot, right? While it's low. Okay. And then shave up if you need to, man. Caleb Williams is going to absolutely eat. I know I said that. I know we said that about Sutton and Knicks last night. I know. I'm telling you.
At noon on Saturday, Patriots and the Buccaneers. That's going to be an old-fashioned scrap right there, I think, with those two. Patriots, Patriots on the rise. Are they truly a factor in the AFC?
I think the Patriots are for real. Like, I'm a big fan of Drake May, right? Like, I'm kicking myself for not drafting Drake May.
Drake May's answered everything.
He looks like the guy, man. He really does. And again, it's been short film on him right now, right? But the kid can make every throw. And dude, you could argue that he's playing some of the best ball right now.
Absolutely. It's so much where people want to talk about from year 1 to year 2 how bad these rookie quarterbacks fall off the ladder. CJ Stroud, you name him. This dude right here. You want to talk about progress. And again, it's a whole philosophy change, I think, in New England. And I mean, you look at New England and Tampa Bay.
Top 5 quarterback.
Absolutely. I totally think so.
No, I mean, I'm looking at, I just pulled the stats up.
Okay. And I think that arguably with Drake May against Baker Mayfield, shit, that's going to be a lot of fun to watch at noon on CBS.
He might be, 6th or 7th in the league.
May or Mayfield?
May.
Yeah. I mean, there's no reason to say he's not. I mean, he's
May 6 or 7.
Yeah, he's been exceptional, man. He's been exceptional. Yeah, 6'7", man, 6'7". I don't know. Nick Harris.
What's going on, fellas? How are we doing?
Man, shitty day yesterday, brother. Shitty day.
Man, no doubt. It was easily the worst day I've had on the job. No doubt. It was a rough one, but I hope we can all take lessons out of it, though. And check on our people and also if ask for help, and hopefully that's if there is more than one life saved out of this situation, then hopefully his death was not in vain. And tough one, man. Tough one.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, Mike.
22 veterans. I mean, I know that he's not a veteran, but this is just an account for a small populace, right? 22 veterans die a day. That's just veterans. 22 veterans commit suicide a day, right? Yeah. That's just veterans.
Yeah.
Put that on a bigger scale.
Yeah, it's unreal.
It's unreal. And my point is, like, veterans aren't the only ones that are suffering. Like, people fucking, pain's subjective, bro. Like, talk about it. And this is big bad Marine. The best healing is getting out there and talking about it. Like, you might not have back in the day, right? Like, you might not have gone to a psychologist or somebody that can help you professionally, right? But you sure as fuck talked about it. You got it off your chest. You talked to your boys. You talked to your homies. The point is to talk, right? Like, don't let it bottle up, because it's like that cup. I say this all the time, man. We're like a cup. All right. And regardless of how much water, if it's just a drip at a time or if it's just a pour, like it fills up. It fills up. And talking about it helps you alleviate and tip that out. Right. But if you don't talk about it, it's going to overflow and it's going to explode, man. Yeah. And you got to dip it. You got to tip it out, man. You got to talk.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Yesterday, got a call at about 6:50 in the morning, woke me up, and I couldn't believe it. And it was just a rumor at that time, and I was hoping it was just that. But it was a credible rumor inside the building, and started doing some digging on it and found out more and more. And then when we got our first police statement in, it actually came from Plano Police Department, the first one that we got in. And it was that there was a welfare check that was done at his house around 11:40, and no one had answered the door. And that's when it really started to get put together that it was real. And not too long after that, Frisco Police Department came out with their statement, Texas Department of Public Safety, kind of detailing the events of what exactly happened. And I'll spare everybody the details, but just a really sad end for a really good dude. And I spent a lot of yesterday reaching out to some people that knew him, whether it be in college or in high school and then here in the NFL. And, you know, he was a good dude. He was a genuine dude. I got to interact with him multiple times. When I was working with the Cowboys, I actually got to do his first interview when he came through in the building after getting drafted. And he was just like a big teddy bear. And it's tough because even the guys who smile and laugh and give out the most love, still got to check on those guys too. And
that's usually the mask, bro. That's like the people that smile, the people that find themselves or kind of put themselves in comedy. That's the mask, man. Yeah. That's the That's to hide some shit.
And Nick, I think that it goes without saying we like to rail on the Cowboys, or many of us rail on the Cowboys just because of the fandom that we have for them. But I would suspect that even with these big mean athletes that we talk about, which are the most susceptible to these situations because you're tough and you don't want to talk about stuff, I would assume that internally, you know, whether it be at the Star or whatever, that there are people there now in place that are going to try to help these guys and help this organization get through this.
Yeah, and credit to Dak Prescott and Solomon Thomas. Both of those guys have lost siblings to suicide, and their foundations have been really good about, you know, making sure that those resources are available for their teammates. And yesterday, the NFL sent counseling resources and services to the Star, and they're expected to be there over the course of the next few weeks because they are on their bye week this week. So not a lot of players are in the building, but players hopped on a Zoom call yesterday late morning after the news had come out. And it was just kind of a time for everybody to grieve, to share their thoughts. And I was told there was some really good testament that was given on that Zoom call. So, you know, these guys trying to rally around each other, but maybe a good thing that they're around their families right now. But I'm sure it'll be even better when they're able to get back in the facility and be around their brothers on Monday.
Yeah, I saw Mike Zimmer yesterday on Dallas TV. And again, another, you know, he's been through this as well. And that was gut-wrenching there to watch and talk about that relationship that he had with him. Yeah. It's a sad day, very sad day.
Absolutely.
There's a man.
All right, guys, shiny, happy people.
I will say this, Wags. You took my Jacoby Brissett advice last week, and I assume that paid off for you.
Mightily, sir.
I'm taking your Caleb Williams advice this week, so hopefully it's back and forth here.
Hey, man, as long as I can return the favor, man. I owe you. Okay?
Let's do it. Let's ride Caleb Williams.
Hey, I remember certain Nick Harris saying Cowboys by 2 scores to cover.
Yeah, crazy.
Hey, all right, gents. Well, I'm gonna get on your Double R. You gonna stick around?
No, I'm out. I'm getting on the road.
Yep. Real quick. I got something to show y'all. Shout out to David Shad. No, we're not. No, Weiss, put that up. Put that up, Wags. Shout out to David.
Where do I table it?
Not there. Just stop. Too old for that. Sorry, I didn't mean that offensively. But last night I drove down to Pflugerville.
I'm too old for that.
Saw same here. Saw Pflugerville Weiss take down Austin Anderson 28-7.
Beat the shit out of him. Yep.
Yeah, the game was not as close as the score was. But I want to give a shout out to David.
Is that the best backdrop you've been to, or like is that one of the best scenes? That venue,
the field.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like
we were talking about, you know, some of the best places to watch a football game in Austin, Texas. That's got a lot of good. It's replay adjustment or replay facility and shit like that. Replay capabilities.
Yeah, so I mean, it's nice having the replay, but for me, big Texas high school football guy. I usually like the high schools that have their own stadium. It's not an ISD stadium, you know.
Yeah.
Like it's different in Pflugerville because they only have 4 schools to where that is, you know, it does feel like the home stadium. But like in Katy ISD, they have like 12 schools sharing 2 stadiums. And they play in a different one every week and, you know, all that. But okay, with Weiss and David Shad though, he gave me two things, 2 shirts. We got this. You're probably like, what's that? Robot emoji versus commentary. Well, that's why you got to flip it. Custom T-shirt for the game. I wish
that GTA style. Is that GTA style?
Well, listen. We got Weiss versus Anderson. And we got Trey Moore right here, Texas 2027 receiver target, a.k.a. Megatron. And we got Yaheem Riley. You can't tell, but his graphic guy messed it up. It says Raheem Riley. But it's the Miami backdrop, and he got Sark's chopper on there. You see that?
That's legit. Are they for sale anywhere? Can we get them still?
I mean, I don't know. They're probably half off now that the game has been played, but
I'm not gonna wear it. It's just something to have, man.
oh, that's what I'm saying. Like, isn't this pretty dope? You know,
That is legit.
You got
That is some of the best
Megatron
shit I've
versus
seen.
Miami with the
I
Miami.
knew exactly what you were.
background,
I knew
Sark's
exactly
chopper.
what it was when I saw the emojis.
That's pretty
Oh
good.
yeah,
I like
yeah,
it.
yeah.
Now,
Everyone knows.
You can table that if you want, Jay Guns.
And then also got one of these bad boys. It's like what the coaches wear on the sideline sometimes. It's got a hood with the collar. Jordan brand. Pretty nice.
It's great.
I thought about throwing it on and walking up to Coach Hill and going, "Hey, give me a headset, Coach. Come on now."
Do it.
You know, this is some nice gear. I'm very appreciative. Thank you to David Shad, and also I believe does construction in the Austin area. Great dude, great family. If you need anything done, he's the man. And yeah, shout out Pflugerville Weiss, Coach Hill, getting the big win. But yeah, just wanted to show you all that, some Austin area football talk.
I'm going to show you my
Good.
on Monday. I'm going to show you my Lake Travis baseball shirt that I got when they made the state run in 2016. So they hooked me up in all sorts of gear for the state championship, dude. I went rolling up there and I looked like a coach. I mean, I looked like a coach. I go walking in there and they're like, "Wow, what do you do? You scouting?" I'm like, "No, man, I'm the play-by-play guy. Come on now."
Damn right.
Jay Guns, I'm going to hit you up after the show and see if you do have like anybody that I can contact for that shirt. I mean, I don't have any skin in the game for that, but that's a banger of a shirt.
Oh yeah.
You know what is cool about the field? I'll tell you this. When you're doing a game there, you're way up there and the big booming lights and like the big screen and all that, like Wags is talking about, and you look across the street and you see Pflugerville's old stadium, with just a few lights on. That's kind of weird. It's kind of cool.
So when I was calling games, one of the best scenes that I saw was from, is it Bible? Is it AC Bible?
Oh, from Gupton to the Palace.
No. You're at AC Bible and you see Gupton, then you see the Palace, then you see Dragon, all in a row, and I got goosebumps just thinking about it, man. It's just like, man, the city is everybody's doing this right now, man. Everybody's playing ball right now, and just it coming from being a Marylander and not growing up in Texas, and you see all the Peter Berg production shit of like Friday Night Lights, you're just like, there's no effing way that it's like this. And you're calling the game, and it's just, it's like, it's the heartland, bro. It's like the best thing to ever see on a Friday night, man. It's just, you can't make it up. You try to take a picture and try and capture it, you just can't. You absolutely can't, man. It's just something that your eye can only see, dude. It's one of those feelings. It's a magical moment, and I think only Texas can capture that.
That's why I quit every year. I'm like, at the end of the year, I'm like, no more play-by-play. Next year,
back at it again, man.
Right
But
back
see, that's why I always ask, like, what's everybody's favorite venue? Like, what's everybody's favorite favorite place to call a game or favorite place to see a game? Like, and AC Bible's not really like one of the best venues. Like, it's got some cool play-by-play capabilities and stuff.
Round Rock ISD, what is that? Leander?
Leander.
Leander.
The cool thing about Bible is the story of Bible, because they rebuilt that and then they flipped the sides and did it's a cool story.
But for me, like the view that
okay, guys, I gotta go. See y'all later.
Later, Double R. For me, it's like the vantage that you see of all the other stadiums. That is just a really cool vantage at Bible. But I think it's probably House Park is probably like the number one. It sucks to call a game there, but that's the best backdrop. That's the best scene.
Yeah. I don't know.
Right,
I didn't
get out your Altair, man. I know we took up a lot of time. Sorry, man. I will hit you up for that damn shirt, though. I promise.
Oh yeah. Hopefully, it's excellent.
See you.
Have a great weekend, guys. Be good.
Appreciate it. Well, hey, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. Gonna continue on some Texas high school football talk. Game last night was awesome. I really enjoyed getting down to Austin. Seeing some people I haven't seen in a while. Cope Visual, Langston Visuals. A lot of Austin area videographers I haven't seen in a while. Used to be on that scene. So Always good. I saw Snoop Daniel. Haven't seen him in forever.
Hey.
So that was good. Anthony Williams, Aaron Williams' pops, Coach Williams, he was there. Good to see those people. As far as the game, Weiss Wolves won it 28-7. It was, district seeding was already locked ahead of the game, whether each team won or lost. Anderson's the 1 seed. I don't know who they're playing. Weiss is the 4 seed in the district. They have to go to LaPorte next week, which is pretty rough.
It's a nice stadium, though.
Yeah, brand new stadium down in Southeast Texas. It's just, they are pretty good. They have a sophomore running back who might be the best sophomore running back in the state, Sean Simon. I think his nickname is, or what's in quotations in his Twitter bio, I should say, is like F-150 or, just some Southeast Texas shit right there. But yeah, they got a game next week that'll be a big one, and I'm really curious to see that one. But Trey Moore and Yaheem Riley, the Texas safety commit, was who I was there to see. And, I mentioned it earlier. The game didn't feel as close as the score. And Weiss, I want to give a shout out to Coach Hill and that staff because they did a really good job of limiting Trey Moore to some degree. He got loose for a 70-plus yard slant that he caught and took to the house, but and that was in the fourth quarter to kind of close it. But with Miami Riley, they pretty much, they were having him on whatever side of the field that Trey Moore was on. And they did a really good job of limiting him, slowing him down. Weiss was making an effort to run the ball, pass the ball to the other side of the field. Hey, it was good on good. They each had their wins. They each had their losses. And the quarterback, Jackson Shad, he's a sophomore. He's going to be a rare 4-year starter at quarterback. Ended up starting as a freshman last year because the actual or supposed to be starter ended up tearing his ACL in the scrimmage. So, Shad is going to arrive at whatever college he ends up at with like 40-something, 50-something starts to his name, which is a big deal in all those pass attempts. But first half wasn't super pretty. I think Weiss was up 14-7 or 14-0 at half. Anderson was getting home for a lot of pressure. And, Jackson Shad was finding his brother Dallas Shad. Dallas is a year older. He's a junior. Jackson's a year younger, the sophomore. And they connected for 3 touchdowns. They had a hat trick, and it's the most the brothers have ever scored touchdowns together in a game. So that was pretty cool. Antoine asked about Dallas. He's a 27 receiver prospect. Hasn't picked up any offers yet. Should start coming his way. This is going to come off very poorly, but I'm going to call it like it is. Like if you're a white skill player in today's game, you have to run track or test. Or, until that happens, you're not getting offers. It's just what it is. It happened to Jet Walker. He ran track, did stuff. Offers started coming in. Same thing will probably have to happen with Dallas Shad and running track or testing or, playing another sport. His brother, though, is quarterback prospect getting recruited. He has 6 offers like SMU, Houston, Tech. I think like UTSA, UAB, one more. High floor prospect, he's sub 6 foot right now. Isn't, I'd say a true dual threat, but is far more athletic than he appears on the hoof. And he's a really, really good high school player, good decision maker. Should have got the ball out earlier in the first half, and he was getting pressured a lot. And, you do have to remember he's still 15, 16 years old and is a sophomore. But there's a lot of growth, a lot of improvement in the second half, managing the pocket, playing with poise. And also, he does a really good job extending, scrambling, and, making magic happen. So it was good to see him. Trey Moore, bald, Dallas Shad, obviously. They have another sophomore, 2028 receiver named Jordan Anderson. He started to pick up some offers. He's going to go power forward somewhere. And he's their receiver too. He's entered last week top 50 in the state in receiving. Trey Moore was, I believe, top 15. So, they're airing it out. They do a good job. And then on the O-line, 3 guys, that stood out. J.J. Mays, the Texas Tech commit, he's at center. He's playing center next year or in Lubbock, so he moved to that position. He's made starts at all 5 offensive line positions, and like Shad is a rare 4-year varsity starter, which you don't really see happen on the offensive line, especially at the big school 5A, 6A level. And I've always liked him. I think that's a great get for Tech, and kind of surprised Kyle Flood and them never offered. I think very similar to Nick Robertson. You can make that argument if you're only taking one guard. They're similar. Why does it matter? But Texas needs more than one guard in this high school class. So I don't know. But I mean, I've always kind of had gripes with how this staff has recruited the local Austin area.
Well, he's probably not 350 pounds. That's probably the problem.
Yeah, he isn't. That is a good point. But they also have Joshua Austin, who's a Southern Miss commit. Could be a guard or tackle. Super, super raw, but, has good measurements and is kind of like he's the type of kid who goes to Southern Miss and 4 years down the line, he's a top lineman in the portal and they developed him and everyone else gets to reap the rewards. So I'm watching him long term. And then they got a freshman, I believe his name is Cade Miller, who's starting, played a lot of right tackle last night. And I mean, he's smaller, probably around 6'2", but he's a freshman. He's got time. On the defense, they have Tommy Harris's nephew on the interior D-line. He's also sub 6 foot, but he's a freshman. And I believe he started last night or basically played starting level snaps. Just under 300 pounds, super strong. I think he threw a shot put like 42 plus as an 8th grader. Will probably hit 50 sooner or later. Doesn't have any offers yet, but they'll start coming in. And, with the way he's built and put together, like you obviously want him to grow, but he has really wide shoulders. And, if Poona Ford can figure it out and play in the NFL this long at sub 6 foot, around 5'10", 5'11", I'm not saying Jarrell Scott's going to the NFL, way too early to project that, but he can get recruited at the size he's at. And then the main guy that really stands out for me, Tylen Henderson, the linebacker. Again, I mean, Texas's recruiting operation locally, it drives me crazy. This is a kid who's visiting Alabama this weekend and Ohio State the next weekend. He has 3 offers from Miami, SMU, and Texas Tech. Texas had him on a visit last weekend. Did not show enough love, barely talked to him. I don't want to say barely, but for the level of prospect he is, he should have got more attention. And, that's it. And he didn't. And I think he has serious potential to be the top linebacker in the state in 2028, and he's 20 minutes away from campus. And, Texas is a school he likes a lot, but you can really screw things up if you get beat to offers by Ohio State and Alabama and Miami when the kid's 20 minutes down the road and you've had him on campus half a dozen times. So it's not a good look. But I'm so excited to see his future. It's his first year playing linebacker as a sophomore. He had a crucial play in either the early 4th quarter or late 3rd quarter. It was 4th and 1. Anderson was on Weiss's 40. They run it to Caleb Crenshaw. He tries to make I think he made a guy or two miss, and then he's meeting Tylen Henderson at basically the first down line. And it looks like he's going to get it, and then you see the ball pop out. And he forced a fumble and what was the biggest play of the game. And again, just starting to figure it out and put it together. Like his future is so bright, and was former receiver safety that converted to linebacker this year, or kind of grew into one, to be honest with you. And then Reagan Smith, he's playing edge for them, kind of this outside backer in a 3-4. Probably going to have to learn to play off-ball linebacker, I think, just based off the frame, how he's built. He has really good length, but he's probably 6'2", 6'2 and a half, 210, 220, and it's really hard to play edge at the power 4 level at that size if you don't have elite burst and athleticism. And, he's athletic, has some burst, but it's not, Colin Simmons or other guys at that side, Harold Perkins. So I do think off-ball linebackers will play in the future. Texas, they know about him. They had him on the same visit as Henderson. And, trying to think of other guys on defense. Jorian Gwynn, he's like a 5'9" safety senior, was committed to UIW, just decommitted. And I cannot stand when coaches or high school coaches, 7-on-7 coaches or parents are like, hey, if this kid was 6 foot, he'd be a 5-star. He'd go power 4. Like if Jorian Gwynn wasn't 5'8", he legitimately would be going power 4. If he was 6 foot, it's no question. This kid has been all district or the district like defensive MVP since his sophomore year. Outproduced Peyton Morgan when he was a senior, when Jorian was a sophomore. Peyton Morgan's now in the 2 deep at Texas Tech. And I mean, ball production, like everything, great baseball player. And he's 5'8", 160. So it's going to be hard. And with the portal, everything, and like his only route might be JUCO, or D2 or something like that. And it sucks. I hate it, but this is what happens with the portal and how it's changed recruiting and all that. So, yeah, but that's pretty much what I got from the Weiss-Anderson game. So if anyone has anything they want to ask me, let me know. I'm a little behind on these comments, so I'll scroll down. And no, I'm not in Pflugerville. I left here around 1 o'clock yesterday, got in at like 4:30, knocked out some work in the parking lot, did the game, and then drove home right away. Got home about like 1:10, 1:15, hit Whataburger on the way back.
I was about to say, where'd you stop? What was the stop there?
Dude, I didn't eat anything yesterday and didn't even realize that till the drive home. And I was like, damn, I need to eat. But I wasn't hungry until like the very end. And then I have a Whataburger that's like literally 2 minutes from me.
You got to save your stomach for the Maybank Airbnb excursion this weekend.
Yeah. But no, I screwed up though, because like I was tired. So I come home and I eat it right away and I just fall asleep, and I wake up this morning, I'm throwing up, and it's like not digested food.
Yeah.
Because I just ate it and just laid down and passed out. It probably just sat in my stomach. It didn't move till I woke up. So yeah. All right. What other stuff do we have here? I mean, the horn kind of blew up. So yeah. Why does it seem like the staff ignores the Austin area in terms of recruiting? Okay, this is what I put together. They are not offering kids in the Austin area right now unless they know they 1,000% are going to take them. And I get that. I understand it. But like, if you shoot an offer to a kid as a freshman or sophomore and stop recruiting that kid and don't take him, no one is holding it against you. It's different if you pull that as, you offer them in spring of their junior year and then 2 months later you're not talking to them anymore. But they need to offer more kids and actually recruit those kids, not just offer them. Like Carter Buck at Lake Travis. I bring this up multiple times a week. He's leading 6A in sacks. He's committed to TCU. He's from Austin. Texas is his school. And again, he's leading 6A in sacks at Lake Travis. He single-handedly won them the Dripping Springs game, basically. He took over the Westlake game. And he's going to TCU. And they have like never really talked to him, shown love to him. They had him on one visit. Alan Clark went out to Lake Travis once, and they still need an edge rusher, and they're looking everywhere else. And like with how Texas has recruited the edge position, they can afford to take him. He might not have the ceiling as other guys, but he's a guy who's going to show up to practice every day, bust his ass, and like will die in that field wearing the burnt orange, Like a lot of Austin area Centex kids would too. So, and with that kid too, it's like, man, it's kind of like what I talked about with LSU and recruiting in state, where you can get so much value, by underpaying these kids because they want to be at LSU so bad. You can get value recruiting like local kids because they want to be at Texas so bad. And I mean, yeah, but it drives me crazy. And like, it's kind of weird too, because I can't think of like a certain staff at Texas you can point to and be like, yeah, they did it the right way. Because Tom Herman screwed up the entire Drew Makuba and Latrell McCutcheon recruitments. Like Tom Herman is the reason Texas didn't get those guys out of high school. And they also dropped Blake McCree, who was committed to Texas. That was Tom Herman. Charlie Strong, I can't remember how he recruited the Austin area. And like Mac Brown, I mean, that was kind of before my time where I paid attention. So I don't know. Do the coaches ever watch these videos to discover underscouted kids in the state? I don't know. If they're on here, they are not going to tell me where, they copied the answers from. So, yeah, I don't know. But
there's also this thing called pride when it comes to recruiting.
Yeah, and there's way too much of it everywhere. Everyone wants credit.
Everyone thinks they have the best class, and 9 times out of 10 classes go to shit. So,
oh yeah. Nathaniel Loper said Sark at Waxahachie last night. Any thoughts on the safety they're looking at? Yeah, he pulled up with Chris Gilbert, Tex, basically his right-hand man, special assistant to the head coach, kind of recruiting ace. And Waxahachie, I think, was playing Mesquite, non-competitive game. Was there to see Cohen Brown, the Texas receiver commit, and then Jaquan Snell, the safety you brought up, top-ranked safety in the state, pretty much a borderline 5-star. I mean, he's like top 50 or top 60 in the country. 6'3", 6'4", big kid, around 200, and he can lay the wood. Sorry, I'm like having hiccups or something.
It's that water
Yeah, for real. But it's kind of Texas A&M. Bama's in there. Oklahoma's in there. Ohio State's in there. But it's Texas A&M. Those are the ones at the top. Some people think A&M leads. Some think Texas. More, though, are on the A&M side. We'll see. I brought it up before. Like, I think it's there are a lot of red alarms and flags going off in my eyes for 2027 recruiting. A&M's ahead of Texas on like almost everyone. They lead for John Meredith. They already have a 5-star committed, or they're going to have a 5-star committed from St. Francis. He's committing on Saturday. He's a corner. They have a safety committed from Georgia that's a top 100 prospect for us, a 5-star for on 3. And they lead for John Meredith and Jaquan Snell. All 4 top 100 prospects, 2 of them are top Texas targets. And those guys are probably could end up going to A&M, where the path to playing time, the wait for playing time is probably longer than it is at Texas. And they're doing a better job recruiting. So, I don't know. Like, Terry Joseph, Blake Gideon, I disagreed with some of their evaluations, the way they went about recruiting, building the board, and the way they recruited guys. But I don't have a great read of how things are getting done right now. From Mark Orphy, Kenoto Hudson, Dwayne Akina, how does this all work? So, yeah. And, with Jaquan Snell, if it's A&M, I mean, the other top safety in the state, Eli Johnson and Cibolo Steele, Ohio State has been leading for him since like the summer. That hasn't changed. And it's probably A&M before Texas after Ohio State for him too. So they're behind, man. I don't know what has to change for I know Texas is always behind and they figure it out in the spring, but they have never felt this far behind at this point going into the spring. So curious about that. Yeah, man, I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Patrick. Anyone breaking 2K rushing tonight? Not sure. Not sure. I'll try to work on a fun bye-week Texas high school football story, or with Texas on the bye. Is flipping Jamarian Carlton dead? You never want to say fully dead in today's day and age, but close to it. We'll see. I think Aranda would have to get fired to really speed that up and change it. And they do not want to fire him. So we will see. Texas also working on Trenton Henderson, Drake Quinn. Drake Quinn should be in town for either the Arkansas or Texas A&M game. But yeah. All right. Where do we want to go from here? Did you watch any of the Texas basketball game versus Duke?
I did not.
Right.
But we saw that they hung well with them in the first half, and then the Boozer man ended up walking away with it in the second half a little bit. Scored 15 points in the second half.
Shout out to him. He doesn't have the black spray paint his dad used to put on his head. Speaking of that, did you see Jaylen Brown got caught again for doing that?
What are you doing, man? Just, jeez.
Yeah. Hey, I forgot to mention this on yesterday's show with Eric, but on Wednesday night, I'm watching the Lakers-Spurs game. I can say this because, far from a professional athlete, I'm also fat. But, isn't it kind of wild that, Luka Doncic and Wemby and, Jackson Hayes and Kelly Olynyk are all playing the same sport?
Yeah, it is.
They're all on the court together playing the same sport.
Cody Zeller.
Yeah, these are professional athletes, and I know what it sounds like from here, but I just think it's wild sometimes. I mean, some of the body types, athletes, and parts of the world these dudes come from, these dudes really all play the same sport.
Yeah.
But yeah. All right. So Lathan Wisington, Kadarius McMiller. Texas has not offered Kadarius McMiller. I still believe if they do, they will probably land him. Maybe that's the reason for the delay. I'm not sure. It's also not like you can't have a big boy conversation with him and say, hey, we're offering you. We like your game a lot. We're still figuring out, how we're going to set up our board. Just hold on a little bit on committing. Not saying you won't ever be able to commit, but we need to figure this out. We're going to keep you in the loop, get back to you. That's how you handle that, because he is a kid who should have a Texas offer. He almost single-handedly beat Highland Park by himself a couple weeks back. And then Lathan Wisenton, he's actually going to be at Tech this weekend. Tech, Baylor, Texas, Texas A&M. They're all in it. Oklahoma as well. I need to get out and see him and do some more digging on that. But Texas is towards the top. And, one thing I've started to think about, Derek Cooper's the only running back taken in 2026, right? And they want 2 running backs every cycle, but they kind of whiffed on everyone else. And also they, are paying him a lot. So it doesn't really make sense to take 2 with how much they're paying him. That being said, I think they're going to take 2 2027 running backs. I mean, it's not like Texas has it where, we have to take 2, and if we don't, the world ends. They let things play out, numbers take care of themselves. But with Derek Cooper, he's a 5-star. He costs a lot. He's going to play as a true freshman. It's going to hurt 2027 recruiting because they're not going to want to – Landon Williams-Callis is going to go for about the same price as Derek Cooper.
Yeah.
Probably a little under 7 figures, close to it. It does not make sense to do that back-to-back years. It does not. And on top of that, they're behind on Williams-Callis, but David Gabriel George is the other elite back. He's from Tennessee, probably going to go – or he's actually from Canada, but is playing high school football in Tennessee. Same deal. It does not make sense financially to go after those guys and to land them if you have Derek Cooper the year before. So the point I'm trying to get to, I think Texas could end up trying to take shots with evaluations in 2027 at running back, kind of like I explained with QB the year after Diabell, him being a 5-star. It's going to be hard to recruit that, and the budget also has to make sense. So, it's up to Texas' scouting and personnel team to take that shot and hope it hits. I think Lathan Wisenton, he might be limited ceiling-wise, but really productive high school player, high floor. Same deal with Kadarius McMillan. And McMillan probably has a higher ceiling than Wisenton given the track time. So, yeah, that's the latest there. Nick, we have any thoughts on Wisconsin keeping Luke Fickell?
Have they announced that they are?
Someone in their athletic department told Pete Thamel. So
that's wild. I kind of get it because you saw what Luke Fickell did at Cincinnati, and it happened really quick there. But also, you've shown no signs of improvement over there, and it's been bad. When they scheduled that Alabama series, that was under the anticipation that they would have a competing team by then, and they just got blown out by Alabama in both of those games the last 2 years. So I don't know, man. If I was Wisconsin, I'd probably be looking around, but man, that's tough.
Yeah, they stink. I don't know. I think some of it has to do with, or not some, I think most of it has to do with, hey, if Wisconsin comes open this coaching carousel, are they even a top 10 job available? Probably not. And so do they want to get their feelings hurt by everyone telling them no? And if you're the 10th best job in what will be a hectic coaching carousel where there doesn't really appear to be that many, top tier candidates or clear cut candidates like kind of Fickell was at one point, are you going to upgrade over him? It's a great question, Yeah. Now, if I'm a Wisconsin fan, I'd say, fire his ass anyway. Screw it. I want the new car smell. I want to have hope. I want to have some new energy around here. But, it does make sense when you think about it that way. And hey, let's be realistic. Is Wisconsin ever going to win the Big Ten in the NIL era or compete for one again? Probably not.
I'll say this. We never thought Indiana would.
That is a good point. That is actually a great point. But Kirk Cignetti, I don't know, a good hire. I know he kind of came out of nowhere, but he'd won everywhere he'd been. Luke Fickell is known as the worst Ohio State head coach of the 20th century. And I know he was an interim, but you know what I'm saying. And he did a great job at Cincinnati, especially back, before they moved to the Big 12. So I don't know. It doesn't really change anything for me. Wisconsin's Wisconsin. I don't think they're competing anytime soon. What did I get at Whataburger? Sweet and spicy bacon burger.
Nice.
Texas toast, no onions.
Nice.
Honey butter chicken biscuit.
And got it after 11 too.
Yeah, it was 1 a.m. Also got a breakfast burger, but my fat ass didn't eat that. Saved it for this morning. Still haven't eaten it, so maybe
go.
lunch later today. Any thoughts on these big Cowboys trades? How about Quinnen Williams, aka Achoo, bless me.
Yeah.
And who else did they trade for?
Logan Wilson.
Logan Wilson, the Bengals linebacker. What are our thoughts, Mr. Harris?
Yeah, we'll start with Logan Wilson. It's not going to be a huge upgrade over what they have at linebacker, but it will be an upgrade because this linebacking core has been awful through the first half of the season. So he should step in and be a starter. And honestly, if it were me, I'd be giving him Mike responsibilities. I'd be giving him green dot responsibilities. You have the bye week to be able to catch him up and get him ready for those responsibilities. So I liked that trade a lot, especially you only gave up a 7th-round pick. You gave up basically nothing for 2 years of starting experience from a veteran linebacker. You do that 10 times out of 10. I'm honestly surprised they were able to get him for that little compensation. And it kind of sounds like they were talking with Cincinnati throughout, leading up into the trade deadline. And then when it looked like, there weren't going to be many offers on the table, Cincinnati just took what was available from the Cowboys, and it was just a 7th-round pick. So I definitely a win in that category. But the Quinnen Williams trade, that's the big one to talk about. And boy, oh boy, man, gave up a 2nd-round pick in 2026, gave up a 1st-round pick in 2027, but it's going to be the better of the two that they have. Phenomenal, detail that the Jets were able to get there. And they gave up Mozzie Smith, which, it's finally the former 1st-round pick finally gets sent elsewhere. It was past time. His time had run up with the franchise, and he was starting to get put on the inactive list a few times. So that was more like the car freshener that was thrown into the new car whenever it got sent away. So, but with the way that this trade has shaked things out for the Cowboys, they now have 3 premier defensive interior linemen that they can try out there. They experimented with a lot of 5-man fronts against Arizona and found success. They were able to get to Jacoby Brissett 5 times for sacks. They were improved in the run game. I would expect those 5-man fronts to continue coming out of the bye week against Las Vegas. And when you have 3 guys like Kenny Clark, Osa Digizua, and Solomon Thomas as well, but Quinnen Williams that can help kind of facilitate that 5-man front. It's going to be fun. It's going to be a really fun defensive front to watch the rest of the season. And Quinnen Williams is under contract for a couple more years as well. And it's the big badass guy that they needed at the defensive tackle spot. And how I've kind of told it to people is Quinnen Williams is who Jerry Jones was trying to sell Kenny Clark as. Quinnen Williams is actually that guy. So not only do they have that premier number 1 in Quinnen Williams, but Kenny Clark is still, really talented in his own right. And same thing with Osa Digizua. I liked the Logan Wilson trade. I liked it even more when they added Quinnen Williams at the defensive tackle spot. It's really going to help him quickly identify things. His eye discipline is one of the strongest in the NFL. That's what they liked about him coming in. And they're just going to ask him to step up and play the run. Now, he has some issues in coverage, talking about Logan Wilson, but they are going to have such a big upgrade in being able to cover the run and fill run gaps and, have that at a responsible level, at a consistent level. But one thing that I think this trade, you look at a negative off the Quinnen Williams trade, they have 2 first-round picks in 2026, and then they don't pick again until the 4th round. They have 2 firsts, a 4th, a 5th, and a 7th. And they have put themselves in a situation where they absolutely have to hit on these first-round picks. They have to. Their window is 3 years. It closes in 2028. When Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb expire on their contracts, Brian Schottenheimer's contract expires in that year too. That is the window that they have for themselves right now, at least as it appears. Tyler Smith, Deron Bland, Jake Ferguson, all these guys are locked up through 2028. They have to hit on these first-round picks so that they are not paying any other guys. They can't afford to pay any more veterans. They now have it, and they're expected to sign George Pickens in the offseason. So I would say George Pickens is factored into that equation as well. But once you sign Pickens, you don't have a lot of money to spread around. They need this young first-round talent to hit so that they can have they can maximize this window.
Are they set up to get any comp picks, or do you think they'll get some for next year's draft?
They should get one
with those picks.
They should get 1 in the 5th round, but that's about it. They should be rooting for Rico Dowdle to continue going crazy. They might be able to sneak in another 6th round pick for Rico Dowdle.
Interesting. Hey, Michael Parsons was first traded. Similar reaction in the DFW Metroplex to the Luka Doncic trade. Not quite the same. I don't think we'll ever see anything like the reactions we saw after the Luka trade, but it was similar. How are the vibes now, in your opinion? What do you think of this trade now that the dust has settled a bit? He's turned Michael Parsons into a first-round pick, Kenny Clark, Quentin Williams, and some other players / picks, correct?
Yeah. So you're saying Quentin Williams is Cooper Flag? I think with this
funny.
trade, there's not going to be a final determination until we see the products on the field, and there is not going to be a final determination, I feel like, on this Micah Parsons trade until those first round picks are made. Until you make that pick in 2026, and then you hit on your pick in 2027. They're going to have 3 first round picks over the course of the next 2 years. They have to hit on all 3. They have to. They put themselves in that situation. Granted, I think Quentin Williams is a fantastic player. I think Kenny Clark is going to be a good player for them. There's some more cap stuff that they're going to have to figure out in the offseason on how to keep both of them. But because right now they're paying $64 million in 2026 to Osa, Kenny Clark, and Quentin Williams. So they're going to have to figure that part out. But if they can, and those players continue to play well and they hit on those first round picks, then I like the trade. But I think it's really dependent on these first round picks, no doubt.
How do you see the linebacker rotation looking with Logan Wilson in a few weeks once DeMarvin Overshown's back? And also with Logan Wilson, I mean, I haven't watched a ton of Bengals this year, but I just saw on Twitter Cowboys fans or Bengals fans talking about how he was playing less and less snaps and wasn't grading super well. Don't get it twisted. I'm well aware that the Bengals' defense sucks. Their secondary is one of the worst NFL secondaries I've ever seen in my life. And their best front 7 player, supposed to be the best front 7 player, Shamar Stewart, gets washed out of plays by 5'8" receivers.
And Jamar Chase has more tackles than Shamar Stewart.
Hell, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. And they're just stupid. Shamar Stewart, his entire career out of high school and college was what he can be, and he looks really pretty. And he never got home and produced, got stats. He's not doing it in the NFL. What a surprise. Literally everyone is looking at Cincinnati like we told you so.
Yeah.
And the contract stuff too. But anyways, predicting the Cowboys linebacker rotation once Overshown's healthy, Logan Wilson's, acclimated, all ready to go for them. And also, what kind of happened there with Wilson towards the end in Cincinnati.
Yeah, well, DeMarvin Overshown is expected to play right out of the bye week against Vegas. So he's
in next weekend?
He's in next week. Yeah,
wow.
He's expected to play next Monday night against the Raiders. So, knocking on the door of his return, really excited for that. But I would expect – man, that's a tough one. I would expect – what I think it should be, I think the 3 best linebackers would be Logan Wilson, DeMarvin Overshown, and rookie Shamar James. What I think they will do – I think they will probably figure out a way to keep Kenneth Murray on the field. I don't know why. I don't get it. But I know there's been more frustration with Kenneth Murray as the weeks have started to pile on. And who knows, maybe I'm just, kind of a pessimist in that sense. But Kenneth Murray is the lead communicator on that defense. It's hard for me to believe that they can completely change over to Logan Wilson in just a couple of weeks. I think DeMarvin Overshown could be the lead communicator as well. He's been around this defense and has been in all those meetings throughout the year. So I think they have options. But it wouldn't surprise me to see Kenneth Murray still on the field next Monday night.
Overshown going to be in 0 or 13?
Yeah, 0. Agent 0 is going to be the first time he wears the 0 for the Cowboys.
So how did this happen? Is it because Micah isn't on the team and doesn't have 0 selected?
Yeah, so Micah wanted 0 for the longest. And I had first heard going into the 2023 season that he wanted it. And the Cowboys were like, look, we already have all these jerseys printed. And you would have to buy up all the jerseys to change to 0. And at that point, it would have been well over $1 million. And he wasn't going to do that. So he was
what happens. like in the scenario he does, do they just send $1 million worth of Micah Parsons jerseys to Africa?
Yeah, that is a good question.
Like, where do they go?
They just send him to his house. He just has 1 million jerseys.
Imagine that party. He's just handing them out to girls like, "Hey, you want my jersey? I got $1 million worth
I got
back in the warehouse." You know.
But no. When DeMarvion Overshown really emerged last year, he had started to create some buzz about the zero. And Paxton Anderson, former Texas receiver walk-on, he's a close friend of DeMarvion. DeMarvion went to him. He's like, "Hey man, what do I got to do for this?" And he's like, "Let me see if I can talk to Charlotte," which was his mom. And Charlotte Jones helped kind of facilitate getting DeMarvion Overshown the zero, not knowing that Micah Parsons kind of wanted it. And Micah said in an interview like late last season, he was like, that's Agent Zero. I'm going to let him have it. We're going to make sure that happens. And everyone was like, yeah, it's already been done, dog. Like, but it's he's not here anyway. So,
yeah. Patrick asked, where do I find high school playoff brackets without having to pay for them? Lol. I think Dave Campbell's has them for free on their website. They're free, right? You don't have to have a login.
Yeah, I don't know at Dave Campbell's, but certainly on UILTexas.org.
Yeah.
UILTexas.org. Go to athletics, football, playoff brackets, and you should find that.
Yeah, and like most of the teams that are actually going to compete for state, at least at the big school level, played last night because they want the extra day of rest for the playoffs since they start next week. But there's games tonight. There's like 20 games in the state on Saturday. So that probably isn't going to – all those won't be fully updated or posted until probably Saturday morning, Saturday evening, or Sunday morning.
I'll say this, though. Our guys at Dave Campbell's, they work their ass off. And even if it's just like a 1-month subscription, it's worth it for the playoffs because they have playoff matchups before anybody else. They do really good predictions everywhere. It's
local journalism.
It's worth the $10 or whatever, in my opinion.
Yeah, and also, if I'm not mistaken, if you subscribe to Dave Campbell's, don't you get a subscription for Texan Live?
Yes, correct. So you can watch some of these games. I'm not sure how it works with NFHS in the playoffs. I know they get involved, but Texan Live still has quite a bit of games in the playoffs.
Yeah, so check
you
them
see
out.
Your boy on Texan Live, by the way, Frisco ISD.
Oh, yeah. Who are you calling tonight again? Which game?
Tonight I have Panther Creek and Sulphur Springs. Should be one of the better ones I have all year, which I'm excited about.
Man, Sulphur Springs, I don't know who they have besides this big-ass TCU commit. His name's Vincent Johnson. He plays O-line.
Nice.
He's like a 6'5", 6'6" kid, but I think we haven't projected as an IOL because he has like short arms or, doesn't have the length or something.
Last night, Frisco ISD. Sometimes I have some stinkers because there's some bad teams in Frisco.
Sometimes ISD. It's like every week.
Like Frisco Independence is playing a completely different sport than Frisco Lone Star. Like it's not even the same. But last night I had Centennial and Heritage, two teams that combined for 5 wins this season. Neither of them making the playoffs. And the first half is over in 50 minutes, and I'm like, oh yeah, we're gonna be rolling tonight. Second half starts at 8:18. And does not end until 9:59. We had an hour and 45-minute damn near second half. The officials were the worst officiating crew I have ever seen. Anytime there was a flag thrown, anytime, it could be as simple as a false start. Like you saw the right guard move. Everyone in the city of Frisco saw that right guard move. All of the officials would huddle together for 2 minutes, and discuss it. And then finally come back out. It was so bad that like when flags were getting thrown in the third quarter, the crowd was just booing because they knew it was going to take the officials forever to figure it out. And then there were a couple of like wonky situations where there was a punt return and one of the officials blew an inadvertent whistle and everyone started looking around. And then one of the punt coverage guys just levels the returner and then a fight breaks out. That took 20 minutes to sort out because there was like an unsportsmanlike there, but there was an inadvertent whistle and they had to re-kick. It was unreal. So I had a joy last night. It was easily the most frustrating game I've called all year last night.
Frisco Heritage, do they have a receiver with the last name Johnson?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
Yes. Derek Johnson.
Yeah, that's Derek Johnson's son.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah, he's got like 6 or 7 of them with like 4 or 5 different women. A few of them are at like Travis, and like 3 or 4 of them are in the 2027 class.
Nice.
He's one of them. He was playing JV last year, I think. I had to do a lot of digging to find stuff on him because I did a story on like Texas legacies that are playing high school football. And like there's nothing on Twitter. You have to go to Derek Johnson's Instagram and then figure out from the kids' Instagram where they go to school, what team they're at, you know, stuff like that. What their name is too, because kids have dumb names on social media nowadays, you know. But it is what it is. Troy Naquin, I don't know who LaRavia is. I assuming this is
Jake LaRavia.
Who?
Jake LaRavia for the Lakers.
Oh, yeah. This is probably when I was talking shit about pro athletes and how unathletic they look as I sit in my pajama pants, you know, as an obese man. What other stuff do we have? Jack Burton. Do you think it was Whataburger as a kid? I totally did.
Absolutely.
We all did.
I remember being 4 years old inside of a Whataburger and being like, why do they call it Waterburger? There's not water in the burgers. My mom's like, you're such a fucking idiot.
Back of the head, yeah. Hit you with the chancla. Sorry, I'm looking at other stuff. Yes, Wisconsin has completely lost the blue collar identity. Like, man, that's the stretch of running backs they had. Melvin Gordon, Monty Ball. You know, I'm sure I'm missing other guys too. I can't think of
Jonathan Taylor.
Jonathan Taylor. Dude, is it Braylon Allen?
Braylon Allen.
Yeah. Like, who's even toting the ball for the Badgers now? I can't think of it. Oh, no. They have Tawee Walker, the former OU running back, I'm pretty sure plays there and is their starter. I might be wrong. I don't know. It's Wisconsin football nowadays.
Because you just love getting a DeMarco Murray running back out of the portal. You just have to jump at that opportunity.
Well, they usually get better when they leave, DeMarco Murray. Or they just lose all their superpowers after their freshman year. What is Braden Locke still at Wisconsin?
He's at Arizona. He's the backup quarterback at Arizona. Yeah.
Barf. All right. Nathan said, Jordan, it seems like Max Wright thinks Flood is gone based on quotes. I mean, I don't know. I've heard some things about Max Wright, SMU, Kyle Flood. Look, I thought it was very surprising he even showed up for a visit.
Max Wright's the Melissa kid, correct?
Yeah, like this is a kid who has like 5 offers he's never posted because he was so locked into his Texas commitment. Coaches would pull up to Melissa. They want to see him work out. They want to talk to him after. Sorry, coach, he doesn't want to talk. He's committed to Texas, and he's going there. Like, that's where it was in the spring. It's where it has been since he committed early in the spring. And, I mean, SMU was always lurking. Like, I mean, I went to a coaching clinic in Melissa in the spring, and I'm like, hey, you know, I know he's clearly giving the cold shoulder to anyone, but is anyone, like, not giving up? And they're like, yeah, SMU. And I'm like, oh, okay. Do I need to be worried? And they're like, no, not at all. He's not going anywhere. I'm like, okay, cool. So, like, whenever he showed up to Miami, it's like, whoa, this is notable because he has not visited Texas since his official visit. He was at the Texas OU game at Fair Park in Dallas, but has not made it to Austin. After the SMU-Miami game he went to, Texas was like, hey, we need to get you to campus. You're coming for the Arkansas game on the 22nd. Cool. That's the plan. A day later, nope, he's going to officially visit SMU that weekend and is now scheduled to be in Austin on the 28th, Black Friday, when Texas A&M comes to town. So, I don't know. I will say, though, I mentioned this earlier in the week, like, I do think Texas holds on to Max Wright if Kyle Flood is the coach. If Kyle Flood's gone before signing day, I don't know if that's the same. Probably not. So, yeah. And for you Texas fans that hate Kyle Flood and hate 3-star takes like Max Wright, y'all are, like, sweating right now. You don't know which one you want to happen, you know? What other stuff do we have? Any thoughts on the IMG 2028 QB? Yeah, Jaden Wade. That one was very interesting. Like 2 weeks ago, I heard it was a done deal. It was going to be USC, and then they weren't even in like his top 8. So I do not know what happened with Lincoln Riley. He probably that staff did something dumb.
See Josh Pate's comments on Lincoln Riley.
I did. That was strange. Very strange. Yeah, I mean,
He's so performative these days. He's kind of gone Hollywood. He's kind of gone Hollywood a little bit. I still love him.
Kinda.
He's gone Hollywood a little bit.
Kinda. And gone. Ben.
It's
Ben. Man, real quick. I'm in Nashville in what is August of 2023 with Colin Kennedy. We walk in a room at the 24/7 headquarters. Josh Pate's there. Doesn't even acknowledge us. Swear to God. There's two of his producers are in there. They're talking to Colin because Colin used to work on a show for about a year.
Yeah.
He doesn't say nothing to us. Nothing. And I walk out. I'm like, yo, what is that?
yeah.
Like, I'm not asking him to, hey, tell me about your career and how everything's going. But like, man, say what's up. Have some respect. And like, I know some people are wired that way, but
yeah.
So I don't know. The Lincoln Riley thing, I don't know. I haven't heard anything on that, but maybe that has to do with Jaden Wade and them. He is from LA though.
Let's just call it right now. Where's Lincoln Riley going? Call it right now.
I don't know because he did not want to be in the SEC with OU. So, like, is he going to take LSU? Is he built for that? I don't think so. I don't think he's built for Florida. He's not taking Arkansas. So it's like, what job is he going to take? Penn State? He's going to coach in the cold.
Silverfield get hired at Arkansas?
No, that was fake BS news. I'm pretty sure it was like parody accounts.
Yeah, I couldn't figure out what was going on there.
Yeah, the burnerverse and parody accounts are at like an all-time high right now.
It's
and
bad.
It's kind of bad.
It's bad.
Like the amount of profile photos I've had to look at and bios I've had to read lately because I see this stuff. And I'm like, wait, what? No way. Yeah. But anyways, the 2028 QB out of IMG, Texas is in the top 8 or whatever. He's not going there. Probably going to be Georgia. And I'm pretty sure he's committing a week from tomorrow. Texas has sent an offer out to him and one other 28 QB, Neiman Lawrence, who's at Miami Central or Northwestern. Both got offers after camping in June. So Neiman Lawrence, that's probably where the focus will be turned to. They also like this kid named Champ Mons, who's at Vero Beach.
I'm in.
Well, you're going to be even more in. You want to guess what his government name is, his first name?
Go for it.
Wonderful.
I'm so in.
His name is Wonderful Mons.
I'm so
he goes by Champ. So.
Wonderful Moms? I'm in.
Monds.
Oh, I heard you.
Mons. Wonderful Mons. Imagine hearing that over the PA at DKR.
Or imagine like a burnt orange shirt that just says Wonderful Moms.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking.
Man, I love farming.
Well, I was thinking Wonderful Mounds.
Wonderful moms.
All right. I've actually been meaning to ask this for a long time. What the hell is going on with Trayvon Diggs?
Yeah, it's such a afterthought now after all the shit that's happened in the last week. Yeah, so he came into the facility. Have we not talked about it? He came into the facility a few weeks ago. I believe this was October 16th with visible mark on his head, showing concussion symptoms. Said he had a home accident. Story has changed a couple of times from Diggs to other people. And no one in the building really knows what the true story is. And so no one is speaking on it because no one knows the true story, really. They've been told different versions, and Diggs hasn't been 100% truthful about what exactly happened. And, he has an inclination to do that, given that his contract probably states, hey, you can't do this, you can't do that. Like Patrick Mahomes' contract, when he signed it, that $500 million contract, it said things like he couldn't go water skiing, he couldn't ride four-wheelers, he couldn't, do crazy stuff like that.
Jump on a trampoline.
Yeah, exactly. Stuff like that. So Diggs maybe has, some sort of motive to not explain what the true story was because of that. Now, he was put on IR, I was told, because of his knee. And it's his other knee. It's not the one that he's had issues with over the last couple of years. It's his right knee now. He's had some soreness. He's had some issues. I think the concussion was kind of a way to be like, okay, we're going to put you on IR to get right, and to also get your knee right. And we're just going to call it a knee thing. And, when I asked, hey, why didn't he get put on the NFI list, which is non-football injury, I was told it was because of the knee. Like the knee has been giving him more issues than what the concussion is giving him. So that's why he's on IR. I said when he got put on IR, it feels like he's not going to play again this season, or play again for the Dallas Cowboys, period. But, You ask Brian Schottenheimer, Stephen Jones, Jerry Jones, they're all saying that he will return this year. They need him on the back half of the season. I don't know. We'll see. Is Diggs on the team next year? I'd be shocked at this point. I would be floored if Trayvon Diggs is on this team after June 1st.
And that's them cutting him, right? It's like, why
Yes.
would someone want to take a trade and pay him?
No one's going to take his contract. As someone had said up here in the comments, that take a trade Diggs for a second or a third, you'd be lucky to get a seventh out of Trayvon Diggs' contract right now because it's so bad.
Yeah. Hey, while we're talking about trades, how about I don't know her first name, Miss or Mrs. Ursay?
Collier Gordon, yeah, just wheeling and dealing.
But Sauce Gardner.
Yeah, Sauce Gardner.
Okay, I don't know why I'm like, is his name not Gardner?
Hey,
what do you think of that trade? Because some people
really. Speaking of wonderful moms, Collier Gordon.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Sauce Gardner, though. What do you think of that trade? Some people thought they overpaid.
Yeah, I think they did too. That much for Sauce is crazy. I'm not sure Sauce is worth that much, but hey, shout out to the New York Jets. They have stacked up some picks, 5 first-round picks over the course of the next 2 years, but they also had 5 first-round picks between 2021 and 2022 and have not done a whole lot with it. I mean, they got Garrett Wilson and Sauce Gardner with those picks, but weren't able to do a whole lot. And Elijah Vera Tucker, they haven't been able to do a whole lot with those guys. So this is the Colts going all in, no doubt.
I saw someone on Twitter post like, man, Jets fans are getting all excited like these 2 first-round picks aren't going to be the draft, Nick Harbor and Tusi. We don't know who Tusi is. He's a rapper that somehow is eligibility for college football and is now getting recruited. Brennan Marion has extended an offer to him at Sac State, and I think that's the only offer.
Of course, yeah,
right. So I know we got to get out here soon. Antoine said, thoughts on Arch leading with rushing touchdowns. That's indicative of what specifically? Well, they've had injuries. A running back, Trey Wisner, has not played every game. Neither has Baxter. Also, Arch Manning is 6'4", about 220, 230, and athletic. With Baxter and Trey Wisner hobbled, Jarrett Gibson no longer on the team. Like, Arch Manning is your best power back. He is. That's why. He's a good runner. He's a tough runner. And in the red zone, I mean, he's a weapon. You use 6'4", 230 pounds in athleticism whenever you have the chance, and especially when, you need all it's a game of inches, and he's a bigger body. And when you have an offensive line that's incredibly inconsistent and usually lacks getting push in the run game, like, that's why. And Arch has also played every single game, whereas Wisner and Baxter have not. Woodcrest said, why do people say Garrett Wilson can't run routes and get separation? Dude needs to change his scenery. I agree. He needs to demand a trade. Yeah, Antoine, I'm kind of with you, but also, like, with the injury history there and him being injury prone, Texas cannot afford to not Texas cannot afford to not take a portal running back this cycle, because last year it's like, hey, we got CJ coming back. He's great when he's healthy. And then he got hurt again and he's missed time.
Yeah.
You can't do that again, man. And I don't care if that's with Trey Wisner on or off the team next year. Could have an NFL future. I'm not sure. What other stuff? Fox just fired Mark Sanchez. Rest in piss, bozo. Like, isn't it hilarious, the spin zone on that story, though?
Yeah.
How that was reported,
Yeah.
It's crazy. I don't know how people don't know this yet. Paxton Anderson, I don't know what he does for the Cowboys. He was a walk-on at Texas, good friends with Chandler Morris and teammates at Highland Park. Grandson. And he's Charlotte's son?
Charlotte's son, yep.
And Charlotte is Jerry's daughter, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if he's great-grandson, maybe. I mean, I know Jerry's getting up there.
He does have a couple of great grandsons now.
There you go. Is 2027 going to be a heavier portal class and recruiting class? That is a great question, one I have no answers to. Like, the 2027 transfer portal is January 2027. I don't even know what's going to happen in the January 2026 portal. So, yeah. Payda's become an Aggie lately. Yeah, the Aggies do a good job getting media on their side. I will say that. Definitely a bigger effort to do that than Texas. Texas Tech is who USC reporters are saying. You know, it's funny. I asked a father of a Texas Tech commit last night, hey, what do you think about Lincoln Riley at Texas Tech? He's like, man, hell nah. He started talking about Joey. He's like, man, like, they love him.
Joey's not going anywhere.
Yeah, that's what I've said.
Yeah,
unless they miss the Big 12 and, like, lose out, I don't think there's any chance he doesn't come back.
Still.
Yeah, but, like, I mean, the point I made, though, like, let's be real. Is Felix Ojo, LaDamian Guyton, Jalen Brewster, are they going to Texas Tech to play for Joey McGuire? No, they're not. Cody Campbell's still around with or without Joey McGuire and Lubbock. James Blanchard can also stay there. They can keep the front office personnel staff, and he would probably hire the new coach if that's how it ended up turning out. So, yeah. You see Mahomes is the guest picker tomorrow, and they're calling him a Texas Tech legend. Is he a Tech legend? He's 12-13 as a starter.
He's a Tech legend.
Okay.
Let it happen.
We're taking Patrick Mahomes and Michael Crabtree out of it. Who is Tech's most notable alumni that's an athlete?
Mac McClung.
Dude, he went to like 6 different schools, didn't he?
He finished at Tech. He went to 3, but he finished at Tech.
How many years?
No, he went to 2. He just went to 2. He just went to Georgetown and Tech.
How long was he at Tech?
2 years.
Okay. All right. Who else?
Goodness. Josh Young, maybe. I mean, we're getting
Jakeem Grant?
Nazir Kennedy at this point.
Yeah, shit. You're probably right. Jakeem
Wes
Grant.
Welker, that's a good one. Jake Baelish, Wes Welker, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Eric Morris, Going Green.
Hey, yeah. Yeah, he does. Should we be concerned with Amari Niblack giving? I might take a photo of this. I'm serious. No, you should not be concerned at all. 1, it's a different playbook, but 2, like Amari Niblack's problems with not producing have never had anything to do with him as an athlete, as a football player. It's everything between the ears. Everything between the ears. Like his nickname, the A&M team in the locker room, his nickname is Jurassic. And A&M fans are beating their chest, lost their mind, and he transferred from Texas Tech to Texas A&M. I believe he has 3 catches on the year, which is about what he had at Texas last year. And he was going to be the man. He was the man in CFB 25. I'll tell you that. Best tight end in the game. He was a cheat code. But I don't think Texas or their fans need to worry about Amari Niblack giving them the playbook. I don't know, even what he'd be able to remember, still have on him. They make players turn things in, kind of like the NFL to some degree. And also, I mean, Texas, they're running different things this year. So, yeah. But he also checked out when he was like, oh, yeah, I'm not going to play a ton this year. And I doubt would be able to remember much. Do I think Wolf Fong is an Aggie homer too? No, I don't. There are Aggie homers in this industry. He isn't one of them. I think he keeps a pretty even keel across the board. And he usually gets accused of being a Notre Dame homer because he's from Indiana and got into the recruiting industry on the Notre Dame beat. Fun fact. Graham Harrell was better at Tech than Crabtree. Yeah. All right. Well, hey, that's all we got, unless you want to look at the slate.
No, I'm sorry. I'm starving.
You're all good. Well, hey. Up next, our friends at 3rd and Longhorn wonder if Texas is peaking at the right time going into the home stretch. I think they are. Like I said, we're getting out of here. Going to end the stream, but at 2 p.m., Chip and Zay will be back. YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, River your live stream. As Jake Bayless said, they fucked up. They let us get to Friday. How dare they?
We just got a banger buzzer question here from Woodcrest.
You want to – yeah, this is how we'll close it. For those on audio only, the question is, what happened to the guy that followed Malik Jefferson in the bathroom? Aggie, right?
Oh, my God. What was his name?
Taylor Ham.
Taylor Ham. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like trying to do like his own Facebook page these days with recruiting news, but he doesn't have any sources and he doesn't go to games. So it's just like Facebook, bullshit.
He's
but
aggregating the Texas board, is what he's doing.
basically, yeah. And it's, man, let me tell you, stories about how he showed up drunk to high school games trying to fight recruiting writers. And yeah, he is trying to sell real estate, Jose. Yeah, good eye there.
Do you know what this is referencing?
Yes, I do. That is, yeah, Mr. Six Figs. That's right. God, there's so many memories from that cornball. I'm so glad I never had to work alongside him. That's a blessing.
Like once every 6 months, some A&M fans or someone else will be like, yo, holy shit, how's this dude? Like he was following recruits into the bathroom. What? And then he clearly is searching his name on Twitter because usually he ends up hopping in the comments, kind of defending himself or talking or whatever. And then he gets into it and is like, no, you're a loser. I make 6 figures. I sell real estate. Like I'm the man. I have a happy wife and kids. I'm the man of 6 figures. And then he gets made fun of so much he deactivates his account and the process repeats 6 months later, like clockwork. So, but yeah. All right. We're actually getting out of here, though. Y'all have a great weekend. Happy Friday, and we will see you on Monday. Enjoy the bye week. Peace.